that we're looking at a flawed system. People who go to vote are voting in a flawed election because the effectiveness of representation is not there. No matter what you want to say, it's not there. It's not there. Okay? And because of that, we know that the system has to change. We have recognized it. Listen, I think the majority of the people by now, and I think the media plays a key role to ensure that this happens. Understand it's a flawed system. Understand that this has to be done. But there's other laws. Campaign financing you mentioned. This is something we've been discussing.
We need to get into that one. That's all right. We need to get into that.
Proportional representation. Proportional representation is something we have been advocating. We have been looking at for a long time. That's the way how we're going to get more effective representation. I believe this first past the post is something whereby it is there. It is what is there that we're working with. But is it the most effective? Are we getting the best representation?
That's true.
And when you speak about trying to get good people in, I am of the view, and I'm not alone, that this system that we're currently using is not the most effective. And possibly proportional representation is something that we ought to look at. The campaign financing we need to look at desperately. And of course the redistricting. And people, listen, I will not say any name. There's a particular individual. This person's a good lady. I'm not going to say anything. And I'm not going to say who it is. But what... I'm not even, because if I say who she is, if I just say, I'm not going to say her name, but even if I say her profession or what she was before, you will know who she is. But when even an individual like her, you know, will speak to a particular individual that they, you know, may have, you know, have influence over young people, and say, hey, if you can't vote, you know, I'm moving in a division, and, you know, they move that person not living in the area, you know, but they move that individual into their division to vote. Man, something seriously wrong, because we're talking about, you know, you're supposed to clean up the register, the list, and then you have an individual at that caliber, of that level, doing such things. Man, it makes you wonder what will happen. And this is supposedly a decent person, so I'm not going to call any name, but I'm just saying they're continuously going to bring people from other divisions into their area. I know you're going to say, well, these people, and say, well, man, you used to be me blank, so I want to support you. But you see what happened? So if the police movement is fighting to say, okay, let's clean the voters list, let it be who live there, vote there, you know, live there, vote in your area, but this particular issue will continue, then where will we be at?
Right.
Same place, right?
Definite. So we will go to a quick interview or an update from Colette, and followed by an interview with Mayor Bernard Wagner. Yes, so let's cue those in.
All right, guys, big Shilling do Ting for this 2025 elections. We're back in Colette, and you're kind of feeling the heat. The heat is on, and that's the kind of situation. If we do weather reports, we're not here for weather reports, we're here for election reports. But just get some information from the returning officer at 10 a.m. The count as of 10 a.m. was 988 people came to cast their vote here in the Colette division. And of course, this is definitely ground zero for both the two major political parties. There's a sea of blue shirts all up in this area, and I gotta say, not so much red, but you know, the incumbent have said and made claims that people were brought into this division, but you know, at the end of the day, how will that turn out? I'm not sure. Now let me pan a little bit. It's hard to get away from all the blue and all the reds here in Colette, but just to let you get a feel of what's going on. So, of course, there is a sea of blue shirts going around, and folks coming in slowly, trickling in. The lines haven't been long. People who went in to vote went in and were quickly out. So things moving very progressively. And you know, when I depend the election trail, I meet people. Man, it's two people. I meet my good friend, Sir Boca. Morning, sir.
Morning, Frisco.
How you think the election vibes go?
By, like what they say, shirt could be vote, you could see the handwriting on the wall. but you don't know who registering at the division.
Yeah.
But one thing you could say, it look like the machinery for the blue in this area look like because the Abonka blue, you say, definitely got out the red like 3:15 to 1.
Emerson, you think that, and of course, folks calling it for one side over the next side based on what have transpired, and do you think it looks like any other election affairs you've seen? I don't know, there's...
Good afternoon. Belize City Mayor Bernard Wagner, you are venturing into Lake High. Why is this?
Very important division. You know, it's family here, and so I had to ensure that I come out. But I've been around some of the other divisions. I'm making my way slowly around. And just getting the vibes from the people and getting that feel. It's important.
You cast your vote already?
Yes, I did in Rural Central.
In Rural Central?
Yeah, and so I'm making my rounds.
And has the central, I shouldn't call it central government anymore, but the PUP bigwigs asked you all to come out. I saw some of the councillors as well going around.
No, it's important as a group that we support our party. Our party has been doing a tremendous job. And coming back to get a mandate from the people, it's always important that we show full support of the work that has occurred under the People's United Party. And specifically, I must come into Lake High. Lake High has been one of the greatest strongholds for many, many years, many elections. And so it's important that we connect back with the people.
Lake High has scorched earth. You come out here and you say, as someone, another of the correspondents said this morning, blue, sea of blue.
It's a sea of blue, and that is an indicator of the people having so much satisfaction in the work that the honorable...
They prevent me from allow campaigning. So are you disappointed as a politician to see that we've reached this historic point in our elections where two divisions done set? So people in those divisions, Fort George and Pickstock, did not get to exercise their right to vote today.
Yeah, that is always an issue. I believe personally that every resident has that right, which is enshrined to have the ability to vote on election day. But again, everything evolves, and this is something new for us, and I'm certain that our government will look at how we can ensure that this never occur again.
We are in the big leagues today, general elections. Members of your council, several of them have flapped their wings and they've tried for the big leagues. Is this something that entices you?
I'm so happy for them, man, and I'm fully in support.
You want to follow in their footsteps?
I am fully in support of them, and you never know what the future holds, but certainly I'm proud of them.
Talk to us a little bit about the peaceful nature of our elections today.
And again, it's a testament to the law enforcement really setting the tone. It's about setting the tone, and we always have to really commend the residents of Belize City. They always talk bad of us, but when it comes to show the good Belizean, then I am so happy to see that our residents are behaving very, very good today. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Mayor. This the Marisol Amaya and
Karim.
Big Shilling the Ting.
Shilling the Ting. So while we're in the Lake High constituency, I believe that we do have an interview lined up with the incumbent, Cordel Hyde. So let's hear from him.
I think 3.5 hours more to go. This is a Big Shilling the Ting, Marisol Amaya and Karim Vernon. And we have here a check-in with the incumbent, Mr. Cordel Hyde for the People's United Party. But, sir, I'm going to start with you explaining to me what is happening here. And I'm going to pan for the benefit of my viewers because they need to see that at this hour, people they relax. And I have a feeling, I never covered this division, but I have a feeling that this starts from like, what, midday? This time scorched earth?
No, we dey work hard. We dey work hard, man. We dey try to bring out free people. Yeah, we have a lot of people we need to bring out still. We've been doing this since morning. It's the hottest part of the day, so people tend to go on a little go slow, and then it picks up a bit afterwards. It's immediately after lunch, so it is when we have our lunch. We get kind of lethargic, but we're going hard. Our people are coming out. They've been coming out since morning, and we are going to continue pushing until 6 o'clock.
But people they relax. I don't really buy that. I feel like this done.
No, I'm not done till the last vote is counted. You know what could happen in the next year and a half.
You don't get all your pledges.
No, we still got more people.
People that come.
Yeah, people that
come. You have a rush to late,
No, we go hard till 6 o'clock. A marathon, right? A marathon. We go hard all day, right?
Speaking to that people are relaxing. Earlier we had some drumming. We had to ask them to pipe it down a little bit while we were interviewing the OAS observers. What can you give us some insight as to what was happening over there?
Well, it's
my colleague, they said that they made celebration already,
No, it's a family affair with us. We have a good time when we come to vote, right? We are really festive. We eat a lot. We drink a lot of juice, drink a lot of water. We have music. We enjoy ourselves, man. It's like we vote, right? We are really festive. We eat a lot. We drink a lot of juice, drink a lot of water. We have music. We enjoy ourselves, man. It's like an event for us,
Let me ask this, because a bird told me this morning that PUP leader John Briceño had set up his podium from yesterday. I can't remember the name of the street, the one by the park, where he's supposed to give his speech at the end of this day, which means that he considers it and the PUP considers it a done deal. The question I want to ask you is, because there's already been talk about a portfolio for Minister of Foreign Affairs, Francis Fonseca. Do you expect to get lands again?
I never get ahead myself, Marisol. I take it one day at a time, and for us, today is about winning the election. It's about us here in Lake Hyde doing the best we can under the circumstances, trying to, we compete with ourselves, man. I tell my people all the time, like, we've done this for a long time and we do it well, but that doesn't mean anything on election day. You start at 0-0, and so you have to go hard. You can't rest on your laurels. You have to try to do the best you can, and we don't settle for mediocrity. We go as hard as we can every single time, and then election is about that. You can't get ahead of yourself and think you don't win and worry about what portfolio.
I'm trying to figure out, though, are you trying to outdo yourself every time? Maybe also by midday next time I don't even know if there's going to be a next time, but are you trying to outdo yourself?
No, we don't. I don't pay attention to the clock that way. I pay attention to trying to maximize getting out as many people as we can by the end of the day, right? It's a marathon from 7 in the morning till 6. It's a long day and you have to pace yourself. But you have to find the energy at this hour going forward to do all you can, because elections are won and lost in this time. There are people who look like they are winning right now, who, when the votes are counted tonight, will lose.
Let me ask you this one last thing, because with the Dana 4-minute segments, more or less, there's a Hispanic vote, and you've gotten it, the support of that.
Well, we are. It's a Belizean constituency, man. It's a diverse constituency, and we're unifiers, man. We are unifiers. We go hard for all our people, no matter who they are, where they come from, what they do. As long as they're a Belizean, we are going to go hard for them, man. That's just been our history, and that's what we continue to do,
Thank you so much. There you had it. Maricela Maya, yeah. Karim Vernon, Big Shilling the Ting.
So there we have the incumbent PUP candidate for the Lake Hyde Division, Cordel Hyde.
Yes.
So interesting developments have happened during these interviews, and this one coming from Queen's Square, where we have learned that Shane Williams, one of the UDP for the Shyne Barrow faction,
yes,
has basically thrown in the towel, endorsing his opponent, the UDP opponent as well. Godwin Halock. Have you seen something like this happen before? Well, I don't think it's happened before. We've never had two UDPs running in areas like this, and then one of them conceding and then going to.
With fairness to Godwin, Godwin has been campaigning from, I believe, from he used to go to Nations. I think that long. We went to Nations. I think Godwin has been campaigning in Queen Square from Nations days, from he was a young boy. So it's that long. And Godwin know the entire constituency, you know, like the back of his hand. And he actually went into a convention and he won hands down.
Right.
You know, I know Shane, I know Dr. Lorna McKay, I know Godwin Halock. As a matter of fact, all three of them are on my Facebook as friends. Things do fly through my timeline. But I will tell you that with fairness to Godwin, he did win a convention. All right, so he was not simply placed there in any way. He did win a convention. The people of that area did go out and nominated him to represent the UDP.
And I mean, as I've said earlier, it's seeing Sister V, who has never been seen practically since the last election. She has never gone to any of the House sittings. She doesn't come on our camera, on our screens or anything like that. Throughout these 5 years, and to see her walking, you see Godwin Halock in the footage that we had, walking out, followed by Sister B. It's somewhat of a direct endorsement, yes?
Yeah, it is. I mean, listen, Sister B and Godwin go way back, as I told you. And so it's almost like mother and son, you know, de facto mother and son. Godwin has his biological mother, she's in the States, and Sister B is like his mother here. But he's also somebody who has mentored him, and she has been a staunch supporter of him, and I can understand. You know, Godwin is we go back from kids, from decades, and so I will tell you that he's a
Here's the footage, yes.
Yes. Sister B.
Right.
So she's here.
Elusive, no?
Yeah, she's there.
It's like a rare Pokemon these days.
I can't imagine Sister B not being there supporting Godwin. We all know that she would show up and she's there.
But then it says it is a strong message as well, Zenaida, that we have the former Prime Minister's sister, the aunt to Shyne Barrow,
yes,
endorsing somebody in Tracy Panton's faction.
Yes.
That is so many different factors playing into one. And now, well, Shyne Barrow's candidate, Shane Williams, just up and outing. And I even hear the rumors that he was handing out ballots for Godwin Halock.
Well, listen, you know, it's just like a home. Sometimes there's no blood, thick and water, you know. A home is where you make it. And as I told you, that's like a mother-son duo. Yeah. And they have been everywhere together. And the support is there. And so I would have been quite surprised, of which I was never at in any point, surprised if, in fact, she would have been campaigning against Godwin. It no matter, you know, yes, Shyne is her nephew, and that is understandable. But she has spent more years of her life living here in Belize, right here alongside Godwin Halock. So I think it's still a stronger bond.
All right. So, guys, we'll go to a quick commercial break, but we want to just thank out our sponsors, our corporate sponsors, Cellular World, Oceana, Digi, Smart Belize, Freetown Drugstore, Brothers Habet, Elections and Boundaries Department, Benny's Home Center, and of course, our big Shilling sponsors, Belize Bank, Fulltech, Barefoot Hotel, Caribbean Sprinter, Jamie Price Piling, J&N's Culture Kitchen, Kahal Petch Village Resort, Rosado's Hardware, Premier Towing, Ruby Jewelry, CG United, and the Human Dignity Trust. So with that, we go to a quick commercial break, and when we are back, it's more Big Shilling Dutting. We'll be right back.
Prepare for the heat and stay
here at Channel 7 and XTV and all our correspondents all over. So, guys, we heard the rumors before, but we are now going to Queen Square to hear from Godwin Halock himself. So let's hear that interview.
Big Shilling, do Ting. We're back in the Queen Square division hours before the polls will close, and we are hearing reports of what I predicted this morning, that Godwin Halock and Shane Williams, the two UDP candidates, have joined forces. Mr. Halock, please give us an update on what's happening here in Queen Square.
Yes, this morning, me and Shane, we had a brief meeting, and he said, you know, it's one UDP and we should have one candidate. He was very clear that he was running under Shyne Barrow's leadership, and there was nothing given to him as a machinery today to do anything, and he realized that he would do more harm than good, and he said he would never want to see this division go to PUP because in his heart, in his mind, he's a true UDP, and he began telling everyone, UDP all the way.
Were you surprised?
At the 11th hour, yes, because his name is on the ballot. I felt that he was fully committed, but behind the scenes, I know that things are really detrimental within the UDP under the Shyne Barrow leadership. He feels it, he knows it.
You know, he has done a lot in this community, and he helps a lot of people. Are you committed to working with him after this if you were to win?
I've always worked with Shane. I feel that he has the heart of the community. I feel that he loves sports in this community, and I will continue to work with him.
I know you were already comfortable before, but do you feel like now you'll get that extra boost to win by a larger margin?
Seeing him see Godwin for Queen Square, it was special. It made me feel that we're united, at least in Queen Square, and it gives a signal to this country, to this nation, that the UDP can unite. If Queen Square can unite so easily, we can definitely work hard and unite the country.
Good. Thank you so much, Mr. Halock. Godwin Halock, I guess now he's the only UDP candidate. Well, Shane's name is still on the ballot, of course, but we will, we will have to find him and talk to him to see what his response is. So keep it locked in here. Big Shilling, do Ting. Big Shilling, do Ting. We're here in Queen Square. We just spoke to one of the UDP candidates, Godwin Halock, who said that yes, it's true that Shane Williams joined forces with him, but we're hearing something different, Shane. So please clarify what's happening here today.
I don't know where part that nonsense come from, honestly, Courtney. We're being civil. Mm-hmm. We're all friends. We all want better for the area. And of course, my objective is, if someone is doing, I hope it's a UDP candidate. That's my one objective. I don't know where it comes from that I decide to support him. I'm still out here trying to get everyone that I can come out, every voter that I can come, because I honestly believe that I'm the best candidate for Queen Square. I still maintain the fact that none of them live here and none of them care about our community like we care. So every single voter that come out, and I'm trying to get to them. I don't have the machinery that they have, that is true. I don't have the resources that they have, that is true. But I would never stand down from a fight. I'm not one of those candidates who catch headache and faint in spells and things like that. If you can notice, I'm still out here. My family is still out here. My friends from the community are still out here, and we're going to fight until the end, and we're going to stay here until the last ballot is counted. I don't know what kind of, it's election day. How could something simple, and half of the press should be friends, you know? They have my number that they could reach out to me and ask something like that. I don't understand. It's election day. I don't know why something like that would be relevant.
So you're not passing out Godwin Halock, telling people to vote, put the X next to his name?
I'm here to vote, to campaign for me, because I am confident and I am sure I am the best person to represent Queen Square. And my job is to convince them today or convince them after today. But I will continue every single minute to try and convince voters that I am the right choice for Queen Square.
Do you feel like that was a kind of a dirty move on his part? He tell me you pack up and go home?
No, I'm really upset. You see where you're finding me?
Bring wrong the lane.
and man, I don't understand this. I really don't understand. I'm already at a disadvantage. The odds are already against me. Why you need to add insult to injury? You know, make no sense, man.
Are you disheartened that you didn't get as much resources as maybe you thought you would get from your party leader?
Well, of course you want more resources, but from what I've seen so far today, there's no amount of resources the party leader could have given me that could match what they are giving away right now. And I don't believe that I need to try and match what they are giving, because it's ridiculous the amount of money being given away right now. So whatever he could have given me would have been no match for what is given away today. So I take comfort in knowing that I wanted more, but more would have done absolutely nothing. The only way I could get people to vote for me is if they believe in my candidacy. And this this report really upset me because I had to fight hard. And all the odds against me, I'm emotional right now. Because why do something like that right now? It's the last couple hours.
Right. So win or lose, you'll be here all night till the counting done.
I'll be here all night, no matter what.
Good.
All night, and I want you to interview me when the counting is done, no matter if I get 5 or 10 votes. But something simple like that, or a report like that at a time like that, makes absolutely no sense.
Good. We'll be here, and I know that didn't sound like you. Honestly, when I heard it, I said, that's not Shyne. And so you heard it here. I don't know what Godwin was telling us, but Shyne has clarified the situation. He is out here, you know, go big or go, and he's not going home. Either go big or stay out here till the counting finished. But yeah, confusion in Queen Square, but we'll be out here till the counting is finished so that we can get everything cleared up. So stay tuned. Big Shilling, Ting.
And guys, I mean, if you're watching the fiasco from home, that was just something else, right? We had both sides of the story being handed out to you. One side saying that Shyne has packed up and gone home. Shyne saying, idea, right round the street.
I did tell you earlier that everybody think that they stand a chance at winning and they're not going to give up.
Well, clearly Shyne is not giving up. Shyne is not giving up. But it raises the question, right? So Shyne is part of the Shyne Barrow faction.
Yes.
He's one of the candidates for Shyne Barrow. And we've seen recently about what occurs to persons in Shyne Barrow's faction, in speaking out against or in doing things against, right? And even Shyne has thrown a little stone and not catching any fainting spells or anything like that out there, right?
What
So do you feel like Shyne is now saying things like this? You know, is he in the fight, or is he just saying things to save tail?
Well, I think Shyne, like he rightly mentioned, he has not given up. And, you know, he still feels he's, you know what, deep down I think he knows he doesn't stand a chance, but he's not going to give up. And that's just some people, they will fight to the end. And you have to respect that. You have to respect that. He right now feels that he has been thrown under the bus. Nobody is really out there like helping him.
Right.
You know, and that can be very, you know, disappointing, disheartening. And the fact that certain individuals that he thought would have been there helping to anchor him are not there. And then someone like Dean, with fairness to him, he's my friend. And when that happened, you know, like most individuals, everybody felt like, you know, you don't do that at the last minute. If you feel, we all knew what was happening, not everybody, but people were indicating what was happening. You know, you weren't getting that support for your candidacy. You know, yes, you were promised certain things, and this is what is coming out. You know, the whole division has also to do with the fact that it was said that, you know, the I don't know what to call him. They say it's party leader. I'm not sure there's two, but
the party leader and interim party leader.
That the support wasn't there, and you know he was not, you know, giving them the resources that was necessary.
Speaking about the support from that, we do have footage of Samuel Kelvin speaking about, or purportedly speaking about this as well. So let's play that footage for you.
You ready? All right. Karim Vernon here with Big Shilling, Ting, Creme, XTV, and Channel 7 News. We're here with the one and only Samuel Kelvin. How are you doing today?
Not too bad, sir. I am very disappointed, yes, that my party leader, Honorable Shyne Barrow. The reason why is that he fed us this dream on situation on election 2025. Also, we had the idea that he was going to, I had the idea, if you come for me at the last moment, you should at least fund me, talk to me about the funding for the Lake Independence Division. So what happened is that I believe that he reneged on his part. He figured that Lake Independence does not deserve no finance. because of this man, Mr. Hyde. I'm not trying to do no campaigning or no, but I'm just trying to lay it out because that he gave us some bad representation. Now, what happened is that, yes, he gave me what? 1,000, 1,500, and 3,000 for the what? In a one big, massive division like this. I was surprised when I asked him for a budget. He asked me, send him a budget. I said, I want, but I tell him 20,000. He said, send I want budget. So I sent on the budget for 3 weeks, add up to $64,000. I got it from a professional CPA. I told him this. So what happened is, I tell him, if you can't do that, give me half. Give me quarter. Let me have something to work with for Lake Independence Division. But apparently, not even that he wanted to do. So he tagged me along. I asked him Friday, Mr. Party Leader, the people of Lake Independence deserve better. That is our slogan. The people deserve better. But when I asked him for finance, he told me the first thing Tuesday morning. I could show you that text. And apparently, Tuesday came in the morning time. I called him in front of the residing officer, this young lady, for Lake Independence, and he hung up on me. I was shocked. She was shocked too. So I figured maybe he was in a meeting, benefit of the doubt. I called him back. He did the same thing. So I decided to go to party headquarters. I met him. I tried to talk to him. He was in a meeting with the OAS, Organization of American States. When he finished his meeting, that man walked past me like worse than he went down me and wag your tail and say, hello, something or whatever is here. But I was looking for finance for not even for the people in the polling station. He gave me nothing to work with. Not even their breakfast or their lunch. Imagine. So I looked. The man don't have no consideration about these different divisions, probably only about his own division. Those that he should trust, he did not trust. He gave other people whatsoever, and they walk away from him. That's
not I also heard that there was, through a little bird, that there's actually a legal document you had to sign that if you didn't show up today, you'll be fined $18,000.
Well, I show up today and I even vote today for myself. Other people may have voted for me, but that's their choice. Because voting is not about giving nobody a dollar or two. Voting is your constitution right to exercise. The people have the power today. Hopefully they do the right thing and bring who they believe in.
And you just heard that interview from Samuel Cott-Kelvin. Wow. Explosive allegations against Shyne Barrow there in terms of funding, lack of resources for his campaign in the area. And this is something that has been floating around the streets of Belize, talking about, the faction itself not giving funding to their candidates.
Yes, it has been disappointing. And, I can tell you it's unfortunate, but it's a fact. Yeah. It's a fact. And for you to go into any election, you need some form of campaign financing. It's not easy. You need to still pay your campaigners. Not everybody's going to campaign for you for free. Mm-hmm. Maybe your family might.
Right.
And you might even have family members that they still need some kind of resource to get around.
Right.
So you need money for that. You need money to ensure that these people can eat. You need, some people will take time off even if they have a job. And they may be very effective, maybe they're very well known. They still need some kind of support when it comes to something.
Right, definitely.
You need to have some sort of money to gather and whatever little programs. People want to see that you're doing something even before you get elected or before they go and cast their ballots at the polling station for you. And the fact that you not having any money put you at a disadvantage.
Right.
So I hear him. I feel bad for him. It's very sad, but you know, someone like me who have a lot of persons have cried out to me and told me this has been the situation and it's unfortunate. Those people they have no reason to lie to me.
And as we have one of the commenters here in our chat, shouldn't candidates also be able to fundraise for themselves?
They should be able to. They should be able to. But listen, for example, the first time I had run, I remember I was, you know, you're the face. I remember the party leader at the time, literally, you know, and this is a fact. He can never say it's taking me around to particular individuals and, you know, big donors. And, you know, I was the face and the person who would help to bring in the money. And I was the person I was taking around. And these people, because, okay, they felt that Senator Moya was this popular, you know, person, this champion of the people. And so they, you know, they said, okay, we're going to support. At the time, the UDP had lost 2 consecutive general elections. Mm-hmm. So, and then they had lost, how much was it? 4 or 5 municipal elections, one after the other. And so people did not care for the UDP at the time. They really did not care. The unions, you know, I was there with the unions and so forth. You know, and even the unions, they wanted us to have our own party. So I was used at that time to help bring in money. You need somebody like that. Uh-huh. So a party leader needs somebody like that to go around and help him or her to help bring in money if he or she can't bring in by his or herself.
Right.
So it's something that needs to be done. Now, in the case of like Shyne is somebody who is said to be popular, and you know, it was said about tranches and that he could bring in his bag of money, and
correct. Uh-huh.
different people can bring in bag of money for him, or were to bring in bag of money for him. That was a platform that it was said, you know, he had indicated, you know what, let me be the party leader because, you know, I can bring in these bags of money. Right. I can bring in funding for you guys, you know. Miss Lady can't bring in money. This person can't bring in money. I could bring in money.
Correct.
And so people fed off of that. People said, okay, you know, we're going to give you a try, and we're going to give you the try. The party needs funding. So he was going to be that face.
Definitely.
So you understand? You need a face.
Yeah.
But that did not materialize. Apparently, it did not materialize because what came out of that is the faction that we see. And what have been the faction saying? They were not getting financing, and it's because he indicated he does not have it. He doesn't have it. He simply does not have it.
Yeah.
Whether that is true or not, I'm not sure, but it comes right back to the financing.
Right, and then we see in explosive interviews as that's all Samuel cut Kelvin. But we now have an updated numbers here from the Elections and Boundaries Department. Can we put that on the screen, please? So as of 3:22 p.m., this is literally 2.5 hours more for the voting to occur. A rate of 44.43%. Will it spike higher than that? And of course, with that, Albert is still leading. Yes, it's still low. Albert is the highest one right now with a margin of 57.57%. Followed by Queen Square. Close lead there. Lake Independence creeping up past Toledo West. We've seen the amount go up there.
Yeah.
Mess up. 52.91%. I note that we have not been able to hear from the party leader all day.
Yeah. Nothing.
Shyne. We go to, let's say, Dangriga still in the lowest bracket there, 27.7%.
But you know why, right?
Yeah.
Come on now.
But Stann Creek West as well, the largest constituency.
Yes.
So many people, 10,000 plus people, and they're at a dismal 32.16%.
You know, and it's because of the same reason. Whether or not you want to think it or not, people just feel that one not like everybody's paying anybody to bring them out. But especially those larger constituencies, you know, people, they need help. Sometimes, you know, boss, you need to come up. People, you know, you have individuals, they don't have any means of transportation as well to be able to bring out voters.
Correct.
It's not like you can walk. And even somebody like me, where I live, if I didn't have a vehicle, I can't walk from there. Let's say I live by 5 miles. I can't walk from there, walk down to Freetown, go vote. I can't do that. I need a lead transport and, like, you know, I don't get power bus, you know, like, where. So,
right.
So I'm just telling, and some people be like, man, I don't get power bus, so go pick me up. So that is the situation right now. And, you know, with fairness, the incumbent, I'm of the view that they feel that it's a wrap. You know, this is just this is just formality that they're going through, and there's no reason to really put a lot of money on the ground.
Right. So we will now go on a quick break. When we are back, well, we'll be back with more substance for you guys. But welcome back. Oh, not welcome back, but let's go. Big Shilling, do Ting. We'll be right back. Good afternoon and welcome back to Big Shilling the Ting. Again, I am your host, Brandon Usher, and joining with me right now is PUP Councillor Alan Pollard. Yes,
Yeah.
I know. I don't know. I get confused up, guys. But there's so much happening right now, and we will be just jumping straight on into interviews. And this first set of interviews comes from the Cayo constituencies.
Channel 7, Jenny Martinez here from the Cayo West Division. Up to 3 o'clock this afternoon, we have a total of 3,155 people casting their votes for the Cayo West Division, out of a total of 7,674, which gives us a 41.11%. Like previously reported, I think we've gone up from 33% to 41.11% in the next hour. And for Benqueviejo polling stations 83 and 84, we have a total of 1,590 people and 388 people casting their votes respectively. For polling station 85, San Jose Socots, we have 757 people casting their votes. For San Creek polling station number 82, we have 117 people casting their votes. And for Arenal, we have 303 for polling station number 126. It gives us a total of 3,155 or 41.11%. Guys, we still have 2.5 hours more to go, so we're encouraging you guys to come out and cast your vote. You're still on time and you can avoid the long lines because as expected, normally people will come out up until 4 or 5 to cast their vote. So you're still on time. Come out and cast your vote.
Good day, Belize. We're still here at polling station 113 in Bella Vista Village, Toledo East constituency. So this is, again, we don't have much people coming out. It has been slow all afternoon, and we only have 1 or 2 people coming out. Again, still no sign of the third parties here. So we're only seeing one party here, which is the People's United Party. But just here to give you a quick update, general update on what we have had received. So according to information from the Election and Boundaries Department, as of 3 p.m., we have a total of 1,492 voters at this polling station, 113. So that 1,492 votes cast is about 50.51% of the total registered voters for this polling area. In general, for the Toledo East constituency, there has been a total of 4,043 votes casted. And then that is about 47.26% of the total registered voters for the constituency. So it's still a low number compared to the previous by-election and the election in 2020. 47% is still far away from that 60%. So again, if you have not come vote as yet, and if you think you don't want to wait in the long line because of the hot sun, well, now is the perfect time for you to come out and vote because we don't have any lines and we don't have no wait time. So as you come in, you also get out at the same time. So it will be a quick process. So come out, cast your votes, Belize. So thank you. This is just the updates that we have for you. This is Lorenzo with Channel 7 XTV Creme, Big Shilling Ting.
Good afternoon, viewers. I am Ethan Chub reporting for Channel 7, Big Shilling Ting. I am currently here at polling station 111 and 112A, Punta Gorda Methodist Primary School. So far, guys, what I'm seeing here behind me is the polling station right here now is completely empty. We do have 1 or 2 voters going in, but other than that, it's empty. But right now, for the reports coming in, the general voters turnout for the Toledo East is 3,782 votes casted as of 2:20, which is approximately 44.2% of the entire 8,557 registered voters here in the Toledo East. Right now, guys, if you are a voter who do not like to stand up in long lines, you can come right now. The polls are empty. You can go in right now and come back out in the next minute. So far, all I'm seeing right now on my left is the PUP-10. A few of their supporters giving out refreshments to their supporters and voters. But other than that, there isn't any other party here. The PNP nor the independent party supporters are here. I don't see anyone. But as of now, to be honest, all I'm seeing is blue at every polling station. I've been at the Forest Home Primary School, Cat Landing Community Center, the polling station there in Cat Landing. It was completely empty. Maybe it's because of the low voters that are registered there, but here at the St. Peter Claver, we do have over 1,000 voters there, but it is like a ghost town also over there, and as well as at St. Benedict Primary School. But like I said, guys, I will be continuing to give you guys more updates on the voters turnout, what more or less is happening here in Punta Gorda town and the nearby polling station. Later at 6 o'clock p.m. the polling station will be closed. Like I was saying, guys, we will be moving to the Toledo Community College campus at 6 o'clock p.m. later this evening to find out who won this division here in the Toledo East. It could be anyone's race, but stay tuned for more updates. I am Ethan Chub, reporting for Channel 7, Big Shilling, the Ting. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Belize. Once again, this is Giovanni O'Brien reporting for Big Shilling Doting from Caribbean Shores. I'm here with Miss Carla Smith, who is a returning officer here in Caribbean Shores. Miss Smith, how are we doing today?
I am okay so far, Mr. Giovanni.
We understand that you have some important numbers to share with us. So can you tell us how many people are registered to vote in Caribbean Shores?
Okay. In Caribbean Shores Electoral Division, there are 4 polling areas and 11 polling stations, a total of 4,383 voters. And so far, the turnout is 1,991 voters, which in percentage, that's 45.5% of voter turnout up to 3 o'clock this afternoon.
Okay, thank you so much, Ms. Smith. We'll check in with you later on today. And this is again Giovanni O'Brien reporting from Caribbean Shores for Big Shilling Doting with 7 News and XTV Crep.
So we've had updates coming in from the Cayo district, from the Toledo district, and from Belize City here, Alan.
Correct.
And a lot of it is just showing that there aren't as much voters coming out. As of 3/22, again, the numbers are 44.43%. What are the people saying why they need to go vote?
I think in my opinion, I think this can be credited to the opposition. We have to really look at the situation happening within UDP. There has been an erosion, a complete erosion of what the opposition is. I mean, not determining who is the leader, not determining which candidates are you really facing. All of that has a huge impact on voters, which kind of throws them off, right? It's kind of hard when you are at home. It's a public and bank holiday by the government of Belize. And I don't know PUP will win. Right? That's the feedback that we're getting in some of these divisions, you know. So people don't say, all right, well, the government don't have it, I don't need to go out, because it just shows the lack of organization within the UDP, the lack of unity, and all of these lack of resources, like what the candidate said in Lake Eye.
Right.
It just shows that UDP don't have what it takes to even be considered to form the next government.
I want to go back to the confusion that is casted, because we've seen on many of the ballots you have 2 or more UDP candidates vying for different constituencies. Do you feel a factor in people not going out and hat their head, if you can, to vote in some of these areas?
Oh, definitely. And you have to understand, we have to keep in mind that a lot of UDPs are not going out, period, right? A lot of people who, traditionally vote for a UDP, they're not taking part in this one. They're doing their own form of protest, right? Because they need their party to get it together. They don't see the direction of the party going in any way that is beneficial to them or their kids or whatever. And that contributes heavily to how voters feel overall about the election process.
It's definite. And I asked that question because I know in Port Loyola there's 3 UDP candidates vying for that area. And I'm looking at the numbers here. 38.20%.
Yeah.
Right? It's apart, even reporting here, we get sort of confused as to which candidate is running for which faction, right? Do you feel, or what would you be your predictions as to the numbers at 6 o'clock? Because now we're on our last 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's 44% right now.
My hope, are we talking Port specifically?
No,
or
we're talking
in general. My hope is for maybe 4 o'clock that things ramp up we have a final 2-hour sprint, which would then reflect an increase in voter turnout, which is what we want. As a nation, we want our people to engage, we want our people to come out. But in cases like Port Loyola that we've seen, 3 candidates, we don't know who to who. It's for some it's comical, and we find it comical, but for some it's very sad. It's a sad situation, and this just lends, more support for the PUP, and it's just an easy win, in my opinion, in these cases, because even in some of the cases where the other factions of the UDP installs leader standard bearers or whatever they want to call them, these people aren't viable candidates in most situations, right? These people are people who have either they're retired, they haven't spent any time in politics, they don't have a track record of community engagement, so they're not giving the people options that we would actually want to come out and consider. So that's a big problem when dealing with voters, especially young people too.
Definitely.
Right? And these are the people who are mostly engaged on Facebook. They're mostly engaged on the news, and just seeing this, it's something that you don't want to participate in, and it's very sad.
It's something that you don't want to participate in. Now, we know that in the last general election, you were vying for the Queen Square constituency, and now we have 2 UDPs and a PUP running in that area. Would you say that with these incidents that are occurring right now with more than 1 UDP standard bearers, would you have put your name in?
No, actually, I wouldn't. I explained to somebody earlier that I like my race to be clear. I like a clear race. I like to understand who my opponent is, and when I look across the other side, I see red, right? And I see one person red. That's my fight. Having these other, it gets complicated and it gets sticky, and it's something that personally, I don't think it would be the right fit for me at this time.
Right.
All right. So, it's a rough one. It's a rough decision. Yeah, of course, And even being up this morning, it was kind of a hard feeling, seeing everybody engaged, seeing everybody hyped up and ramped up. And, I kind of missed the feeling, right? But of course, everything is timing, everything is positioning yourself in the best way possible, right? If you do want to lead in a significant position in this country.
Okay, so I'm understanding that we do have an interview coming from Patrick Faber in the Colette division. So let's tune into that interview now.
All right, welcome back, guys. Big Shilling, Ting, and we're here with Patrick Faber, and of course, it's the Colette area. How are you feeling? How has the machine been working so far for today? What are your expectations so far?
Well, it has slowed down a bit this afternoon, but we're still very optimistic that it has been working in our favor. Our pledges is showing that we are this race, and we're counting on that, but we're not rejoicing just yet. Despite the drums that you hear, we're not rejoicing just yet. We are working to make sure that every voter that we can possibly bring out is brought out by the 6 o'clock hour.
Have you been on the ground since morning doing this? Have you taken a break?
Absolutely. I've been back and forth. I've been in my office. I've been at the 3 polling stations altogether, so I've been on the move, but mostly here at Gwenley's.
How does this compare to other elections?
Well, the energy is here for sure. The PUPs are surely pumped a lot of money into this election. There is no doubt about that. We have to wonder where all this money has come from. We have to question if it is the government's resources, because it is clear that Anthony Marla's resources are here and out here in abundance apparently. But that is another story. Ultimately, the people of Colette will stand strong and have stood strong to it all day. And we believe at the end of the day, we will be, as we always have been, victorious here in Colette.
What has 6 times in this area taught you right now, and where does that experience come in right now?
This is my 6th election, as you mentioned, and every time that I have to face the electorate, it humbles me. It makes me realize again that the power is given by the people. It is power that they lend to you for a period of 5 years, and that you have to come back to them every time you want a renewal to serve them. And that's what it's all about. It is in service to them, and it's a job that I take very seriously, one that I've always wanted, and one that I certainly wish to continue for another 5 years and beyond.
Okay, from now until 6, what's the game plan?
Well, the game plan is to be right here at the gate, embracing the voters. As you know, the way things work, a lot of people wait until the last hour or 2, and we see that already. The voting will now pick up in these last 2 hours, and I intend to be right here at the gate to greet them, to remind them as to why I am the better candidate of the 2 candidates in this election.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Faber.
Thank you too.
All right, there you hear it, folks. Big Shilling, Dutting, and we're in the Colette area, and of course, it's going to be a heated, contested area later on. It's going to be very interesting how this election turns out. Sending it back to studio for Creme TV, Channel 7, XTV that is, and Creme Radio. Dutting.
Here we have an interview coming in from Patrick Faber, who is a UDP candidate for the Colette area. But I've been wanting this for some time, and we now have an update from Port Loyola. Let's see what they have to say about that.
Good afternoon. This is Marcela Maya for Big Shilling Dutting. We are at the Customs Building off Caesar Ridge Road. This is actually the largest polling station for the Port Loyola division, and that means it has 1,931 registered voters. It's already only under 2 hours for the polls to close, and so what I can tell you from looking at the numbers, we've been unable to speak with the incumbent so far. I had shared in a previous report that we were told he had come out here. A member of the security forces has confirmed that he was here, but it appears we just keep missing him. And what I can say from looking at the numbers from the Elections and Boundaries website is that voter turnout in this division of 4,804 voters is pretty low. It's under 40%, and we all know what that means in terms of who it favors, right? I do want to share numbers from last general elections in 2020, where you had a voter turnout super high in this division of 77.36%, right? But again, we've been following everything ahead of this election, hearing that it is just a check mark for the incumbent People's United Party. And in terms of this being a unique division, having so many UDP candidates on the ballot, the reality is that you'd expect their votes are going to be split up as a result of that, right? 3 candidates. But we are going to keep reporting here. I just want to show you a little bit how out here looks. This is going to be the counting station for this division. This is the PUP camp, a larger tent than what you see for the United Democratic Party Shyne Barrow candidate Nelma Mortis, Dr. Nelma Mortis, or Big Shilling Duting, Marisol Amaya.
That is something there. That is some news there. But we also have an interview. We're going to Cayo now, firstly with Belmopan and then Cayo South. We have an interview with John Saldiva coming up. Stay tuned.
This is Chantal Magdaleno Petso reporting for 7 News XTV for the Big Shilling Duting. I am presently in San Martin area of Belmopan at polling station number 86, St. Martin's Government School. And again, this is the polling station that has the most action for the day. Across the street from where I'm standing is the PUP mobilization camp. It has remained active all day. The mayor and the area rep are presently here at this station, and it remains the same. There's a little bit of UDP supporters across the street under the UDP tent, and Mr. Ralston Fraser is alone under his tent without anybody there supporting him. This has remained a very active polling station throughout the day today, and I anticipate that after the polls are closed for today, that these people will go to meet the other supporters in front of the Belmopan Comprehensive School. That will be the counting station for today. So reporting for 7 News, CREM, and XTV, this is Chantal Magdaleno Petso for the Big Shilling Duting.
LJ reporting from Belmopan, the big thing, the Big Shilling. I'm here with the UDP standard bearer, Mr. John Saldiva. How has the day been so far for you?
So far, it's been very efficient. We've been able to bring out our people. The overall turnout is low, but I don't believe that that's a reflection of our machinery. I believe the other side might be having trouble convincing their people to come out.
I wanted to speak about your machinery because, you know, it's no secret that there's 2 UDP candidates in Belmopan. Your machinery seems to be bigger than his. Is that an indication that, you know, you have the people by your side?
Well, there's only one UDP in Belmopan, and that's a UDP led by John Saldiva. Anything else is just insignificant.
How has your day been? I mean, have you been visiting the different polling stations? What has your day looked like?
Yes, I've been going from polling station to polling station, visiting, being with my campaigners as they try to bring out the people and giving them that motivation. So I don't stay in one spot. Yeah. I keep moving.
So we're a little bit under 2 hours until the polls close. Are you feeling nervous leading up to the polls being closed, and how will you spend this remaining time?
Well, I'm very happy with our turnout and with the overall and our comparisons. And so I'm being satisfied with that. We're just going to push a little bit harder in the next 2 hours to try to, what I think is extending the lead. I hope that's what it is. I hope that my numbers are not fooling me.
Where does your confidence come from in these general elections?
In terms of the people and all the work that I've done with them, I think as I've campaigned around Belmopan, that is what is being reflected. That they are able to now compare myself and the current era rep. And seems to be Saldiva by a mile.
So last thing now, predictions. When the returning officer come out and say the new era rep is?
I cannot give you a prediction, I can give you a hope.
What's the hope?
And my hope is that I will come out the victor, and I do believe that the people of Belmopan understand what has happened in the last 4 years.
Perfect. Any last message to maybe some voters who are on the fence about wanting to come out and cast their vote?
Well, when you don't participate, you allow others to decide for you. And I don't think anybody wants to be in that position. So come out and let your voice be heard.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Mr. Saldiva.
All right.
Signing off from Belmopan, the Big Shilling, do the thing.
Of that interview coming in there from John Saldiva himself. Interesting character in this whole scenario, right?
Very interesting.
We firstly want to just air some footage of the mess up area. Apparently there is the Shyne Barrow tent that is looking pretty lonely. Ooh. Yes. That is something. That is, if that's not a message. Ooh.
Are we witnessing the end of an era, Brandon, or is that just one? Let's see the others.
Across from the PUP. Wow.
Oh, man.
And this is on Amara Euphrates, Amara Avenue.
Ouch.
Wow.
Ouch. It's not
I wonder if the rumors that he was leaving the country are true, no?
Well, I saw a short interview this morning where he said it's not, but, you know, we never know. Shyne is an unpredictable guy, so I don't know.
Well, that's the thing as well, but I mean, that is damning footage.
Yeah, it's not a good look for any candidate, especially a leader of the opposition. You know, that's rough footage, rough.
That is.
Very rough.
But, I mean, it is the nature of elections, it is the nature of politics.
Correct.
All is fair in love, war, and politics, as Baby Beef says, right?
That's right.
But I want to jump back to John Saldiva himself, right? We've seen his reign in politics beginning from way back to now, and it's been a rocky road recently, especially with the designation of him being corrupt by the U.S. government. Now he's flying back again in an area. We've seen him lose the last election, and now he's back again after the whole Shyne and him turmoil for a bit, and now on the Tracy Panton's faction. What do you have to make about John Saldiva himself?
Mr. Saldiva was, I believe, at one point, probably one of the hottest Arabs that we have ever seen in terms of countrywide. You know, he was everywhere. His face was everywhere, always in the news. And so he was always mobilizing people. He had that gusto, right? So to see him today in a much more sober tone, very lonely in that footage that we've seen there, it shows a different light of a different man to me. And you know, I don't think it helps. Again, the factions within the UDP, he says there's one UDP, but the ballot says otherwise, right? So I don't think that helps the situation for him, being that, all right, well, it's not clear as who is the leader of the UDP in that division. And it doesn't help him as well because, obviously, the era rep in Belmopan is really making grounds. I mean, anybody could say that in 2020, you know, the breeze may blow in favor of the PUP, but you can't depend on that 4 or 5 years later.
Definitely.
You know what I mean? You have to put in the work, and just by the footage that we've seen there, it shows that the era rep has his foot on the ground. They have their organization team working, and I guess their pledges are coming out as well. And when we see the results of it, I do believe Belmopan is staying blue, you know, nonetheless. And we've seen the era rep deliver the city council elections as well.
Right.
So I don't see any indication that Belmopan will be going back to UDP. I think the era rep there is only getting stronger, and so it's telling for John Saldiva, and it's a rough, compromising position to be in if I was him, you know.
All right. So I'm being told that we are now going to get an update from Dangriga. Dangriga is at this point 31.72%.
31?
Very peculiar circumstances because there's no UDP candidate. There's only Dr. Luis Abane and Cyril Garcia, the independent.
So that's just
it's a reflection of what is happening.
PUP voters there.
So let's hear an update from Dangriga.
Big Shilling do things. I'm at Toledo East, polling area 95. As you can see, I would say dismal is the word to describe the turnout or the amount of voters the seat trickle in. It's been so throughout Dangriga. I've been at Delil, or I've been at Segadar also, and pretty much there's not a lot of voters coming out at this time. I believe around 5:30, 6 o'clock, that movement of the turnout that people would expect we should be seen at that time. But as for now, as you can see, this is what it looks like here at Ecumenic at Holy Ghost, following era 95. Big Shilling to things. With that, I'm out.
Yes, and there we have an update there coming in from Dangriga, but I'm told that we have another update from the Port Loyola division. Okay. Coming from one of the independent candidates.
Afternoon, so I'm with Mr. Tablada from the People's Development Movement. I believe you are one of like 4 candidates within the Belize district who are running for the third party, Yellow. Mr. Tablada, you are running for the Port Loyola division. One of 5 candidates. Talk to us about how it's been so far with only less than 2 hours remaining for polls to close.
Well, the way I see it, look like I got it, because what happened, some people will have on blue shirt, they tell me they're going to vote for me, so I hope they do the right thing when they reach in the line, when they go in the line.
Do you believe that they would have done so? I'm not sure what kind of work you had put in before this day, before the actual poll, to convince them.
Well, the people, they know who me, because of that somebody, once I have it, I want to give it. So
I mean, were you able to go around to campaign to all places?
Yeah, I can't reach all places because I'm me one, but end of the day, I reach a place where I know some people need assistance.
And now, for today, it's only you, in terms of a machinery, going up against a mammoth in the person of the incumbent. If you look at their tent, you don't even have a tent.
Well, end of the day, they're not nice in the market, and I have to check your change. I don't worry about the crowd, because the crowd not afraid to me yet.
So you feel like you got this? You feel like you will unseat the incumbent?
Yeah, small like small, big trees, so I don't care how big thing.
So all that you've done today, you yourself have been going around. What has it looked like to get voters out?
Well, the people, they tell me they want to come up on their own, some, and they tell me I can pick them up.
How many people have you picked up?
Several right now. I can't count because I just pick up, drop off, pick up, drop off. So end of the day, I feel good because the thing where I do right now, I feel like I got there now.
But don't you think that politics has progressed in this country where people actually expect to be paid? We know that no one should sell their vote. Votes should not be bought, but it happens. That's the reality.
Well, you see the money where they get their people, and they see the money where they get their back for a long time, when they hold back. With the government, they hold back for get it. So that ain't one money they get, so I don't know what they get happy for $50, around $100. After that, 4 years are changing or sitting again, so I don't know how long $50 last day.
Will you do this again, say you lose?
Well, I ready. Once I live in, I ready. I ready.
And did you get pledges of a number of voters?
Yeah, I get a couple.
What are you going to do in the remaining less than 2 hours?
Well, I just pick up people because they tell me to pick up, but because they want to come vote, but they say when the sun drops, so they're going to come out. So that'll be the crunch time when everybody will come out. So.
Were people confused in terms of what's happening regarding the mass partisans? So?
Yeah, because.
Do you feel like people were swayed to vote for a third party because of what's happening?
Not really, because what happened, some people don't know how to vote. They feel like this is like city council because of Faber is in one era. Right. So what happened, a young man tell me he can't vote for me, but he voted for Usher too, so that's spile.
That will hurt you.
It really hurt, because you can't help me, you can't hurt.
You can't help her.
Yeah, you can't help me, you can't hurt me, so I know we're not going to vote.
All right, how was it in the days leading up to the election? Did you get any sleep at all?
Well, I'm comfortable now because I got nothing to lose.
You got nothing?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. All right. This was Mr. Tablada for the People's Democratic Movement. I am really glad Mr. Wilmore Tablada, there you see he's going around in his van with his flyers. Solo, one-man job for the People's Democratic Movement in the Port Loyola division. I had not caught up with him earlier, but he says he's been working to get out his voters as well. We'll see how it goes. Only a few more hours left for polls to close at 6 p.m. If you have not come out and you do still intend to come out and vote, exercise your right, please do so in the last remaining less than 2 hours of 2025 general elections. Is the Marisola Maya, Big Shilling, do Ting.
We have that interview from Port Loyola with the independent
very confident independent candidate.
He's the only independent candidate running there.
In Port Loyola, yes. Right. Correct.
So, guys, we have now received the 4 o'clock update as to the numbers from the Belize Elections and Boundaries Department. Can we put that up on the screen so we can go through it? Because now we see those numbers an hour
increasing?
And a half before the actual close of the polls at 50.64%. So we just
hit the halfway point.
The halfway point, right? Which is, for me, we know that there's usually a boom happening between
in the
these
evening
hours.
times,
Correct, right? Albert still in the lead with 65.51%, followed by Corozal North, which is interesting.
Yeah.
They were below. They were below, yes, and now they have gone up in numbers at 64%. Queen Square, lagging at 61.83%, followed by Lake Independence. All right, Toledo West has dropped as well. If we go down, I'm seeing Stann Creek West still at 36.55%, and as I was explaining to Zenaida earlier, that is the largest constituency. So we're looking at people not coming out to vote there. Orange Walk Central, I feel like should have more, 52.77%. Just 52.77%. Corozal Bay as well.
All PUP.
Corozal as well, coming with 54.16, and that is another Corozal Bay. That is another heated area that we're looking at. And Mesop, 57.97%.
I think we're all waiting to hear how Mesop is doing.
Yes, I think that is one of the main areas. I'm looking to see Cayo though. Cayo North 53.83.
Okay.
Cayo West 53.27. Cayo South 50.75. And Belmopan 47.84%. Cayo Central 43.16. So
we're seeing everyone around that 50 mark, no?
And
more or less.
And dropping below, right?
Correct.
But I want to get to Lake Independence now. 61.63%. It has fallen. It has fallen again. It was first being led by Toledo West.
Correct.
Now it has fallen below Corozal North. So how was the vibe there? I know you said you were campaigning there in Lake Independence earlier, Alan.
Well, I've been in Lake since 6 a.m. this morning. Of course, working with the Deputy Prime Minister, just kind of soaking in, the greatness of his ground organization. And I must say, he treats every election the same way, right? So I don't see any big dip in his voter turnout. He's pushing each street captain out there from morning, making sure that they're updating their list, making sure that they're bringing out their people. Opponent or not, strong opponent or not, he doesn't see the opponent, he just sees his people coming to the polls. And it's an excellent attitude to have. It's an excellent strategy. Okay. And his demeanor and his attitude all day was just humble, So for the most of the day, I saw him there, and you would think the man is losing, right? You think the man is down, but,
Alan, I'm being told that we have an update, from Caribbean Shores with Karim Musa.
Okay.
So let's hear more from him.
Good afternoon, Belize. This is Giovanni O'Brien again, reporting from Caribbean Shores. Once again, we're joined by the incumbent, Karim Musa. Sir, how are you feeling now?
I'm feeling absolutely wonderful right now. We're approaching the evening hours, and we're expecting a huge surge at the end here to take us over that 60%. That's what we're hoping for. I think right about now we are close to, if not over 45%.
And the heat, is it playing a role in this?
It is, but surprisingly, people are still coming out, which is a good thing. It only means that moving on into the evening, even more and more people will be coming out.
And this was a decision under your ministry, but do you think that making today a holiday affected it any kind of way?
I don't think so. I think it's a plus because people have more time. I know that a lot of people work out district and would not have made it into their respective constituencies if it were not not a holiday. I know that employers have to give time off, but at the same time, I think the holiday affords voters the opportunity to come out and support their candidate.
Any issues you had today?
No issues at all, thank God.
So we're feeling confident?
Very confident.
All right, thank you.
Thank you too.
All right, so once again, Devon O'Brien reporting from Caribbean Shores, or Big Shilling, the Ting.
The PUP candidate there for Caribbean Shores, Karim Musa. And I understand we do have another interview lined up with a young voter. Let's hear what the young voter has to say.
Good afternoon, Belize. This is Chantel Magdalena Petso reporting from polling station number 86 in Garden City, Belmopan, in front of the Belmopan Comprehensive School. I'm here with a young voter. What's her name, hon? So she's a young voter. This is the first time that she's voting in general election. She has already exercised her right to vote in the municipal election last year. And so this is the first time. Why do you think it's very important for you to be a voter in your country?
Well, I think it's very important because we all should, express our rights, all the young people that are around, we are the upcoming generation, will help make this country better.
Very good. And do you think that most of your friends, have you spoke about why it is important to come out and exercise your rights as a citizen in your country?
Well, they're not really into voting. They're not really into voting.
Do you think that when you do not exercise your right to vote that you have a voice?
I believe we do have a voice.
So I want you to encourage other young people who might be registered and haven't come out yet to vote to come out and cast their votes.
Alright, so everybody want to come out. They're still open till at 6 o'clock, 6 p.m. Want to come out and express their right to vote, guys.
I have a message from the young voter, and Alan, I want to get into that specifically, in that a lot of young voters, they just feel like they should not vote. They're really not into politics and say, why is it important that we vote?
It's important because we are voting in 5-year blocks, right? But these policies that we do in 5 years, they have a lasting impact. We are living with policies that have been set since George Price, if you really look at it, right? So this is really, really important for them to get involved in this process. For quite some time, it has always been difficult to get young people out, and we have to credit the PUP for, kind of shifting the dynamic in terms of bringing more young people on ballots. And we've seen it from city council elections. We've seen it 2020 with my candidacy in Queen Square, and we're seeing it now with candidates like Devon Daily and Cayo South in these areas. And I think it's the shift that needs to happen, right?
I want to ask the question as well. We're no stranger to hearing it, that if you don't vote, you don't have a vote, or you don't have a voice.
Correct.
Right? Do you believe in that saying?
That's a very, very tricky argument to make. I do believe that everybody has a voice, right? Because you have some people who are Jehovah's Witnesses who don't believe that their belief doesn't allow them to vote. But still, it's their country. They still very engaged in their communities, and if something affects them, then they must have that right to vocalize that as well, right? But it's just it's a saying that we've been hearing for quite some time. But I do believe if you want to really use your voice or amplify that voice, voting is the way to do so.
All right. So I want to jump a topic a bit before we go on a quick break. You have been on the road during your time vying for Queen Square.
Correct.
You know what the whole campaigning is about, and you've received financing, I would think, during the whole process. Your thoughts on why it is important that we need campaign financing reform and legislation to govern that? Because before we begin, I just have a huge problem with it, that we have NGOs and NPOs, they're being regulated, and they're under strict manners, but we have politicians who willingly, freely, they get money from whosoever, whensoever, and howsoever. Your thoughts?
Of course, for any healthy democracy, for a healthy nation, you have to have these regulations in place. I strongly believe so. I'm a very conventional guy in terms of campaign financing. Most of my elections that I have run, I believe, are very how would I put it? They're very conservative, right? They're very sober. So I try to do a lot with a little, right? So we try to maximize the resources that we have. We try to take advantage of voluntary work and stuff like that. But it's no secret that they have candidates who are extremely well financed, and to me it kind of. You want things to be as equitable as possible, right? You want two candidates who are vying for one position to, be on a same level playing field. I remember going into Queen Square and I had to completely remove the thought of financing in that race because these people are there for 30 years. These people have money flushed with cash, right? So I knew I wouldn't even have a chance if it was a money race. So I have to, show my qualities that I have the most, and I have to show the sides of me that people want to see: the compassion, the focus on the future, the development, the progressiveness. Those are the qualities that I had to show. And of course, I'm thankful for some of the donors who saw my vision and who said, all right, well, this is somebody that I would want to see go further in politics, and they've made their contributions. But that process in itself, if it would be transparent, I would be completely comfortable with that as a candidate, right?
Right.
And I think that is something that needs to be done. It's something that needs to be declared. It's something that needs to, that our government needs to pay attention to, because,
But none of them want to pay attention
no,
to it.
it's a very sticky situation, right, for everybody, not only for the government, not only for UDPs. It's across the board. It's across the board, and it's something that has to come to light soon in this country, at least, right?
All right. Thank you for your thoughts on that.
Of course.
So we will be going to a quick commercial break, but just before we go on that, I just want to big up our sponsors once again. Our corporate sponsors are Cellular World, Oceana, Digi, Smart Belize, Freetown Drugstore, Brothers Habet, Elections and Boundaries Department, and Benny's Home Center. And with the big Shilling sponsors, we have Belize Bank, Full Tech, Barefoot Hotel, Caribbean Sprinter, Jamie Price Piling, J&N's Culture Kitchen, Kahal Pech Village Resort, Rosado's Hardware, Premier Towing, Ruby Jewelry, CG United, and the Human Dignity Trust. So with that, we go to a quick commercial break, and we will be back with more Big Shilling Dutting. Good afternoon and welcome back to Big Shilling Ting. I am your host, Brandon Usher, and I am here now joined with Baby Beef herself, Courtney Menzies, as well as Alan Pollard. So,
Baby Beef?
Yes, Baby Beef. Baby Beef herself.
You know what you're
should be a very interesting thing.
I don't like drama, man, you know, so I rather watch.
You in politics, but you don't like drama. Okay,
imagine spoken like a true politician. But guys, we do have interviews lined up for you, and the first one comes in from the Colette division, Devon Daily, coming into you. So let's hear from him.
Alright guys, now welcome back to Big Shilling Ting. Mr. Fistor here, and we're with Devon, who is going against Patrick for College. It's after 4 o'clock. Were you prepared for what it is today?
I dream of this moment, and I dream of the opportunity to fight for my people. So I'm ready, idea.
Alright, and how has it been looking for you? Because you know your internal machinery. How you feel about today? How you feel the turnout today?
So far, I'm very pleased with the turnout, with what we predicted. Yeah.
You think you've done enough since this morning?
I believe we've made major inroads, yes.
All right, so from now until 6 o'clock, what's your plan? I see you moving around. You're doing what the area reps and politicians do. You look like a senior man in this. I have to hear that. So what's the plan until 6?
Turn up the energy more. All the people when I come out to vote it, we already pledged our support, go out and find it, build the energy. It's up to start.
So your pledges have been coming out, you've been able to meet and bring out who you need to bring out?
Of course, we've made major inroads.
All right, so, and after all that's said and done, when you plan for rest?
After when they come the last one.
The last one?
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Daly, anything, I'm going to leave it at that because I don't want to get into it.
No, man, make me tell them, come out and exercise your right. Come out.
So you've seen the energy build up here to your expectations. You're feeling good?
Of course, feeling really good.
All right, Mr. Daly, thanks very much. All right, so Big Shilling, good thing. That's Mr. Daly. Oh, by the way, at the 4 o'clock count for Khaled, it was 2,072 people who have come out to cast their vote in this area. And of course, you can see it playing out here. So there's the blues over here and there's the reds over there. And I tell you, it's going to get real interesting. I've been saying this from earlier. And so the talk, some people believe that Devon has done enough. And some say that Faber has the experience and his experience will win it for him. But we'll see how it goes. For Big Shilling, good thing. We send it back to studio.
So there we have an interview with Devon Daily himself. But another heavily contested area and a very interesting area that we must visit is the Mesopotamia area. And we have the PUP candidates with an interview. So let's hear more from Mr. Lawrence Ellis.
Big Shilling Ting. We're back here in Mesopotamia with the PUP standard bearer, Lawrence Ellis. Sir, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling pretty good, actually.
How's the energy right now?
It's a bit slow. Everybody's excited, but it's a bit slow. It's early morning. Mesop have only 2,253 voters, so it's always slow in Mesop.
When are you predicting it'll maybe start picking up?
Around mid-morning to midday, and then you catch up again later on in the afternoon.
This morning we spoke to a voter who says they want the Mesopotamia to turn blue. Yes. Is that you think that you have it in the bag?
I believe so. I believe if the voters were truthful, I believe that we're going to have a blue Mesopotamia for the first time in 46 years.
Do you find that people are disillusioned, considering everything that's happening right now, especially with the opposition?
Well, yes, especially in Mesop, the President Stann Barrow, well, he's not well liked in Mesop, and then because of the confusion and because of the two UDPs. But besides that, I believe that we would have won anyway.
Have you seen them around, or have you spoken to them any at all?
I just spoke to Lee Mark. He's a friend of mine. I only met Mr. Barrow once on the campaign trail, but that's about it.
So tell me about your machinery and your camp. How many people do you have deployed right now?
Oh, we have, I think, nearly 100 people out today working. We have help from Fort George also. We have some of their campaigners with us, so we have a full staff out here today.
So you've been going to different homes trying to bring people out?
I've been walking the street from June. So I've been to everybody's house at least two or three times. I think I've touched base with all the voters that I could find, as you know, you can't find all of them. And the ones that I couldn't find, most of them actually reach out to me. So I believe that by the end of the day, we should come out on top.
Does it make you nervous in Yatal that Mesopotamia is one of the most closely watched divisions this elections?
You know, actually, I slept good last night. I thought I was going to be nervous. I wake up this morning. I'm feeling fine. I know everybody says you should be nervous, but I'm really not nervous.
Well, the last time I spoke to Mr. Barrow, he said that the elections would be over by 10, regardless of what the result is. Do you feel the same sentiment?
I would say more by mid-morning we should know more or less where the election is going. I think 10 is a bit early.
So where are you heading to now?
I'm going over to Area 13 by Salvation Army to see the crowd over there.
Great. Thank you so much, Mr. Ellis. And we wish you all the best. Lawrence Ellis, PUP standard bearer for Mesopotamia, out here walking the streets. You know, all of these standard bearers, they'll be walking around. They don't just stay in one camp. There are several polling areas. So they'll be drifting in and out, and we'll be right here catching them throughout the day. So far, like I said, only Mr. Barrow we haven't spoken to as yet. The last time we saw him, he had just arrived at his office, so we're going to check back there to see if we can find him again and see what his predictions are and how he's feeling. So keep it tuned in here. Big Shilling, the Ting.
So that interview was coming from Lawrence Ellis, the PUP candidate for the Mesopotamia area. But people have been asking for it in the chat, and we do have Belize Rural North. The PUP candidate, Marconi Leal Jr. Let's hear more what is happening in the north of Belize.
Well, good afternoon from, this is polling station number 29 in the beautiful village of Crooked Steve Anthony reporting for XTV and Channel 7's Big Shilling. We did a thing. Here I am with the man, Mr. Marconi Leal Jr. How are you, sir?
Definitely happy to be here in Crooked today.
How you sleep last night?
I slept very good.
Very good, very good. Had a good breakfast this morning?
Had a good breakfast.
And how has it been going so far?
It's definitely been an exciting day. The people are coming out in Belize Rural North, and so we're at the last hour now, so we have our team going through the list and trying to get people out.
And everything's been going in your favor, in your view?
Based on our pledges, yes, people are coming out that pledge to come out and support us. Of course, it's been a low voter turnout, but we're mobilizing now to go get the people that had said that they would come out later. They were working to come and be here before 6 o'clock.
Well, if you're a man of politics, you understand that one low voter turnout favors the incumbents, the ones that are in. So that's a good thing. That's a good thing. But you're not no stranger to this, because even when your father was the area rep here, you were always involved. Every time he came around, you were always there. You always had your hands. So this is not nothing new to you.
Definitely not. Definitely not. And we're excited to be here in Coquetry because we know we've done a lot. The number one thing being the paving of the road, the raising of the road.
But we can't get it too big into campaigning. I just want to say this. You still have your energy up there.
Yes, we do.
Yes,
we totally do.
So, and you're looking forward, 6 o'clock when the polls close, we'll be heading over.
We'll be in Sand Hill doing the counting.
In Sand Hill. So I'll see you there.
Sure.
Good luck to you, man, and keep up the good work.
Sure, thank you.
All right. Steve Anthony, along with Marconi Leal Jr. from the beautiful village of Crooked for XTV and Channel 7's Big Shilling with the thing.
Yes, you've just heard from Belize Rural North with Marconi Leal Jr. And interesting, again, I'm just looking at these numbers here, 52% for Belize Rural North. We have, again, Mesop with 57%. And Colette with 57% as well. Just low, and we're now in the last hour.
Yeah.
We're now in the last hour. Courtney, you're now here with us. You were in Queen Square and you were in Mesop as well.
Yeah.
What was the vibe like out there?
Well, I think a lot of the voters came out very early. You know, with Queen Square, it was low. First of all, both Godwin and Shane said that the voter turnout was very low. It was, not what they're used to. I think they're used to, especially when I think Dean Barrow or Sister B was running, it was completely different.
Okay.
In Mesopotamia, we saw like people lining up before the polls opened. One man I spoke to said he made it at 5. Polls don't open till 7.
Wow.
True supporter.
Yeah, he said he messed up and turned blue, but we are same.
No. Okay.
So people were out there in mess up for a long time. They came early. They came to vote. I don't know if that is good or bad for the incumbent. That's yet to be seen. So right now things are really dead. Like I think most people are reporting in constituencies across the country that it's pretty quiet, it's pretty slow. Yeah. In my 2 constituencies, it's definitely died down. I drove around a little while ago, so you saw what happened with Godwin and Shane, and so I dealt with that, and I went by mess up. Mark is out there. I didn't see Mr. Ellis, but I'm sure he's around. I think I didn't see Shyne's vehicle, which is usually where his vehicle is, he is. Yeah. So he may be circling as well. The supporters are out there. The people at the camps are out there, but there's nobody like gathering, all of these people, who usually stick around. Yeah. So it's really dead right now, which is alarming, but not surprising, because I think that we knew it would be a low voter turnout. I think we know that people are very disillusioned, and I think that for various reasons. You have the issues with the UDP. You have everybody thinking, oh, the PUP doesn't win. Yeah. You have, not agree to hard about that one there. Right, so you have a lot of different reasons why, and then the holiday, maybe people decide that's not stay home. A lot of different reasons for why people would not want to come out.
But there's a big issue as well, and I don't think we've touched it today, the redistricting, and how we saw the case of Jerry Enriquez in the court, and him saying on TV that, I urge the people not to go to vote because redistricting first, and then we have a fair election. He's calling this election unfair completely, right? So what are your thoughts on why redistricting? Or why not redistricting?
I do 100%. I mean, everyone does agree that we need to redistrict. It's something that needs to be done, right? I think the urgency of it and the timing, there was a lot of factors. The presentations that were put forward by the government were not accepted or were not received with great praises by everybody, right? So I don't think...
When you say everybody...
Around the table. I'm not around that table, so I can't tell you
both
names.
Sides.
Both sides is what I'm saying. Both sides. So that's one thing, and I don't give credit to I wouldn't give that enough clout to say, all right, well, redistricting is one of the reasons why we're not coming out.
Yeah, I don't think so.
I wouldn't give it all of that, right? The process has to happen. I agree. Just because we've seen the variances between constituencies, one constituency in the same city, like in a small geographic space, one having 6,000 and one
30,000,
2,000. Yeah. It's ridiculous, right? And it's something that we have just accepted for quite some time, and we just roll with it, right? And I do believe that now is the time for us to go through that process. I mean, I could imagine even for the ones who have large constituencies, I could imagine one area representative having 10,000 voters, 20-something villages having to navigate that. It's extremely tiresome, right? And I don't see it being something that's efficient, and I don't think it's something that it's fair to all the Arabs and fair to the voters as well.
All right. So with the redistricting, not being such a big factor, what would you say then would be the major factor as to this today?
The erosion of our democracy, sir. Opposition, we need an opposition. We need the opposition to get it together. I know everybody said, well, when the PUP, they just say that, right? We enjoy the fruits of not having an opposition, but things like this happen. We're not seeing the full potential of our standard bearers, of our area reps. You know how upset a lot of people are that they are not getting an election. They're not getting a chance to test their machinery. They're not getting a chance to actually see how their people are interacting with the voters or how the voters are receiving them. That is something that you want to test. That is something that you want to go through and embrace, right? Yes, it's an expensive endeavor. However, it's something that you plan 5 years for, right? And we need to have it. I mean, having these automatic wins is not something that we want to see in our democracy. Having two leaders of one opposition is not something that we want to see right now in our democracy. So I just think that needs to, before we think about anything else, I mean, redistricting is a big issue, but we need the opposition to get it together. Need it urgently.
But Alan and Courtney, please chime in on this as well. But you said democracy is at stake here, but we as a culture, if you look on some of the comments, if you hear people making a mockery out of it, now a laughing stock.
It is. It's coming
We're
up.
taking democracy as a laughing stock. It is.
Correct.
It is a culture of just, as we say, take bad thing, make laugh.
And
right?
that we culture, though. I mean,
Right. So how do we change it? Because democracy is a very important factor into our own.
That's how we cope with our pain, and we have to admit that some of the things that we're seeing is unprecedented one, and some of the things that we're seeing as we have some characters we just have to, indulge in the comedy, and it's wrong, and I agree, and it's something that we need to treat fast and urgent. But what do we do now? We're at a point where I believe even after this election, we don't think this election is a fix-it-all for the UDP. I don't think so.
Definitely not. They might emerge more broken than ever.
Exactly. And
especially if none of the two leaders, when we were discussing it, the possibility of the two leaders of the both factions not winning, what happens then? Who takes over the reins? Somebody who's elected into the House will have to take over the reins, and it's not going to be a majority.
It's not.
So the bench is going to be small of possible potential leaders.
Correct.
And so this is really I want to say make or break for the UDP, but even if they get a good number of seats, it's still not making them. They still have to go through a whole process of rebuilding and unity and all of these things. But then it could also mean the start of something new. I don't know what that new thing looks like, but you asked what's the solution to this? It's difficult to say because our political history is just cyclical.
Right.
You have the UDP till you're tired of them, then you're voting the PUP.
Yeah.
You have the PUP till you're tired of them, then you're voting the UDP. It just goes round and around. And then on that same ENB website, when it goes to the historical voter turnout, I think it was 2003, if I'm not mistaken, or 2008, one of them had a really high number, like 90-something% of the population.
That's when somebody's getting voted out.
Right. That's what I think that was when
the PUP got in.
Yes, that was
Shyne Musa.
Yes, and then after that, then the UDP got in, and then again you saw a surge in 2020 when the PUP got back in. So people come out when they're tired.
Yeah.
And so people might be tired, but it's not like they have another viable option.
Yeah.
So there's no point in coming out, or in their minds, there's no point in coming out. And then even if you come out and you're voting the UDP, then what? The same thing for the next 5 years. We don't have to. Ideals of both parties are the same.
Correct.
It's not like we have two separate. It's not like Republican and liberal that we're voting for.
Yeah, but we do have in the PUP's event. We do have our social justice platform that we have. I think clearly separates us, and I'm not being the spokesperson of the PUP here. But it's clear. I personally don't like to be generalized or put in that category of the UDP. And these things don't happen like what is happening in UDP if you have a strong foundation. And I've always said this, right? And my whole thing is, it all comes down back to candidates, right? We're seeing these low voter turnouts, but when you see the young candidates installed, who's leading the trail right now for voter turnout? We're seeing, yes, nationally we're down, but we're seeing a surge in Albert. Yeah. We're seeing a surge in College. It means people are excited for the candidates that we're seeing in there. And I think at the end of the day, that's something that each party has to take seriously. And the UDP is going, I know their talent pool might be limited right now, but they have to go to younger candidates. And I think that's the answer at the end of the day.
But it is. And I want you to leave a message to younger people out there. You were a candidate in the last election as well. What type of guts do you have to have in order to actually, one, be labeled into a party? Because we know that victimization is rampant out there, or political opinion. And what does it take in order to actually get as close as you did in the last election?
I mean, of course, it's making sure that who you align yourself with are people who, those ideals that I was just telling you about that are so different. I look at the foundation of the PUP, the social justice platform, and how we do business there, right? And what we stand for and what we represent, that is something that I can align myself with as a young person, right?
So you looked at both parties, you would say?
Of course. I have my, daily biases with the PUP, of course. My dad, and the Deputy Prime Minister have some history there, and I that's somebody I look up to. So I could definitely see myself aligning with people like that.
Right. I feel though like it's still a heavy risk. That
it is.
Take, right.
100%.
As Mr. Harold Young said earlier, it's that yes, you could could vote in the best candidate or whatever. The party still runs. So whatever the party say, you have to do.
Exactly. And there's still the trials of that the young people they still face. I mean, I'm one of them. I went through it. But my stories of resilience. We still there. We're still embraced by the party. I still embrace the party, and we're working forward to find an amicable solution of how we could how we could better serve the party. And I think that is something that we have to look forward to. And I think it's now that the UDP has to do that introspection and start to look at younger candidates. I think people out there want to run, and yes, those fears do exist in young people's mind. But I do believe that at the end of the day, it should be about service. I was quite refreshed. Like I'm quite comfortable hearing Mr. Tablada's, his pitch and his confidence. Because it doesn't matter which party you align yourself with. It's service at the end of the day, and you're supposed to be proud to serve your people. Being a politician, it has all its it's the stains, the stories, and all of that. But it's still an honorable profession in my eyes. It's still, we're giving our lives to serve others, and for me, I think that's the message that we want to send young people. We can't have them just focusing on the negatives, because the negatives in anything, you could have a regular 9-to-5 job, 8-to-5 job, and the negatives will be there. So I wouldn't put that out there for something to discourage them.
I mean, it's dispelling that negativity, right? Because if you have one scale here and you look on the amount of corruption and everything, people feel like they can't go in it. I want to be labeled as corrupt. I want to be labeled as this. It is a lot to dispel, and we had Zenaida on earlier talking about changing the culture itself.
Right. Correct.
From schools actually introducing them into politics and whatever. But I don't think that might easy. I don't think that's going to be easy.
And the thing is, I think you have to be willing to fight and die for your party. Like, they test you. They test you to make sure that you're loyal. They don't want any wishy-washy, flaky people.
Correct, of course.
So you have to be willing. And then
that's every organization. I mean, we don't want you to double wrong in the next media
but
house.
You think I was dead?
You know what I mean?
But when I put my life on the line. But I think you have to be following along the party first. Sometimes it's not like you could just jump in one day and say, well, I want to run.
Correct.
You have to be... There's, I guess, prerequisites and stuff that you have to meet before you
have to serve, man. Any capacity. If it's the youth group, if it's just in your community, just find a way to serve, and that's always been my position from the beginning. My response to young people: you don't have to go shit that minister, bro. Like, just start small, start in your league community, and trust me, people will find you. Right, the right people will find you if you do something good. Right?
All right. So we are told that we have Orange Walk coming into the interviews, and we begin this by interviewing Kevin Bernard, the PUP candidate for Orange Walk East.
Yeah.
Hi, good evening. This is Charles Cullen with Channel 7 here at Big Shilling Do Things. We're here with Mr. Kevin Bernard. He's currently here. We just want to ask him a few questions in regards to how he's feeling this evening, late in the evening this time. How are you feeling, sir?
As I had said earlier this morning to the interviewers, that in the latter part of the afternoon, we will see our voters starting to come out in more numbers. I can report that while we are already over the 50%, this will go between now and 6 o'clock to about 70 to 75%. However, that is the overall voter turnout that we expect. When it comes to our pledge voters, we are a very high margin. I can tell you, in Champagne Ridge, we are over the 85% pledge voters turnout. In all the rural villages, like in Santa Marta and Palmar and in the and Carmelita area, we are already over the 60%. We are leading up to the 70% voter turnout. Once we get that, here in Tong, our pledge voter turnout is already almost at 60%. So we are going to ensure that at the end of the day, we bring a big victory for the people.
And that's one more question. Tell me, how many people are here working for you today?
We have several people.
Several people.
Yeah, but the main workers, I think about 40 people, but all these other people are just here supporting the party.
Okay. Any other challenges that you were having today?
No, nothing. There's no challenge. This is a regular campaign, regular election day for us. We just have to ensure that we get in the work, and we are doing that. My people are taking out their people, and the people are coming out. Some of them are coming out willingly in support of us. But at the end of the day, when the votes are counted, you will see that Orange Walk East will once again go for the People's United Party.
All right, we're here from Mr. Bernard, right? I want to thank you so much. We're reporting here from the Louisiana Government School here with Channel 7. Big Shilling Do Things. Charles reporting. Have a great day.
So there you have it from the incumbent, Kevin Bernard for Orange Walk East. But guys, someone has been called back to the battleground.
Yes, we have half an hour before the polls close, so I have to get back and see what's happening in Mesopotamia and Queen Square.
Yes.
You know, T-minus 30 minutes until
the polls officially close.
Yeah, we see what happens with...
If you have not gone out to vote as yet, wherever you are in our country, please go and do so, should you wish to. Right? I have to say that because, yeah.
A lot of people do wait until like the last minute to come out. I don't think that's the case in this case.
Yeah.
Well, I'm going to say all day that sun hot, so I'm going to give people what they breathe off to make it cool up. It's very hot out there.
Yeah, so we'll have to
But now we have a little shade, guys, so people, please get to the polls, man. I mean, whoever you decide to support, please get to the polls, exercise that right.
Even if it's skylit.
So
I don't deal with that. I don't endorse that, guys.
Here,
Thank you guys too.
We will be going to a interview with the PUP candidate for Orange Walk South, Mr. Abelardo Mai.
Reporting for Big Shilling Do Ting, and I am presently with the incumbent, Mr. Jose Abelardo Mai. How do you think it is going, Mr. Abelardo?
It could be better. It could be better. Our people are coming out to support the party. We are way ahead of the UDP from our numbers. It's clearly visible.
What strategy are you using for the people to come out and vote?
The work we've done. We've worked for 4 years. We've recovered the economy. People have not only a job, they have a good job. They have a good paying job. And that is what's important in this constituency. This constituency is 80% agriculture. They depend on agriculture directly or indirectly. When the agriculture sector is up, the people are up. When the sector is down, the people are down.
How do you think will be the turnout in Orange Walk South?
A blowout. The people will win by a blowout.
Generally, we have been noticing that there is a low turnout countrywide. Why do you think that is occurring?
I guess for a number of reasons. Right? There's no pollution. Some of our people are complacent and say, man, why go off vote? We don't win anyway. That is, I think, the main reason. One of the main reasons, right? And so, to me, it's just a sign that our people are complacent and say, man, the UDP is a no-show. But I don't win this thing. Let us relax.
From what you have experienced today, which one is the lowest turnout in Orange Walk South?
I don't recall. But we have had very good turnouts in the last elections.
Okay. Anything else you want to add, Mr. Abelardo?
I was encouraged the people you have.
The PUP incumbent, Abelardo Mai for Orange Walk South. And, well, I mean, I hope the numbers are coming in. I do see an update here on our site, but Alan, so you will know that you have to go vote, so we'll release you in a few. But yes, thank you so much for joining us here on the show today.
Of course.
And any last words to try to get these people out within the next 30 minutes?
Yeah, we still have a lot of time, guys. Please, you could get to the polls if you live in the city. If you live in the villages, please arrange for your pickup. If you don't have a ride, they have all these constituencies who have guys working. Just please come out to the polls, make your voice amplified, make your voice heard. We need people to be a part of this process, and I believe that it's just a very rare case we're seeing here.
Be a
However,
part of
though,
history, really. Yeah.
I want to say that, you know, this sun gone on a little bit and it's not as hot. So please get involved in the process. Vote for whoever you feel is the best candidate for your constituency and just be a part of the process. It's such an amazing thing to be a part of, especially young people. Be a part of the process. Go vote. You know.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Alan. Thank you so much for those wise words. And guys, just like that, we go to our next commercial break and we will be right back. Stay tuned. Jules.
Famous and infamous.
Yes.
Yes.
How will it go?
Well, I've been looking at the election all day. We call it the big shilling, but when I went out there today, it looked like the big chilling or the big shelling.
Yeah.
It was so dead, and it didn't have the normal energy of an election day. I know it's a holiday, but certainly we are seeing an electorate that's not highly enthused or engaged, certainly not by the opposition or the ruling party.
Right.
And, I think we can go over the 5 p.m. numbers, and those numbers will reflect that it is a sluggish turnout so far. I think it's 57%.
Correct.
Right. So let's share the numbers.
Right. So 57.23% overall voter turnout. We've seen that number jump from, I think the last number was 48, if I'm not mistaken, in the 4 o'clock numbers there. But Corozal North has jumped forward to 72.13%. They were lagging along around 4 or 5 usually, but Lake Independence has gone up as well. Corozal Southeast and Lake Independence.
Lake Independence has been among the highest polling areas all day, percentage-wise. But Corozal North, unlike most divisions that taper off in the afternoon, it's actually been picking up.
Yes.
In the 3 p.m. At 3 p.m. it had the most votes of the day. So that shows an interesting situation there. Maybe Man Mededa Cane Field or came in, because we know that it's a very cane-heavy area, cane farming-heavy area.
But Jules, about Albert now, 68.27%. They were leading all day.
They were leading all day, right? I know they've fallen behind, but it's still unusual, I think, for Albert to be way at the front. But what's interesting, if we look at Albert numbers, you'll see that, if we could bring back the numbers, the bar graph. If we look at the bar graph, you'll see at 5 p.m. that between 4 and 5 p.m. how few people voted. It was only 29, as opposed to between 7 and 8 a.m. when 391 voted. That's when the polls open.
Okay.
Usually that's indicative of an operation. We have to be real. Elections, politics in Belize is transactional. When you see a big rush like that at 8 a.m., at between 7 and 8, that means that this is the crowd that has been paid to come out early, shock and awe.
Okay.
And then later on in the day, all that first adrenaline or first money is finished, and then coming on to 5 p.m. you meet the stragglers.
Right.
And this is how politics works in Belize. The stragglers go for a higher price. So we will see a jump on that low 5 p.m. When we see the 6 p.m. numbers, we will see an increase, I expect, from 29 votes. But those are people holding out now. That 29 vote means man and woman, they hold out. I think you said you have an interview, Brandon?
Yes, we do have an interview now with Anthony Mahler, actually. So let's get to that interview.
The representative for Pixar.
Yes.
All right, guys, Big Shilling do Ting, and we found the man who has already won, and he's in Khaled. So let's get a quick snapshot of what you think of the election today. What's your vibe?
Well, we've been moving our people from 7 o'clock this morning, and the work continues up until the polls are closed. And so the work still continues, and we still have more people to come up. The overall voter turnout is a bit lower than anticipated, but it can be attributed to many things. The divide in the UDP, holiday, people not here, and so we have to continue to work.
Interestingly, you're in Khaled, and the incumbent for this area has accused of, you know, Mala being in his division, pumping resources. What say you to that?
Well,
comment?
I'm the deputy party leader for the People's United Party in the East, and it is my responsibility to help as many people as possible. Our machinery is helping all across the city, so it's not only in Khaled.
So it's a part of the game plan to spread the resources and get the job done. That's what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
All right. So you've been moving around from area to area.
Yeah.
What say you? How does it look?
Well, you never know until the votes are counted, and so. But from the pledges, it looks good here. It looks good in Albert, and from what I hear, it looks good in the south.
All right. So yeah. So what does a win again mean for the People's United Party? We know what it means, but what it means
for Plan Belize 2.0 will be rolled out, and we continue the work that we've done over the last 4 years and 4 months. And there's so much work to be done. There's still so much poverty. There's still so much ignorance. There's still so much drug abuse. There's still many people who need a decent home. Many young people need to go to school. So the work continues, man.
So you've secured your seat, but your day started with the same enthusiasm as if you worked?
Well, I have to, right? But I wasn't amped up like I am in Pitstock, no?
Okay.
And so a lot of my supporters wanted to work, wanted to support, they wanted to come out. And so that's what...
Have you gotten any feedback from Devin about, his progress in this area for today?
Well, for 4 months to look at this here blue, from what I understand, they've never seen this on Antelope Street and this era before at this polling station as when this. And so it means that we're fighting, and usually the incumbent has a comfortable lead, but I don't think so today.
All right, here you go. Mr. Mala, thank you very much for your time. And at 6 o'clock, it's all over and the counting starts.
It's almost there.
Yeah. All right, thanks.
Respect.
All right, guys, Big Shilling, do Ting. We're in Khaled, yo, and it's getting real.
Have that interview with the PUP representative for PIX.
I'll just zone in on 2 words.
Yes.
We're fighting. He's not confident of a victory, but the PUP never even have a chance in that constituency. So even that they're within fighting distance is a success for them. And we see that those large numbers, indeed he's right. And we know that Faber has been this is one of the campaigns Faber has done. We can see it on screen now. Take Mala money, vote for Faber.
Wow.
But close. We see that turnout here is 62%, which is in the last election, I think they had 80+% in 2020. But we see voting consistent throughout the day, and I think that one will be very close. And I want to think that the PUP camp believes they are within range of beating the incumbent Faber, but I will not count out Mr. Faber. He's a scientist, he has a good operation, but he's in the thick of a fight. You have more to give us.
The polls are almost closing now, 12 minutes to go, but we have interviews coming from Toledo East with Mr. Wilmore here, who is the PNP, the People's National Party candidate, and we'll hear from him, and then we'll get an update from LJ Wade from Cayo South. So let's tune into those.
Good evening, viewers, home and abroad. This is Ethan Chub for Channel 7, Big Shilling do Ting. We're here with Mr. Wilmore here, the candidate for the PNP party. Mr. Wilmore, how are you feeling as of this evening?
I feel like I got a big shilling. I like the slogan, the big shilling. Yes, yeah. Big shilling there, a PG. Yeah. But yeah, how am I feeling? I feel good, you know what I mean? Like, I think the people are speaking across the country. You could see the low voter turnout. I mean, I heard that one area just had 30-something turnout. So people are disappointed. And I want to say exactly what I've always been saying. People are disappointed in the electoral process. They are disappointed in the way the Elections and Boundaries Commission have conducted elections and run elections in this country. It's a waste of time. It's a Jankuno election. That's not what we do. Jankuno election, we have the Belize. We have an election and boundaries commission there. I don't blame the workers at the election and boundaries. I they blame them guys who sit on the commission and the CEO and they one, the big one there. Jankune election, this is an illegal election. You know, I mean, it's the people have spoken really. The low voter turnout, that's what's being said. That's what's going on out there. The evidence is there. I mean, overall, I feel good. I come out here, I give the people an option, but the people have their say. And by the low voter turnout, they have their say. I mean, you look on the, I mean, you look at the, I mean, when you hear the area rep or the proposed area rep or the man with the run for the other party, what talk about, he brag about 1,000 breakfast he give to the crowd this morning. So what happened to tomorrow morning? Can't give that too? You know, you can't go and think that you could buy an election. That ridiculous, man. And then I think that one of the other people tell me that he said, oh, this is he kind of disappointed that the PNP never had a tent out. Hey, that's our choice. We just choose not to participate in an illegal election like that. So that's our choice. But overall, people are saying, look, you know what? We're glad you give us this option. Some of us don't want to come out. That's their way of saying that they're dissatisfied with the process. We are here. They can't say that that was not an option, so we give the people the option. I feel good about it. The response I get from the people has been very, very positive. And at the end of the night, we will see what the actual percentage is of the voters that came out today.
That's true. So, Mr. Will, win or lose, will you be going for another term in the next 5 to 4 years?
It's you know, one thing I've learned in this life: never say never. That's right. But I could tell you one thing: I'm motivated, and even if I don't run, I'm working with the young people to really build this nation. And we must fight back against the corruption. We must fight back against the injustices that's taking place. You know, when you have an election and boundaries department that should be separate from the governmental interference, it's not happening, and the evidence is there. But my thing is, I will continue to work with young people to educate them about voting in Belize so that people can take a stand. I will continue to. You know, I've been in this for a long time, and for me, it's fun because when I do things, it's fun. And if I'm doing fun and making my country a better place, I am doing the right thing. It's like if I go to the bar and I will have a cocktail, I will have a cocktail that's beneficial to the planet. That's why I drink Kopali rum.
Okay, that's true, that's true. So, Mr. Will, what do you have to say to your voters who voted for you today?
I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart that they have come out. They came out today, and they marked their X for me, and they are making a statement. Even though we have been outspent like 100 to 1, that's okay. But people, you know, have a choice. People have a say. And those people who voted for the PNP are the people who are against corruption.
Okay, Mr. Will, well, thank you for this interview.
Well, okay. I believe, yes, you have something to say, Jules.
No, I love his line, Jankuna election. It's basically a concession speech with a product placement. Wilmore here has once again lost, as we knew he would. But, you know, he's criticizing the election, criticizing the campaign spending, but that's how the game is set up. Right. He wanted to thank his voters. I think he can thank them individually. There are not that many.
I swear, but I believe we do have an interview, update from LJ Wade, Cayo South as well. Do we have that footage? Yes.
Yeah, reporting from Cayo South, I am LJ Wade with the Big Shilling, Do Your Thing. So, you know, it's been very slow in Cayo South, I can't lie. People have been trickling in, trickling out. Not a lot of crowds, honestly. Like, if you would look behind me, the UDP camp for majority of the places we've been in Cayo South, I'm talking Unitedville, TK2, Valley of Peace, here in Roaring Creek, hardly any UDP supporters. And it's the complete opposite for people on the PUP side. I mean, it's a huge crowd. Everywhere we go, it's a huge crowd for the PUP supporters. As of right now, at 5:25 p.m., out of 8,244 possible voters, 4,643 ballots have been casted. Okay, 4,643. That's a little bit over 56% of this constituency has casted their votes. Now, if I were to break it down by the hour, at 8 p.m., that saw the most people at 1,081. 9 o'clock, only 537 people. 10 o'clock, 466. 11 o'clock, 469. Midday, 422. 1 p.m., only 300 people. 2 p.m., 396. 3 p.m., 410. And 4 p.m., 377. And so far, only 184 persons have casted their votes. Now, as I said earlier, 4,643 people have already casted their votes. At the last general elections in 2020, 5,200 people casted their votes. So we're about 100 people away from meeting the last general elections threshold. Will we make it in 30 minutes? I'm not sure, but I think 56% turnout for this area is generally good. We're looking around for Mr. Julius' spot, Dr. June Young, to get some thoughts and closing comments about the polls closing. So we'll keep you guys updated. Reporting from Cayo South, LJ Wade for the Big Shilling, the Ting.
We have the update from Cayo South's LJ Wade. But it's interesting, Jules, the way how he compared it to the last elections. We saw that interview, and it's 600 more or less from where we were. Do you think it will go past that?
I don't think it will, because the numbers, obviously, again, a well-oiled political machine had a rush to the polls at 8 a.m. I think we had some footage earlier. It just shows lone PUP the lineup, and that's how they run their political operation. Okay. Everybody, we got on the money. We're going to go vote. We're going to mobilization. We're going to breakfast. We're going to go vote first thing in the morning. Shock and awe. Right? And then during the rest of the day is when the real voters appear. And then between 5 and 6 is when the stragglers appear. Right? And the stragglers, they go for a very high price.
Right.
They bite hard.
So we have 4 minutes left, but I understand we do have 2 interviews lined up for you. One from the UDP candidate in Port Loyola, one of 3, Philip Willoughby, as well as another UDP candidate in the Caribbean Shores, Andrew Bradley. So let's hear what they have to say.
Maricela Maya, the thing, we finally catch up with Mr. Philip Willoughby. He's the candidate for the Tracy Panton slate of the UDP. How have things gone for you, Mr. Willoughby, when only 45 minutes are left before the close of polls?
Man, I'll wait and see what happens after the poll close, and we check our pledge list, but we just keep pushing and digging. That's how we can do on a day like today.
Is it that you decided that you were just, because we didn't see any tents, what did your machinery look like today?
My machinery was all behind the scenes. I knew that the PUP would have had, from an optics standpoint, an optics point of view, the shirts out and the type of arsenal to afford that. We not make no excuses and say we can't afford it. We are in opposition. And well, for me, let me speak for myself, I wouldn't have waste my money to compete against that, to match that. I decided to go another route, and that is to work within the constituency to mobilize and get out the voters. So,
in essence, optimizing what you had available.
Well, you could say that, but I believe I got the best out of what I could have done with what I had, and that was going directly to the voters of the constituents along with the team that we had on the ground today.
But in terms of being a mass political party, you didn't have what you would have expected to have.
You know as well as I do that, one, the turmoil the UDP is in, fundraising has its challenges, and would a donor be willing enough to sacrifice that quantity of money given the circumstances? So, and we have to be true to ourselves, correct? And I don't have the resources of the government behind me, nor the donors who are supporting the government or pro-supporters to them. So I had to work with what I have, and I believe that I did my best, and in terms of being strategic, to get value out of it, in terms of the work that we needed to do to get out our voters.
But do you believe, or do you concede that because of the mass machinery that the incumbent had, it means that as the day is ending that you wouldn't pull off a win?
We don't know that. David killed Goliath, did he not?
You lost by over 700 the last time, I think it was?
I think a little bit less, and that came with a wave, or a tidal wave, that swept the entire country. So you can't say it was only Port Loyola. If it was only Port Loyola that suffered that type of defeat, then I would concede to that hypothesis. But that wasn't the case. It was a countrywide sweep, and we had to brace that. In spite of being the incumbent government at the time. But the same could be applied here today. That does that mean that the people are happy with the performance of Mr. Osha? Okay. Today is his report card day.
Right. Do you feel disheartened by the way that things played out due to the factionalism within the UDP? And then both, I feel, took an opportunity out of that chaos and decided to run. I imagine he will take away a considerable number of votes from all of you.
Well, let's see what the day looks like at the end of today. Let's see what that's look like. I will wait and see, and then you make a determination. I wouldn't want to judge or cast any aspersion in that direction, but let's see and wait until the day is done and over with and the ballots has been counted. Then you could say, okay, Marisol, you were right. But let's wait and see. Let's wait and see.
Awesome. What will it look like for the remainder of the time you have to bring out voters?
Well, the voters are coming.
Okay.
They are checking in.
Because voter turnout has been low, we know that supports a win for the incumbent.
Quite possible, but like I said, the dynamics in court is quite different. Again, if the constituency is happy with Mr. Osha,
all right,
then we'll see a A or A plus, if that is the case. But if they are not happy and they were not satisfied, then the grade he gets will then demonstrate the mood and the vibes of the people.
Your party leader does not subscribe to the idea of the other side's party leader, who believes that because you married into the family, at least some people would say and put it that way, that maybe you decided you know to put out such a big machinery because, I don't know, maybe want to work at the next side. An accusation like that.
Who said that?
No, I'm saying that your party leader does not subscribe to that. She subscribes to the idea that people can be in opposing camps in one family.
Have you seen my posts on social media? Have you seen the ads on 7 News? Does it look like to you that I have
let down
or took my foot off the gas pedal when it comes to Mr. Osha? You answer that question. Your viewers and your listeners reflect on that question, reflect on my answer, and then you tell me if I let my foot up.
Reporting from Caribbean Shores. I'm here with Andrew Bradley, who is the standard bearer for Caribbean Shores for TP UDP. Mr. Bradley, how has the day been today?
Chance, you just don't worry about it. And the day went good, I just have a nice little meal, get back on the energy for tonight, and the crowd start trickling slowly but surely.
This morning when we interviewed you, you were very confident. How are you feeling now?
I still feel confident because more people come out. You know, I have confidence. And if everything is God's hands, you know, God and voters' hands, you know, up to them people there for the side of people.
Did you manage to get out most of your supporters today?
Yeah, get out. Good amount of work today. I see some bun and that.
So no major issues?
No major issues. Everything runs smoothly, everything went good. The captain stayed the ship to the end. And I stayed my ship to the end.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right.
Once again, this is Devon Daily for Big Shilling the Ting.
Have interviews coming from the UDP candidate, or one of three, in the Port Loyola division, Philip Willoughby, as well as Mr. Andrew Bradley coming from Caribbean Shores. Jules, thoughts on those interviews?
Yeah, I think that Philip Willoughby, you know, he doesn't look like a winner, and he won't win, really. I think the UDP, the polls are closed. The UDPs are having a convention, and we'll see who comes in second, third, and fourth. Yeah. It's really hard for me to say because I don't know who will get fewer votes. I think that PUP will hold on in that constituency. But, you know, it had very strong turnout in the last election, and now we see that Port Loyola is among the lower. It's at 47% at 5 p.m.
Yeah.
And in the last election, it had 80+%. So it certainly is a vote of low confidence in the current area rep, who I believe will hold on and win. Andrew Bradley, man, take one for the team, bro. The man in the 100s.
I don't believe we heard anything from Tyrone Laureano. Did we hear anything from Tyrone Laureano today? I don't recall. I don't recall.
Yeah, I think how that man to deal with double digits and triple digits, and Karim Musa will be in the quadruple digits, thousands to hundreds to tens. That's my expectation.
Well, it is officially 6:06 p.m. The polls have closed. So now the real elections occur, no?
Right, and so now we'll be looking for the 6 p.m. turnout, and then you know, based on how certain things go, and we see some great footage there from Freetown, which again I'll speak freely. I think the PUP will hold by. Man, I think how that constituency again, the UDP will be in 3 digits, and they will be in 4. Francis Fonseca will be in 4 digits, so thousands to hundreds. That's what I feel.
Right.
Right? Because even if you're a UDP, the UDPs have no incentive to come out and vote there. Their party is in a shambles. And that's why I take it very interesting, this high turnout. So yeah, we see the footage from Freetown. Francis Fonseca will likely, I believe, just not based on a poll, but will likely return for his 5th term as a representative, making him one of the long-serving representatives in the city. But that's why I take great interest in Albert constituency, which had, I think will have one of the strongest showings in the city, maybe with the exception of Lake Eye. It's right there neck and neck with Lake Eye.
Right.
It will be really interesting what comes out of Albert. I think Tracy will hold on, but, you know, we saw Anthony Mala in, you know, he says he's a deputy regional leader for the East. And those guys brought out people, they brought out money, they brought out resources. However, I do believe that Faber and Panton are going to hold on.
Right, okay.
And withstand a wave of PUP. PUP tried to take them out. All 3, Shyne, Faber, and Tracy. I don't think they felt as much as a threat from Godwin Halock, but they wanted to, you know, to kill off all possible leaders in a political sense.
Right. Jules, and I have a question here. Orange Walk Central standing at 60.82%. Is that normal for Orange Walk Central?
That's Orange Walk Central. We have a live from Toledo East right now,
yes.
I think. Yeah? Okay. And then we can talk about OW.
How is it feeling now that polls are closed? How are you feeling?
Well, we have done our part. It's a good feeling. We're in a very good position to make history. History that I first out from the system that we are using. It seems that and because we still have a
technical issues there. Yes, Jules, you were saying about Orange
Right,
Walk.
that's from Bella Vista. And we saw Wilmore in Punta Gorda.
Yes.
That's his area, but we know this guy Osmond focused on Bella Vista. I'm sure he visited the breadth of the constituency. However, Bella Vista is a stronghold, and right now, the way it's set up, if you win Bella Vista, you can win that constituency. So he's wise to be there in the morning and to be there in the evening. But you were asking about Orange Walk Central. In the election of 2020, they had a strong turnout. They had 85% turnout.
Wow. Okay.
They had 85% turnout in 2020. If we go to 2015, they had 85% turnout. 2015 was 75% turnout.
Okay.
And 2012 was 78%.
Okay.
So they are in the upper 70s to low 80s. That 80%, again, outlier because of redistricting 2 years earlier.
Okay.
But so yeah, it's a constituency that remains in the 70s, and right now they're in the 60s. So I would hope it's some kind of sign to the Prime Minister that he's not as universally beloved as he feels himself to be.
And I was about to ask that. So I believe we do have footage of Dr. Martinez, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, yeah, but
oh, here we
where's
go.
this? Oh, this is Prime Minister, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, so it would be good if, you get something to say, and I don't mean it in a negative way, he's a politician, it's a popularity contest, but it would be good if they get something that make me say, wow, we didn't get the outcome we expected. But John Briceño and Jaime Briceño, who runs his political machine, they are political scientists. I will not say that, boy, one should afraid, but it's something that still at the same time, if it comes in the 60s, it's a sharp downturn from 82%.
Definite. And I mean, I feel like you think people are relaxed, just like, we got this. That was one of the themes coming out from today.
In Orange Walk Central, if you have the great lion of Orange Walk Central, John Briceño, a representative since 1993 to 2025, that's 32 years. You can't be relaxed. You have to be excited. You have to stay in a state of constant engorgement from a political perspective. So I'm just saying that if he ends up in the 60s, I would be surprised. But it could also just mean, it's not like a win, but it could also just mean that no UDPs came out.
That's true.
Right?
And then also Cayo. We know Cayo is one of the heavy contested areas, right? And they all fall within the 60 to higher 50s.
That's at 5 p.m. I think that Cayo North, Cayo Central, all of them will end up in the 70%. Cayo Northeast
Central being 50.54.
Really, 50.54
at 5 p.m.
So 50.54, to my mind, favors the incumbent Alex Balona. Low turnout favors the incumbent. So that was at 50%. So then I broke 60.
Oof.
Right? So they won't break 60%, which is low for Cayo Central.
Cayo Northeast at 47%.
Right, and that is although it's a bad sign, it also favors the incumbent. But Cayo North,
60.81.
Right, I think Cayo North will finish at 70+%, which, as I said, a toughly contested division. But UDP really thought they had a chance in Cayo Central, and I did too. But those numbers are not looking very encouraging for the UDP, because when somebody comes to vote you out, they come out in bigger numbers than that. But we'll see. We'll know in a short time.
Yes, definitely. The 6 p.m. numbers should be coming out any minute now.
Right, in the next
10 minutes or so.
Right, usually the last one comes a little late.
Right, so yes, I believe we could go on a break now. I just want to, again, pick up the sponsors here. Corporate sponsors being Cellular World, Oceana, DJ, Smart Belize, Freetown Drugstore, Brothers Habet, Election and Boundaries Department, and Benny's Home Center, as well as our Big Shilling sponsors, Billy's Bank, Fulltech, Barefoot Hotel, Caribbean Sprinter, Jamie Price, Limit Piling, JNN's Culture Kitchen, Cajalpech Village Resort, Rosada's Hardware, Premier Towing, Ruby Jewelry, CG United, and the Human Dignity Trust. And with that, we go to a quick commercial break. And when we are back, well, the polls are open, Mose is on, and Big Shilling Ting. We'll be right back.
out shortly. So, want to bear with me. But Mose, this is the real time. We got Joe Marie on the live.
Great. Time for live.
Yes, exactly. Joe Marie, you're in Corozal Bay. Hit me with it.
I can hear it. Okay. All right. Good. Okay, so we're wrapping up Big Shilling Duting here in the north. I'm currently situated in front of St. Francis Xavier, where this will be used as a counting station for Corozal Bay. As of the stats that I received, we brought in about 4,634 votes out of 6,691 for Corozal Bay. St. Francis Xavier has the largest amount of boxes located. There's a total of 16 boxes. 10 are here, and now they should be bringing over the other 6 from St. Paul's Anglican School. But as you can see in my background, the crowd is still out here. Pea's crowd is still very much active here. We have Elvis crowd across the street, and then the UDP Hernan River Rolls is still situated down there as well.
And Joe, who has the biggest crowd? Who has the most energy?
I would have to say Tea's crowd. They have been at it from since 7 a.m. this morning. I have to report, though, that as of 4 o'clock, in front of St. Paul's Anglican School, the UDP, they packed up their tent and they were done for the day, 2 hours before the polls closed there.
So if you just had to make a very random guess or an informed guess without any scientific data, who do you think will come in second?
The way things are looking right now, it seems that Elbe would be the runner-up. She would make second place. I'm honestly not too optimistic for Hernan, just based on the fact that from this morning, they had a very poor supporter turnout. There were no runners, nobody to greet. Their side just essentially looked abandoned in a sense.
Wow, okay, so that's a serious prediction. And I remember last time you were there for tongue boards. They had a very festive atmosphere. Drum me the play, I never know how they dance like that in a Corozal. But is there a festive atmosphere with Tea's camp? I know she's been trying to claim this crown. Her family has been trying to claim Corozal Bay for a long time, to win Corozal Bay.
Honestly, it looks like things will work out in her favor. I do applaud Elvis. She put up a good fight. She brought out her people today. I'm really starting to consider what she said about the list, that when she was contested against in July, the list wasn't the full PUP supporters list. But I guess the numbers will speak for themselves later tonight. I also want to give a very quick update in terms of the North for Ugopat. Out of the 7,466 voters registered in that division, only a total of 5,385 came out. I underestimated how big of a division Corozal North is. But from what I saw, CCC had a very large UDP turnout throughout the day. It was very active. We stopped there this morning. I received a couple updates as well. Guadalupe had an excellent turnout, but overall, I really think that the North, Corozal North, will continue to remain a UDP stronghold.
Excellent. Okay, well, thanks, Joe. Did you know Corozal North is the highest polling constituency in the country? They had 72% at 5 p.m. So they had the highest voter turnout at 5 p.m. So it's a strong turnout.
Yes, that's true. I think the town here in front of St. Francis Xavier was the busiest. As of 5:30, the traffic was really starting to pick up. I had already left St. Paul's, given that there are only 2 candidates, 2 different party supporters there. And I came here, and this is where all the activity was.
Okay. Well, Joe, please let us know as soon as you start to hear results.
Yep, I will. We'll definitely keep you guys updated. Big Shilling, the thing here in Corozal Bay.
Please ask your boss to buy you a notepad so you don't have to write by your hand. Anyway, moving on. We have Shyne at 6 p.m. We have Shyne leaving the Mesopotamia area or moving around because people have been falsely saying he's been leaving all day. But it's an important shot, and I want to show it because, you know, a lot of people are saying this is Shyne's last stand. As we discussed this morning, as we discussed, Lee Mark's candidacy is about taking out Shyne. Yes, he wants to win, but most importantly, he wants... Yeah, it is a kamikaze mission. So we have that footage, guys, of Mesopotamia. So this looks like King Street near Shyne's office. No, that's the one from earlier. I wanted the one from this evening. There was a more recent one from this evening that just taken a short while ago. There was a more recent one from just a short while ago. But anyway, I'm just saying, people are saying it is Shyne's last stand, and in a few hours we will know if it is. So we have an interview from Shyne Barrow. Okay, awesome.
Big Shilling do thing. The polls are almost closed, and we're here at the very last stretch with Mr. Barrow. How's it been today?
A long day.
What are your people telling you?
That we won.
Really?
Thank God.
So, you know, the naysayers, they're out here making up lies about you, sir. You're right here on the ground.
I mean, hasn't that been the story of my life? Like, come on, you know, but listen, one thing I want to say to young people is, and all people, life is about process, life is about durability, and we all have to go through it. If you look at what we're going through, Prime Minister Barrow lost 2 times, John Briceño resigned and came back. Listen, life as in politics is filled with peaks, valleys, and the nadir of defeat and despondency, pain and suffering. You just have to, if you are focused and you're trying to get somewhere, understand you have to go through the process. So all of the naysayers and all of the lies and the fraud, you know, it's par for course, and I just stay focused.
What was the most challenging part of today?
You know, thinking about my colleagues who are fighting, and you know what Tracy Pantan and Patrick Faber and John Saldiva and those people have done is cripple our democracy rather than accept the decision of the party and form their own party, and then you'd have a strong opposition in the sense of, you know, a strong independent party or a strong third party, a strong UDP. They just committed fraud and deception and just confused people with the 2 UDP, as your news director called it. It's sad. It's so sad. It's such a tragedy. So as far as resources, nobody wants to give to anyone. Not even the PUP, but they don't need anyone to give to them because they have all of the taxpayer dollars. But so the most difficult part of my day today was thinking about my colleagues and not really being in a position to do anything because everyone thinks they can win. You won't find out of the 31 candidates one candidate that will tell you, well, I don't really think I can win, you know, but I'm just there for the spirit. So thinking about colleagues that, you know, are trying their best, and some colleagues who really had a chance, and if we could have a little bit more resources for mobilization and for stronger machinery, you know, just thinking about them, really.
Finally, are you anxious any at all as you head into the counting room?
No, I go count every time, every election. So,
no anxiousness, no nervousness?
You know, as I said, life is a process. I've been very fortunate in my life, as much as I've had pain and suffering, and this is a part of the process, right? I know that I've done all that I could for the people of Mesopotamia, and I know the love. I know when you get blocked, You could feel it. You could feel it, and that is not the vibe. My people love me. Even people that were working for my opponents, they tell me they just to do it so they could get extra money to work for them. And I have no quarrel with no one. I've done my best, and the beauty of democracy is the people have the final say. So as confident as I am, whatever the people of Mesopotamia want, that is what will happen. Confident that they will want me, and we'll see.
Good. Thank you so much, Mr. Barrow. That was Shyne Barrow, UDP standard bearer for Mesopotamia, one of the UDP standard bearers heading into the counting room, as we've seen there. So polls, are about to close. If you never get in your vote, it's almost too late. It's probably too late by now. I'll have to check the time. Counting begins immediately, and we will be out here all night, especially here in the Mesopotamia constituency, one of the hottest constituencies to look out for. We'll be here till the end, hopefully. Win or lose, Mr. Barrow gives us another interview, so stay tuned for that. Big Shilling, Ting.
Quick before we switch over, Mose, and I know I haven't given you a chance to talk all night, but listen, when Shyne Barrow tell you that he's been through struggle, the concept of struggle that he has, nobody can understand it. Because when you lock up for 9.5 years as a famous person in America, what you have endured, nobody don't know about. So I'm just saying, if it all goes to the ground, the man who will survive is a man who can survive anything and who has survived anything. Shyne Barrow. He's not a man to be underestimated.
Not a fragile guy.
Not a fragile guy. Been to hell and back. We have a live, guys. We have a live from Lekai, I believe.
Kadim. I think we have Kadim. That's what I've been told.
Okay, let's just keep rolling. Most.
Yeah.
But your impressions.
So, just like yourself, I thought you were absolutely on point this morning when your forecast was that. And in a normal universe, we should be getting a lower than average turnout. The turnout seems a little bit more than your forecast, and what I agree with as an accurate forecast this morning. So obviously you have some weird storylines going on that are responsible for. I think we should get we should be around 63-64%.
No, we'll be higher than that.
Higher than that.
But remember, last election we were 82.
We were 82.
So we have the live, Lekai.
No, or the last update of the numbers from Dr. Price. She's the returning officer. From the 6,807 voters in the Lekai Independence constituents, 4,683 came out to vote. That is a 68.8% voter turnout for 2025, the Big Shilling year, compared to 2020, which was 81%. Turnout seems to be a bit lower this year. That is, of course, according to the Election and Boundaries website. That keeps us updated with hourly votes. I haven't received any word of any results as yet, as the counting has just started. The polls had closed at 6, so I'll be back to check in for another update. But that's where we are at. I see that they're just mobilizing their support to feed their staff. Everybody who has been out here since morning, they are basically just making sure everybody is still here in present and waiting for the results for a victory. We'll see if some of them will celebrate early, but as it seems right now, it's pretty chill, pretty calm. Cordel and the other team seem to be very relaxed and just patiently waiting for the results.
So yes, Lekai was leading in the polling at 5 p.m. for the city, second in the country, 68%, which we know that is a good sign.
And it has remained at 68, so there was very little action after 5, because I think what he just said is at 68.
Okay, we have LJ live from Cayo South. Do we have it, guys? LJ Wade should be live from Cayo South. Okay. Okay, well, yeah, so we want to welcome Indira Craig. Sorry, things are moving fast.
That's fine. Good night, everybody. Thanks, guys. You're ahead of me tonight.
I'm ahead of you.
a lot of things happened today, some interesting.
A lot of things didn't happen as well. We're waiting for the 6 p.m. numbers, but up to 5 p.m. we had 57% turnout nationally. Interview with the Commissioner of Police, who's been touring the country, but finishes every election in John Briceño's home division, Orange Walk Central.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for tuning in to Big Shilling Do Ting as we cover elections watch here in Belize. Polling stations have closed countrywide, so now we are waiting to see what's going to be the result. I am based in Orange Walk Central at the moment, and I have the pleasure of having an interview with Commissioner of Police, Mr. Chester Williams, today. Compo, how are you doing?
I am doing quite well. I've had an eventful day, I must say. Traveling the country, making sure that everything is going well. Speaking with police officers, speaking with the election officers, and I must say that I am very satisfied with the work that the police did in making sure that the democratic process today goes through without any incident.
Okay, well, that's very good to hear that there was no incidents to report in today's election. That's very good. So good job, Elise, for doing that. From observation, I would like to get your feedback. How did you see the turnout of people coming out to vote this year?
Well, I was not really monitoring the turnout of people coming out to vote, but from reporting I've been hearing while traveling is that the numbers are very low in some areas. So that's all I can say.
All right, very good. And did you exercise your right to vote?
Yes, I did. I voted in the Freetown area.
All right.
When I was in Belize City, before I came up north, I went and cast my vote in Freetown, and then I came up the side.
Very good. Thank you so much, Kompol, for just giving us this quick interview. It's a pleasure to have you. I don't know if you have any last words to share with our viewers that are tuned into this great coverage.
Well, certainly, we know that it's a very important night for Belize. While the polling stations are now closed, we are now venturing into the counting hours. And I know that people are out there anticipating that their candidate is going to win. And there may be some disappointment coming from some people. But I want to assure every person who partook in today's election that they are all winners. From the time your name is placed on a ballot to contest the election, you are a winner. And whether the result is favorable to you or not, you should be proud of what you have done to put your name to serve this country. And so we must not see nobody as losers. And to our Belizean people who will be out celebrating their victories, I ask that they do so in a peaceful and calm manner. We still have a long way to go before results are out, and we want to make sure that the night goes through as peaceful as possible can be. So just, again, call upon the support and cooperation of everybody in this process.
Very good. Those are some very wise words as we wrap up this conversation. Go out there, celebrate peacefully. Do not go out there and cause any havoc. We're going to stay tuned here at Orange Walk Central to let you know what are the outcomes of today's election. Stay tuned. Back to the studio.
1 second, we have a live waiting. Chester forgot his shirt. This is the shirt he'll be wearing tonight. He finishes every election in Orange Walk Central along with his real bestie, John Briceño. Chester, forget the shirt, Breds. I got it there for you now. Because how we not got it on blue. He'll have it on by the end of tonight. LJ, live, hit it.
Yeah, you hear me good?
Crystal,
I hope all the guys did more productive than mine. Because Cayo South was very lackluster, very boring. This was my first general election. I mean, last year I did municipal, my hype. So I was expecting the level to be hyped up a lot, but I was very disappointed. The biggest crowd I saw was this morning at 7 when the polls opened in Ruin Creek. Cayo South is huge. I need my lie. Cayo South big. We have Armenia, we have St. Margaret, we have Tea Kettle, Unitedville, Valley of Peace. We toured all those places, and the result was honestly the same. Strong PUP support, little to no people for the UDP. I mean, one spot I literally could have count all the red shirts for one hand. It was that bad. This is one of the constituencies where they had two UDP candidates, Dr. Jun Young and Mr. Jose Antonio. And I never see Mr. Jose Antonio anyway. I not lie. I made a look for the man. I try to call the man phone number. The man not answer me. He had little to no support in all the places that I visited. Miss Young, she had support, of course, not as much as Mr. Spot had. So that was how the day was looking. I'm currently at the counting station here in Tea Kettle. Usually counting starts at 6 as the gates close, but we've been informed that everybody tired, so they take a leave break and they start count at 7:30. So that's how the day has been so far. So we're going to stay here until they decide to start counting and let us know who win and by how much.
I think it'll be a PUP walkover, but I think that Mr. Samaoya, Jose Antonio, you call him, I think he'll get in at I think he'll get under 100 votes.
Oh, in at the tens for sure. In the tens for sure. Like all the areas I visited had 2 tents. You had a PUP tent, you had a UDP tent. PUP, of course, is for Mr. Spot. The UDP tent, 10 times out of 10, it was for Dr. June Young. Mr. Jose Antonio had, like I said, little to no support at any of the areas that we were at today. It was shocking. I even spoke to one person off camera, and they said that they have not seen Mr. Jose since nomination day. Nomination day was the last time they saw this man's face, and today it just goes to show he was a ghost today.
No money, no honey, brother. Shyne said no honey in an interview just now that he laments the situation of his colleagues. They're not your colleagues; you are their leader, and he failed to deliver them the material, the gear, as it's called, the material for war. Shyne Barrow failed to deliver it to his candidates, and we see that Mr. Jose Antonio was a Shyne Barrow candidate, while June Young was a Tracy Panton candidate.
Yeah, and what was crazy is Cayo South was so slow. I packed up my bags. I went to Belmopan, because I love Belmopan. So I know my way around the constituency a little bit. So I interviewed Saldiva and I interviewed Mr. Ralston, and it was the same problem as it was here in Cayo South. Mr. Ralston is Barrow's pick, and just like Mr. Jose Antonio, little to no support. I got a Ralston booth, and Ralston had 2 people, he and his wife, and somebody else. John had about 30 people, Mira had about 100. So no money, no honey, like you said, money talks, and we are listening tonight.
Yep. Really interesting. Thanks, LJ. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Appreciate it as well.
Yeah, so just before you come in, okay, we have another.
Cordel Southeast, William Smith, what's up? Good night.
Good night. We are reporting live here from San Joaquin RC School. We're calling Area 45, where boxes from San Joaquin RC School are currently here already. As you can see from behind me, we're at the counting station. The counting station has been set up. The tables have been set up in a 6-person configuration, where we have 2 persons from each political party and 2 poll clerks at each table who will be counting the votes. What we can tell you also is that they are currently taking a break because they've been given, I know the clerks have been given 30 minutes to take a break to refresh before the counting starts here at San Joaquin. This is where all boxes will come for this division for Rizal Southeast. As you can see as well, that the tables are set up across for each division. So we're currently waiting for other divisions here, polling areas as well, 46 from Sarteneja, from Progreso, from Choloch, and Copperback, and Caledonia, those areas. So that's what's going on here at this time.
Your positioning, brother.
Ringside.
No, you are as close up as it gets.
That's the closest shot we've ever had.
I'm really impressed.
So we're here for the long run until the last ballot is counted.
Do things.
I've been asking for stuff.
You're really doing things.
The big shit, do things.
Yeah.
Said things and do things, so he did do things.
You did do a thing. Respect to that, brother.
As you were saying, Mose.
Yeah, we were just discussing the matter of the turnout, and Jules rightfully pointed out that even though I thought it would have been lower, it is lower when compared to the last turnout.
You remember that was fresh off a redistricting.
Yeah.
But still, it was COVID, so you got a plus and a minus. And I think we still don't have the 6 p.m. numbers posted.
Where the one get established early, but just because you have described it, I believe accurately, that tonight we have simultaneous things going on. We got the general elections to decide who get 16 or more for control Belmopan and become the national ruling government. And then we got the convention. So we know that the amount for control Belmopan is 16. Do we have an idea how much is needed for control and become the victor in the convention? Like a little bit of clarity with that.
Well, it depends on what happens in 3 areas for Tracy Panton. Albert, Queen Square, Mesopotamia. Albert, Queen Square, and in the Collet constituency. Those are her 3, right? Shyne Barrow, Mesopotamia, Cayo North, or Cayo Central, and Corozal North. He has to claim 1 Cayo and 1 Corozal North, and his own seat.
But that would still be
that would still be a stalemate. That will still be a stalemate. I don't think I had predicted.
We have the Port Loyola, where we don't know.
Port Loyola, it's impossible.
You feel it's impossible without that?
I mean, you have 3 UDPs outstanding competing. You have Dr. Nelma Jones. I fear she'll come in last, and I say I fear because she's a doctor, man. She's a woman who's a doctor. She's worthy. But I believe.
You add Queen Square?
No, in Port Loyola.
Okay, no, I'm asking if you add Queen Square to your number.
Queen Square for Tracy.
All right.
I'm just saying those are what she has to deliver and what she has a chance of delivering. Some very funny things were happening in Belize Rural South. Turnout was super low. Turnout was just getting to 50%. This is usually an area with strong turnout. Andre Perez is not a popular man, but he's running against Junior Herrera for Tracy Panton, who is a corpse. I think he'll still win, but Tracy was hoping that they could, politically he's a corpse, but Tracy Panton was hoping they could bring him in. So I'm seeing that Shyne
to be determined, though, even though we don't know what happens, right? What that low result means, or if it is, you don't think there's a single.
He got desperate, Brett. He started to pull out. He had to go hard. There's a time in the day when politicians. I remember Boots Martinez told me this many years ago, 2015, when he saw that port was coming too close. He said, I had to go deep in my kofenks. What do you call kofenk? The stone that knock your head when you not see it come. He had to start flying his phantom voters, flying in from PG if necessary, bringing people by any means necessary, people who are fraudulently registered, which is a norm, bring them in by any means. And that's the mode that PUP Belize Rural South was in today. Go find the big families, bring them to me, bring anybody to me, because there was some sense of desperation at the very low turnout, right? Because San Pedro is a funny place, right? It has a very particular sensibility. But yeah, so Tracy Panton has to win those 3. Albert, Collet, Queen Square. Shyne Barrow has to win Mesop, has to win Corozal North, that's 2, has to steal something out of Cayo, right? If he maintains some credibility. If he comes out with only 2, that's if he manages to hold on, and that's in great doubt. It's interesting when you see him there, Shyne, he looks ragged, man.
Beleaguered.
Yeah, he looks beleaguered. I think we had some footage of Shyne as well. Yeah. And he looks bedraggled, like a pair of claws dragged across the ocean floor. He's doing his thing, but, it looks meal to man.
And it's really, it speaks volumes to see he is the leader of the opposition party. As I mentioned this morning, a party that has won 5 general elections since independence. And to see him walk by himself speaks for, like, that is just an unusual thing.
Yeah, I think we could bring that back, right, guys? When he's walking.
I think the walk when he's finished with the interview
with Courtney.
Yeah, that is just not that's not a visual that you could imagine seeing on an election day, minutes to 6. It's a minutes to 6, or I think it was probably after 6 at that time.
I'm told that they sit on that Grace Primary by itself right now.
And you know what? At the same time, I have to say, respect. It takes a lot of heart.
Yeah.
For just say, for there by yourself, because this is an intense moment in Meso. You know, and usually people will be with, they are there with their crew.
You have your soldiers.
You are there with your crew.
I think driving through Mesop today, the feeling that I had is that, like in a Jackson Ball, Cox, you know, when the two jacks they lock up, it's impossible to predict what will happen. But I really believe there's a chance for Mr. Ellis to steal a victory, because Shyne, I had predicted him to win, but it's not looking good. And I think that Lee Mark, I don't think he can win. I think there's a lot of xenophobia. What does that mean? Not like Chinese. That's, I believe, a hard bridge for people to cross. For Creole people, it's a Creole constituency, to vote for a Chinese person, I believe. We haven't had one elected since 1957, and not many have tried, considering we have a robust Chinese population. We have Ethan Velasquez live from Dangriga, lowest turnout in the country so far. Ethan, what's up?
I'm doing good, Jules. I've seen Roosters fight, and it's more pretty much, I would say, aggressive than this. It was more dominant, blue, I would say. Cyril Louis, who is the newcomer, he was about. It wasn't an easy job locating him, but nonetheless, I managed to do that. But since traversing Dangriga and Hope Creek on Sarawee, there was not much movement on his part or his supporters' part. So pretty much the norm was just voters from the blue doing their thing. And when it comes to 4 o'clock and 5 o'clock, where you would want to see maybe other supporters, more supporters of the yellow stepping out, I did not see that. It was primarily the blues. So
Yes.
The last number that I got was 2,770 casted votes or electors, which rounded up to about something like 44%. So I'm outside Well Ghost, where I believe in half an hour the counting will begin.
Wow. So yeah, that in 2020, Dangriga's turnout was 76%.
Yeah.
And how much did you say you are looking at right now?
It is, my last figure was up around 44%, which was 2,770, and our total this year was 6,213 going into this election, no?
Yeah, those are some rough numbers, man. And as I said, Mose, I told you earlier, I think Cyril, he didn't look past 50, man. I think that man lucky if he get 50. He said he'd be by Lakeland all day, Ethan. Wasn't he by Lakeland? The man said, Lakeland are my spot. I got that lock.
Jules, I would beg to differ, because what I'm going to put out there is that Cyril, despite maybe was born here in Dangriga, he spent most of a lot of his time in the States. So I think that hurt him a bit, with people not knowing him fully. And it was only until up to couple weeks or pretty much prior to election when he put his name in the ring and said he's going to run. Yeah. Then people, hey, in relation to the POPs or the UDPs not showing up, let me try to give this guy a chance. That's what I noticed here. I saw a lot of people that are primarily who are red or UDP supporters supported him. So it looked like they didn't have anywhere to go or anywhere to call at home and say, let me just jump with Cyril. So pretty much those are the people that I saw with him.
Ethan, thank you, brother. We have to wrap with you. We're going over to the Prime Minister in Orange Walk.
Okay then. Later on then, Jules.
Thanks, Breds. We have the Prime Minister from Orange Walk Central, Kevin Mendes and Brian Castillo.
Good night to everyone. There in the studio. We're here with the Prime Minister. Prime Minister, the polls have officially closed, and boxes have already arrived here in Lima Colada. Just talk to us a little about feelings of the day.
Well, I'm very excited. Every election you're excited. You go on your adrenaline all day, greeting people, make sure you're taking out people, make sure that your machinery is in place, and Orange Walk Central never lets you down. And so I think that I could say with some level of confidence that we're going to win once again for the 8th consecutive time in Orange Walk Central.
What have you been hearing in terms of voter turnout across the different constituencies?
Honestly, I've not checked, but I think we're going to do over 60%. But as I've been telling everybody, it's the UDP that's demoralized. They are the ones that are not coming out. And our people are coming out. And even some UDPs are coming out to vote for us. So I would not be surprised. I'm not surprised by that. But to me, what is important is that we take out our voters, that we take out the supporters to be able to come out and to support, to give us their support.
In terms of the candidates across the constituencies, do you believe that you will have more seats in the National Assembly this time around?
Well, it's difficult. Remember, we were already at 26 and UDP had 5. But as I always point out that the culture in the PUP is that we fight for every seat. So we fight for 31 seats. We're going to get 31 seats, highly unlikely, but we're going to fight for 31. What we just need to wait to see what the people decided. If they're going to keep us on the 25 or keep us a little less or give us more. I'm quite optimistic that we should be able to hold probably around 25, maybe we get 1 or 2 more. One might lose, but we get gain another one. So, but let's see. And I think that the results pretty early will be coming out.
What will your night look like in terms of waiting for counting?
Well, I usually stay on for a little bit, and then after a while, probably around 10, 11, I'd come out here to wait for the official results. Monitoring across the country. We have set up a stage if in case we were to win the government, then I will be able to address the nation from here by Town Hall to address the nation and to thank them for their support for the PUP once again, and to assure them that Plan Belize 2.0 will be put into effect and to continue to bring betterment for the lives of all Belizeans.
Yep. And what do you have to say to the people that turned out to vote in this general election? Because we're talking about the numbers were low, but what message do you have for the people that voted this time?
Well, I don't think it was necessarily low. It's going to be I imagine it's going to be the 60s.
Okay.
So that's not really bad.
All right.
I wanted to thank them. I want to thank them that they took the time off to come out to express their how they feel. Okay. Whether they are continue to support the party, that has been in government, the PUP, or not. And as I tell everybody, I want everybody to come to vote. I wish they would vote for me, but even if they don't vote for me, I always encourage them to tell them, come vote. Give us that support.
Very good.
And so I want to thank them from the bottom of my heart for them to come out to exercise their democratic right as a citizen of this country.
Very good. Well, thank you so much. So that was an interview with Mr. John Briceño. So go back to the studio, and this is Big Shilling, Do Ting.
All right. Prime Minister, supremely confident in the
That's a first.
Supremely
the whole
confident,
smooth
yes.
thing. That's a first.
Celebration has begun.
Just to make sure we mention here, because Indira asked while we were doing that interview whether or not the percentage of voters that we state factors in the 2 constituencies that were unplugged for this election. And they don't, right? They're not a part of the...
So, listen, 204,000 registered voters exist in Belize.
Right.
197,000 were eligible to vote today. Of all the numbers, all the percentages we're saying today, it's a percentage of 197,000, not 204,000.
Okay.
And this is and that, as we stated this morning, and we even before the election, before the voting, the polls were open, that this is a day that will live in infamy for the fact that we have two constituencies that the voters did not participate in election day. Voters of Fort George and voters of Pickstock, they basically had to be spectators today.
Yeah.
And that just to not to bring back the topic, but just to, I feel it's very important to be stated that that is grotesque and should never ever happen again.
Indeed, the laws have to change, but the ruling government isn't interested in doing it.
Yeah, it was a very different feeling driving around and just not having those constituencies out there,
and
the energy in itself.
And those are two active and strong constituencies. And remember, we don't have any proof, but in the public mind, a deal was cut. Man get one money. That's a public mind. I don't have any proof of that, but it encourages great cynicism in the electoral process. Most, in sports, you go away, you say, you simple the game.
Yeah.
Right? Like, you got to play the game, you got to play it right. You might lose big, but you got to play the game by rules. You can't kick the ball off the court.
Yeah.
Right? And then, and then say, well, game done. You simple the game. And I think that's what happened. And I think it happened, it was, it's an indictment of Shyne Barrow's leadership, certainly. But it's also an indictment of whichever political operatives, I believe, brokered a deal, not with all of the candidates. Some of them just strike to send Shine a message. I really do believe that not all of them get handled. Right? But they just strike because they were put in an impossible situation. And at the end of the day, the failure of Shyne Barrow's leadership comes down to his inability to fundraise. And he alluded to it in that interview. He blamed Tracy and John Saldiva and Faber because they got no money. Nobody will give them money if you can't form the government. And if there's no money to go around. But it falls to Shine because he said, he's the one who always talks, the first politician in history to talk about his personal fortune. He said it to me many times about his personal fortune. And to quote Boots Martinez, got it.
So you're giving a soft pass to the ones who just basically ghosted today and not show up? Because, how different it is to a large extent for the ones who didn't come out nomination day versus the one who didn't come out today. In essence, they both didn't come out. So.
Yeah, but at least the voters had a choice.
Yeah, right. Their names were on that ballot.
Ghosting on election day in Iraq is a long-established tradition. I've seen multiple candidates in Mesopotamia for PUP do it.
Okay.
Right? When it better stay home and you take the leave money where they may give.
Take a look.
Right? But in the UDP, they never even give them the money, and there were a number of candidates who stayed home. Yeah. Who we couldn't find out on the trail. Yeah. But at least the voters had a choice, even if they're just a protest.
Right.
For say, make I vote for this fool. To at least have a ballot to go and spoil. If they spoil, they want to spoil it.
Fair enough.
Right?
Of course.
Remember cynicism, so there's dual things feeding into this cynicism of the electorate. The feeling that under the simple the game, and the next feeling that knowingly they violate the Constitution and have what Wilmore here called a Jankuno election. But we no business because PUDP, we make up the Jankuno. We the kings, we the Jankuno dancers. And we no entertain, watch how we do it. So I'm just saying, the cynicism of the electorate is at an all-time high, and for very good reason. But you know who no care? PUDP. Because remember when I want 3 people vote. My wife and my daughter vote for me, and your boyfriend could vote for you. I win. That's a dream election. 3 votes. So they want low turnout. They want nobody to vote except those who they can instrumentalize. Today, as I drove around, the people who are out, the people who have time for eat. And remember, second term, the eating going, whom they in at the dining room, going into the kitchen. Because no food never made reach the dining room. Time for eat now, where they eating at the kitchen. And whom they in at the kitchen, then going at the farm. Where you eat the hog and the cow whole. I'm just saying, I know people think I'm cynical, but that is how it's set up. It's not time to eat anymore. It is time to gorge.
It's a lot of energy that's put into elections, though, Jules. If that's the end result, they could have just easily just made it so effortless.
And that's why I have a lot of respect for the PUP's political game. Only 29 seats they had, but that man, John Briceño, took it like he was going to lose all 29. He played the game right. Politically.
But that be...
But it's not enough to inspire an electorate that's jaded and that see how the thing's set up, that it's transactionalism, that it's anti-constitutional, and that it's rigged. If I'm too negative, Indira, I apologize. If I'm too cynical, that's a fault I have.
I mean, it's obviously extremely messy. But at some point in time, you have to wake up and say, okay, no, the what we actually have here. And to an extent, they will say that it's our laws that they are following. A law is not, to my understanding, these are not laws that the Almighty Creator came and gave and said they must remain the way they are because they are perfect. And if you get up one morning and find out that you have two constituencies that whatever is the cause, we don't know. We, of course, like Jules has indicated, we're hearing many different stories. What we know is an absolute fact is that approximately 7,000 registered voters have been told something happened that denied you a chance to go there and write in a name on a ballot. Listen, you have the right to write in a name on a ballot. You could write some profanity on the ballot if you want to. You couldn't even do that.
Well, I agree with you in that sense where you said that it was not in their interest to ensure that that happened, even after the fact that nomination day, you are the leaders of the country still. You have an obligation.
The government can say the government can say, listen, they can say, well, listen, enough we fault. They never show up. But now you have one responsibility for say, but this can't happen again.
Right.
You have the power, whoever becomes the government tonight, if you are a betting person, you would say it looks like there's a good chance that the PUP will be re-elected. If that happens, they have a responsibility to say, we don't want to be running a country, be the leaders of a country where you could have one election day where unfold like this. And if it doesn't matter to you, then what you're essentially doing is providing the full evidence to substantiate the cynicism where Brother Jules just articulated. You have the opportunity now to make all of we look bad, to make the cynics look bad. We say, oh no, think we only care if maybe 2, 3 people. No, we care about the health of democracy. We understand, just to say we got democracy, that's the one, quote-unquote democracy, right? Quote-unquote. I don't even know if people care about having a healthy democracy. But you can't claim, you can't tell me that your democracy that anything for right home about when 2 divisions, 2 constituencies,
7,000 people
unplugged.
Yeah.
Unplugged. Come on.
Can we say in hindsight at least that one, it happened and it was unprecedented, and then secondly, let's look at the fact of how the opposition has been operating. It's been really quite a circus, or quite
it's worse than a circus.
You, in that moment, at that point, you kind of, you lose focus of what's your objective as a government in terms of leadership, right? You get caught up in the whole show of it and not recognize that, okay, maybe you should have done something in that moment. To adjust it.
On election day, there are politicians who spend $500,000. There are some who spend more. When you're in a deep war, hundreds of thousands of dollars are spent. Nobody knows where the money comes from. Nobody knows, My point is that if this precedent is not corrected, it becomes just a matter of cost-benefit analysis. If I pay one person X amount to sell out the game before the game play, right? I will save $800,000 in the 2 weeks and the election day. That's a very cynical mathematical or economic calculation, but it's very real at the same time. Do we have someone on the live, guys? Or I think we're tuning it up, but yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not to go full like talk show mode, but I also have to point out, do we have a live?
Ready and live. Sorry. Yeah, hi. Who are we with?
Can we frame that better?
Let's frame it a little sharper. Brittany Logan, Stann Creek West. Brittany, what's up? Frame it a little better for me. Brittany, Stann Creek West. Hi, Brittany. Let's work on that framing and then we'll get back to you. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that beyond the responsibility of the government, we have not heard anything at all from civil society as it relates to two constituencies being unplugged. We have heard nothing from them on the matter of the redivisioning that is outstanding, and the fact that we have this unequal vote that took place today, where I think it is pointed out we're looking at 5-1, the value of a vote in Stann Creek West as compared to the value of a vote in Belize City. It's really the disparity is just completely indecent, and we've seen all of this play out in the courts. We've seen all that take place, and civil society has really been woefully
spectators. We've all been spectators.
Just nothing. Like, I know that in a couple previous general election cycles, we would get a paper from the Chamber of Commerce talking about the reforms that they're advocating for, and people might say, well, that's a superficial, that not bear no weight, but at least it was there. There is something on the record to say you want A, B, C, D to be changed. The absence of civil society in these critical matters has to be pointed out. Like, they can't stay quiet, and for a reason you could stay quiet on these things.
The reason they're staying quiet is because they're complicit. Nobody wants to offend the power structure. Nobody wants to offend the power structure. Just play on. Play on.
They have had their moments when they have stepped forward. They have to be challenged. I get it.
This is the cynicism. No, it's healthy, right?
They're
what
complicit.
I heard someone say on a podcast I was listening that cynicism is black lung disease for journalists, and I think it is so because you have to be in the guts of a thing. How can you live in an imaginary world? To do your job, you have to be in the intestines, and then you have to deal with what's real. So cynicism is not some kind of, where I say fabrication. You're the speaker according to your experience.
Yes, but you can't taint everything with that one brush.
No, but I am saying here that there have been moments when our civil society has spoken up, have been more active, and they have been willing to show, they've had moments of courage. We have to challenge them. We just experienced an election day where we had one division have 5 times more people in it than the smallest division. We just had an election where 2 constituencies didn't even get a chance to vote. Like, you can't be mute forever on this.
For sure.
At one press release, as lame as that is, at least for God's sake, send out one.
Yeah.
Real.
The media can't be the only ones that sounding the alarm over and over. You need
Sorry for the talk show mode. We did have to cover numbers.
Yes. Those things are true.
Yes, and it's we still don't have the updated 6 p.m. numbers from the global picture. It's still at 5 p.m. The 6 p.m. numbers usually take longer to come in.
Yeah.
I am looking for some early numbers. So total votes cast in Freetown, 2,421, and that's from 4,000 voters. So 2,421 from 4,000 voters is a little bit over 50%, less than 60%. From Freetown. So again, not strong turnout, but we know what is expected in there. Francis Fonseca, that will be a total walkover. And one of the things that's happening as well in this election cycle and the last one is that PUP are creating so many unbeatable seats. And it's not their fault. This is politics. The UDP's failure is what's creating these seats. So we're seeing super constituencies emerge that are unbeatable even, unless they're redistricted, even in a 5-year turnaround. The margins are so large that they're insurmountable. And we're looking at places like Freetown, Caribbean Shores. Lake Independence was already that. Pickstock is now that Fort George. We're looking at constituencies and Toledo East as well, where the PUP are turning those into safest of safe seats, that it will take 2 election cycles to break the stranglehold on it. It's really an interesting time when we see these super constituencies emerging. In terms of numbers, we still don't have the 6 p.m. numbers, and we're waiting for counting to start.
Have we gotten a report from Corozal North at any point, Jules?
We did. Jo Marie went there earlier, but she couldn't find the candidate, David
I have
Castillo.
an unofficial concern out that side that there are some issues with a missing box. So if we could, in Corozal North.
Okay.
So if we could
That's the area that has the highest turnout.
Right.
At least at the last check, it was
Right.
at 72%.
Well, we know it's an area with a number of villages as well in Corozal North. And those villages range from Chanchen in the north, probably to, I am trying to think, probably down to San Victor. Not only San Victor is in southwest, but also to San Pedro village as well. So that has a number of villages and
a lot of traversing with
a lot of traversing, but this is what our electoral system does. But at the end of the day, it is the job of the Elections and Boundaries Commission. It is the job of political parties to be viable. UDP failed. But it is the job of the Elections and Boundaries Commission, not the department, but the commission, full up of political appointees. It is their job to look out for the interests of the voters, because no one else will. Political parties have no interest in free or fair elections. They have an interest, they exist to win elections. They don't care if it's free, fair, stolen, tech. They just want to win. They just want to say, I get a mandate. I think we have our friend in Corozal Southeast again. William Smith in Corozal Southeast. What's up, William?
Hi, good night again, viewers. Good night in studios. I am here live at counting station 45, where, as you can see, the first counting area is pretty full already. More boxes came in, and so the counting has started in some of the boxes already here at polling area 45. Also, I'm not sure if you're able to hear, but there's a lot of, celebration has already started in this division. On the highway, you see a lot of vehicles, especially with the People's United Party flags up and down the highway here in San Joaquin Village. So that's what's currently happening here in this division. Counting, like I mentioned, has already started. Part 4. Counting has already started. Earlier, the official returning officer here had a meeting with the participants in the room to let them know the rules. They've written some rules on the whiteboard here to let them know what's to happen, how if ballots are to be rejected, what's the criteria, and all that. So that's where we are. Some divisions just came in as well, so they're taking their 30-minute break, and after they've taken their break, then the counting will officially start for them for those polling areas as well. Correct. Any question, studio? Thanks.
Just hold your position. You have a special position. We have to go to Corozal Southwest because we have some disputation there. So we're going from southeast to southwest, which we know expect to be a dog fight. Do we have our correspondent from Corozal Southwest? And that would be Adrian. We have footage of Adriani Ariande, Luna, and Victor Noble. There is disputation between both sides. Again, this is one of the seats that the UDP hopes they can flip. They have a Martin Rivera is they believe a good candidate, and he's going up against not universally loved representative Ramiro Ramirez, and we see them beefing a little. But heavy police presence.
TP or SB?
He is SB.
SB.
If SB could steal that, he would be home, assuming he can stay in the home himself. So, but yeah, so we're waiting on indications. But Cordel Southeast, they're already celebrating, and that is. Could we show the slide of the candidates for Cordel Southeast? That is Florencio Marin Jr. versus Senator Tony, or former Senator Tony Herrera. And without being rude, I think they're related. But Tony Herrera and Florencio Marin Jr. and the PUP side is already claiming victory. Indeed, they've never lost it. They've never lost. Yep. Tony has been fighting in there for 2 elections now, but they have never lost. PUP haven't lost it from the 60s, and I don't think that will happen tonight. So how it is shaping up, we're still holding out for the UDP in Cordel North. I just got the information on Cordel North. The Pachacan box had to return to the polling station.
Okay.
So, but I was talking cynically, factually about the Elections and Boundaries Commission, not looking out for the interests of voters, not educating voters. The registration should not be left to political parties because they defraud the list. As soon as you do re-registration, then go, man, I lost all my special voters. Make I get some new one. And the most well-funded party, whichever one it is at the time, then quickly seeks to populate the list with phantom fraudulent voters, right? That's what they quickly proceed to do. Elections and Boundaries is only going around checking, and you got 32 people who lived in a bungalow, a 2-bedroom bungalow, but once you show the light bill and somebody say me they are. So, but my point is that Elections and Boundaries needs to be an advocate for the voters, because you can't leave it to the political parties. That's what makes our system so distorted, that you have these ridiculous constituencies where the list has been defrauded. They all talk about elections are decided on election day. No, my brother, no, my sister. Those were decided many months before by the dominant party, whichever it is, making that list be fraudulent. They decided it months before. Election observers come to witness the post-mortem of a democracy that was murdered long before election day by fraudulent voter registration. I said a lot. Julius was arriving just now. Julius Espat was arriving just now at the counting station in Cayo South, looking very confident. He has a phantom candidate in Jose Antonio Samaoya who run against him, and Dr. Jun Young as well, and I think that he will have one of the larger margins of victory tonight.
For sure.
So what happened is with the box, the bus, according to my sources, it got the bus was transporting the box, and it caught into an accident with one of the vehicles escorting the bus. But the box is safe. And,
the box is safe.
The box is safe. Hopefully no one is hurt. But we have free and fair elections, free and fair, in terms of one person, one vote in general. And there's the Prime Minister with Chris Noble. I think, I hope Chris doesn't say the Prime Minister is also a relative, as he said about Thea. But yeah, so we have just a cordial greeting. I'm just teasing. But the Prime Minister is arriving there and of course the Commissioner is there to greet him. No, I mean, it's VIP. So we see the Prime Minister I guess he's heading home, waiting for the counting, and then he will return in glory.
We just got to let our folks know that we expect to start getting numbers. The correspondents, I'm sure, have built relationships with some insiders and try to get some numbers. The situation with the box in Pachacan is that what is going to be the end result of that? Jules, they're going to take it back to the police station and then return it to the counting area? What's going to happen there if you're going back to the police station?
I think it has to go back to the polling station, and then they take it to the counting station from there. I think the vehicle is incapacitated.
Okay.
And you have to have multiple escorts in the vehicle.
Okay.
Right? To escort the box. It can't just go in a vehicle. Very early numbers from Albert, and it's unconfirmed. Show Tracy having a slight lead in one of the boxes. Very preliminary stuff. 50 to 45 to Mr. Oak 2. So we have said all day, Albert is going to be tight. PUP is putting a lot of resources in there. It was tight last time. Tracy Panton only won by a few dozen votes over Paul Thompson. So we're looking very closely. I think Jose Spat will get, I told you, under 30 votes. But Kaya and Tracy from a very initial number, it's tight, but that is just, you're looking at the whole, when you're looking at a total of 100 votes, you're looking at it through a straw. And we're not seeing the whole picture at all. So, but early indications, that one will be close, right? These things, they follow trends, which you can compensate for from one box to the other, but when the lead gets too wide, you can't do anything. The trend is in place. So, we're waiting for numbers, and the fact that we're not seeing numbers indicates from the small constituencies, and I'm talking Mesopotamia and Albert, Queen Square, I think that suggests that it's close. I think those constituencies will be probably closer than they expect, but let us wait and see. I think we should take a quick commercial break, unless we have someone waiting, because after this it's going to start to heat up.
Real hot.
So we don't have anything to call election yet, but we hope to have it soon, and then we'll know. Let's take a quick commercial break. Okay, welcome back to
We're back. The big shilling.
Do Ting.
Do Ting.
Which means that the cake, the cut right now, Jules Vasquez, the famous Jules Vasquez speech.
The cake.
The cut. When the cake, the cut, we want the day.
Yeah, real.
Anybody have the darts? Because I am excited about that dartboard over there.
Right, we have the dartboard. Glenn, show them the dartboard. But my point is that the UDP is in trouble.
Yeah.
Early indications, and I know I know to get the vibes I usually get. UDP is in trouble so we have the dartboard set up. Let's see who gets the majority of the darts. The darts aren't a bad thing. Whoever gets the majority of the darts, that means that you win. So it's just a fun prank we set up to take up space. But my point is that Patrick Faber, it is not 5-6 in Collet, it is 5-5. They are almost at a draw, early counting in the Collet constituency. Too close, not only too close for comfort, too close to call, too close for a 4-term representative. And I want to be clear, in 2003, Patrick Faber emerged in that constituency by beating a much older representative. I believe it was back to Remigio by then, Remigio Montero, of departed memory. And he beat an older man, the young emerging candidate. Tonight, like a prize fight, he is the older man. Patrick Faber, elected at the time, was one of the, if not the youngest member ever of Parliament, at 27 maybe years old. Now we are 22 years on. He's coming on to 50 years old. And Patrick Faber is the old man, and Devon Daily is the younger man. And like a prize fight, Faber is on the ropes. Whether it's a rope-a-dope or...
Yeah, I saw on Facebook sometime around 4 o'clock this afternoon, there seemed to have been some coffin.
Yes, we had it here, man.
Yeah.
You don't need to see it on Facebook. We got it footage here.
I never seen
They had a whole funeral for Patrick Faber. They had like a dogo.
But then he also posted. I saw him post and says,
resurrection.
Yeah, the resurrection.
Yeah.
He says, no, there's a resurrection. I'm not dead, and I'm coming for the win. So I guess he knew that it would be that kind of night, no? A back and forth night insofar as the counting.
Yeah, so if it is close in Collet, it is close in Albert, very initial numbers. See, we have the coffin there. This is what the PUP set up. They set up a whole skit with drums and music, like a dogo they had for the man. Serious jokes. But I've never seen energy like that from the PUP in Collet. That's why I wanted to talk to Frisco, because Frisco made a complaint last time how dead it was. I think we have someone on the live, but I just want to say quickly, too close, very close in Albert, very initial numbers, very close in Collet. Sounds like a dangerous night for the UDP. Cayo Northeast, Mr. Woodai, I believe, yes? We're up live? Okay. I think maybe we lost him.
No,
yeah?
There we go.
Let's go. Good night.
Good night. Well, I am here at the Sacred Heart College compound, where the counting is taking place for the Cayo Northeast constituency. All the boxes have been in, and counting has actually started. Boxes came from Docron 2, boxes came from Esperanza and Santa Familia, and of course those boxes from this said location. So the boxes are pretty much being counted. I can see that the day went very fast in my eyes. It was pretty much quiet, calm, and peaceful, and likewise respectful. Police officers were on duty, and I think it was an easy day for them, if I may say. The returning officer, Mr. Cho, was very helpful. And of course, the voters, to me, they were very, very peaceful and calm, you know. It wasn't like the other elections that I've observed in the past. I can also say that, you know, there were quite a number of personalities from especially the United Democratic Party being obvious, trying to assist and getting the supporters out. For example, Mayor Trapp was here. I saw Mr. John August Jr., who was a candidate in the last two elections, actually, that Mr. Orlando Landy Abed had defeated twice. But if I can share with you, according to the information I received in terms of the voter turnout, from the Sacred Heart College, there was a total of 2,447 registered voters for this particular polling area. And from that total, 1,618 voters cast their ballots. That is 66.1%. From Santa Familia, they had 1,731 voters who were registered. And from that amount, it was 1,223 who actually voted, for a percentage of 70.7. From Esperanza, there was a total of 1,061 voters who registered. And from that amount, 674 cast their vote. From Docron, 662 voted out of 1,339. My calculation here is telling me that there were 63.5% voter turnout. 63.5% voter turnout. Last election in 2020, it was 83.5% voter turnout, no? I would have to actually do the maths here to see the grand total of voters. But yeah, it was 63.5. Actually, it's 4,000. Yeah, I do have that here. I do have my notes here. 4,177 voters of 6,578. So if I may clarify, in this electoral division, there's a total of 6,578 voters, registered voters. Out of that amount, a total of 4,177 voters turn out today to cast their vote. No, I believe that it's going to be an early night here. Why I say that is because of the amount of votes comparison to last time. No, yeah, that would be a summary of what transpired here today in this constituency. Any questions, colleagues?
Straightforward. You're looking at, in Cayo Northeast, you're looking at 63% turnout. In the last election in Cayo Northeast, the turnout was 83% turnout. So you have a much higher percentage turnout in the last election in Cayo Northeast. A low turnout favors the incumbent Landy, and I think that it's looking good for him tonight. What was the presence of Mr. Fernandez for the UDP on the ground today?
So, to be quite honest, I tried to locate Mr. Fernandez, but as I moved from one polling area to another, I was not able to reach him and converse with him and get feedback from him. But I must say that everywhere you go, it was obvious that the blue color dominated.
And we'll be waiting to hear.
Okay, excellent, and thank you very much. We'll very much do so.
Okay, thanks. We have the numbers I think the table is still finalizing from the Elections and Boundaries website, but we do have the raw data.
We have a box that was sent unofficial from Lekai, just to give a little indication of how it's looking in these boxes. Area 17B from A to B. Hyde has 295 casted votes. Jenkins has 5 and 1 spoiled.
Okay, we have Freetown, 2,400 votes casted,
Right.
And so that's of whatever 4,055 voters. That's not a box count. Let's we could quickly go over the numbers. Corozal North has the highest turnout, and that to me is not good for Hugopat. Hugopat, I want to say, that's not a good sign for. I always say the high turnout disfavors the incumbent representative. People came to vote for the other guy, or came to vote you out. So I don't think that's as favorable for Hugopat as might have been expected. I could be wrong, but it does, in my opinion, seem to favor David Castillo. If we go down to Corozal Southwest, 78.36, that is going to be a percent. That's the second highest in the country. Are we able to bring up the table with the returns? But 78.36% in Corozal Southwest, in my mind, does not favor Ramiro Ramirez, the PUP incumbent. Or we can show the table, the slide with the representatives. Albert, 75. Albert is number 3 in the country. 75% does not favor, in my opinion, Tracy Panton. And so far, the very limited snapshot we've gotten is indicative of that. That the strong turnout, people came to vote for Kaya. But we know that was close in the last election as well. We'll have to wait and see. Corozal Southeast, now, this turns my logic on its head. Because I believe that I don't see how PUP could ever lose Corozal Southeast. But if you use my logic that I used for the previous three, it would mean it looked good for Tony Herrera.
And it doesn't.
It would be great that it was. I don't think it is, but we have to see. That's number 4 in the country. Number 5 is Lekai. Now, there's nothing you will tell me on God's green earth that will tell me that it looked bad for Cordel Hyde. So we know that strong turnout is an expression of, to me, a vote of confidence in Cordel Hyde. That's a strong turnout for a large constituency. Orange Walk South, it's a fairly good turnout, 72%. I don't know what the national average will be yet. I think that's still being calculated. Oh, there it is. We have the national average on year 1. And if we can go back to the table, guys, we have 65% national turnout. There it is, 65.1%. That's the final number at 6 p.m. That is not a good sign. I'm just saying from a democracy perspective, 65% as opposed to, I think the national turnout in 2020 was 82%, and I'll have that number for you right now. But the national turnout in 2020 was, I have it right here, 81.86%. So we've gone from 81.86% to 65.1%. Now, it could be that the 16% that didn't come out this time are the UDPs who just stayed home. That's a very plausible theory. Yeah. But it's a very poor turnout. It's the lowest turnout, I will say this, the lowest turnout recorded since 1984. That's the lowest national turnout recorded since 1984, since independence. Every general election since independence has had a national turnout greater than 70%. I believe 1993 was the lowest at 71%. So there has never been a 60+% turnout. And we finally have one in 2025, 65.1%.
These are the finals.
Yeah, that's the final.
Sorry, no.
So 65.1% national turnout. 128,000 people came out to vote.
Right.
And of that, 65% of 197,000. Remember, we don't have the full voters list, which is 204,000 because 2 constituencies were uncontested. But I want to key in on that 65.1%. That's a very serious number. People stayed home more than they have in Belize's independent history. That is a bad sign for democracy, terrible sign for the UDP, but it's nothing the PUP should be happy about. Victory over the defenseless is neither great nor memorable, as Michael Finnegan has taught us. So we have Cayo Central, very hot constituency. Let's see what Cayo Central is saying. Louis Wade, do we have Louis Wade coming in from Cayo Central? We're queuing that up. The lowest turnout was in Dangriga, less than 50%, 47%. Stann Creek West, second lowest. Of the 10,000 voters, only 5,000 came out. Let's switch over. Do we have Louis Wade? Let's hear the report.
45 here in Cayo Central, and we are taking a look at the energy that is taking place out here at the Santa Elena Primary School. There is noise from both sides. The PUPs are on one side, the UDPs are on another side. There are at least 50 members of the cadet police school that are out here to ensure that the peace is being kept. There is now a barricade put up by the police to make a clear Central, and already, as we said, quite a few police officers and quite a few members of the cadet are out there to take a look at what is taking place this evening. More soon from Cayo Central, located at the largest polling station at the Santa Elena Elementary School.
Shyne Barrow returning to the counting room. He says that they are still counting. No interviews yet. He's waiting till, I guess, the final ballot is cast. So he's returning to the counting room. He stepped out just to get something. He's not answering any questions at this moment. As you can see here in Mesopotamia, and I'm sorry I didn't introduce, we were just trying to get the footage real quick, Big Shilling the Ting. Here in Mesopotamia, they're actually abiding by the 100-foot line. I don't know what it's like in the other constituencies, but I know in Queen Square, they're not really paying attention to that so much. We were right up to the counting station, like, you know, outside the gates of the counting station, which is something that we normally do, but here in Mesop, police are out here, the barriers are out here, and the counting station is over there in Grace Primary School. So, and it's, as you can see, it's pretty dead out here. Supporters have left, and the candidates are inside the counting station waiting for that final ballot to be counted. And we will be out here for that final result, and hopefully we'll get the chance to go closer when the time comes. So that's the update for now. Big Shilling Dotting.
Jump back into it quickly. I'm going to say that Patrick Faber is about to lose.
Really?
All intelligence and information from the Faber camp is that there will be a new lion in the Collette constituency. Patrick Faber is down by 75, and in a close race, you can't make that up. Patrick Faber is in peril of losing for the first time since he entered electoral politics in 2003, and he's losing to a younger candidate. So he has won 5 times, 3, 8, 12, 15, 20. The 5-term representative, Patrick Faber, is not on the ropes. He's done for the count. Doesn't look like he'll get up. So we're going to call that, this is consequential for the UDP. That was one the UDP were virtually sure of. We have a live report from Stann Creek West. Hello, Brittany, Logan.
Hi, good evening, guys. Are you hearing me?
Crystal clear.
So we're here at Ecumenical High School, and as you can see behind me, we still have boxes coming in. Right now, the one for Independence Village just came in, and some other ones arrived earlier when we just got here. Now, today was really quiet. We went to most of the villages, Georgetown, Silkgrass. That's where we interviewed Mr. Rodwell Ferguson, Hopkins, Independence. And the energy was, you didn't see a lot of voters, but in the end, there was a 50% of number of voters.
Okay, great. All right, well, so I know that counting process will take a while. You have how many villages in that constituency? Probably 18, I'm thinking. Maybe more?
Yes, it's 18 villages, and there was 12 counting stations, and there was 29 in each of those, like counting all of them together.
Great. Please keep us in touch, Brittany. Great reporting from the ground. Maintain your presence, and we appreciate it. I want to mention some more results from Albert.
It's coming in really fast.
That show that Cayo is up in another box, 105 to 95. So it's 5-6.
Nail biter in Albert.
Nail biter in Albert. This is a trend, and I'm telling you, it's not good for Shyne Barrow. It's not good for Shyne Barrow. I'm not hearing anything from Lee Mark's camp or Shyne Barrow's camp, which means that it's very close. That's what that is telling me. It's very close in Messop. Remember, Messop, I believe, Michael Finnegan, as it has long been established, has 1,000 UDP voters. 1,600 people, let's say, would come to vote. I don't know what was the total final. Let's check in Messop. But I anticipated 1,600 people in Messop, 1,000 UDPs, but Lee Mark and Shyne split that. And so Mr. Ellis needed only 600 votes to win, which is 100 less than Dr. Fitz, Candice Scott last time. I was right. 1,514 came out to vote in Mesopotamia. 1,514. Let's say they have 1,000 UDPs, because that's what always votes in that UDP stronghold. Lee Mark and Shyne, they fight for that. That leaves 500 votes theoretically for Mr. Ellis. So that is a very tight three-way race. This is just, I don't have data yet, but that's my projection.
Assuming none switch too.
Right? So that is too close to call, but I'm telling you, if Faber is going down and he's still on the ground for the count, and Tracy is on the cusp of going down, Shyne and Lee Mark are going down. And if that happens, it's a total washout for the UDP. And I'm telling you, Hugo Pat is not comfortable in Corozal North. I'm not saying he's going to lose, but he's not as comfortable. There was just a stoning incident in Corozal North, and his vehicle was affected. I believe it was friendly fire, that's what I'm told. But Hugo Pat is not as comfortable as we thought. We have a report from Corozal Bay and Corozal North. Am I right? Which Corozal do we have?
Corozal Bay.
Corozal Bay, okay, I think they're still organizing it. But like I said, it's looking very grim for the UDP if they lose those 3 city strongholds. So Tracy is now up in another box, 132 to 125. But this is literally 5-6. So we have Ethan Chub. This is from the south, from the Toledo district. Ethan, what's up?
Good night, Jules. I'm currently here at the Toledo Community College campus, where the voting, the counting of the votes will start in a few, but I think we're still waiting for one more box. One of the biggest polling station boxes it already arrived, which is the Bella Vista Village polling station, you know?
Okay.
And so far, on official reports, the total amount of votes that were casted today was 5,385 votes out of the 8,557 registered voters, which is approximately 62.9% voters that voted today.
Okay, well, and thanks. And what's the atmosphere down there?
Well, at the moment, Jules, we only have a few of the PUP supporters outside of the gate, but other than that, it's very calm. Earlier during the day, it was, like a ghost town here in PG. The people were not coming out to vote as I was expecting, But other than that, it's pretty chill out here.
Okay, and no presence from the PNP?
At the moment, no. I'm looking outside of the gate, and there's no presence of the PNP party nor the independent party here at the moment.
Okay, thanks so much, Brother Chub. We'll stay in touch.
Okay.
Thanks for keeping vigilant. I'm receiving
Yes,
reports
keep you guys
from
updated.
Mesop. Go ahead. Okay, Joe in Corozal Bay. I just want to say quickly, they're saying the mark is up, but too close to call. Let's see. Joe Marie in Corozal Bay, what's up? Do we have her?
Live from Corozal Bay, Big Shilling, the Ting. My name is Jo Marie Lanza. I am here in front of St. Francis Xavier, still waiting. I was told that they have not started counting as yet. A while ago, the last 3 boxes arrived here at the counting station, St. Francis Xavier, for Corozal Bay. And as you can tell by my surroundings, the crowd out there is very quiet. There's traffic, there's little activity, but nothing's happening, Compared to the other constituencies, I've seen so many of them already celebrating and rejoicing and stuff, but here it's still pretty quiet. And that's because they haven't started counting as yet. We were informed that they're still reconciling, going over the rules, and counting is supposed to begin at 8. So hopefully after that we will have an update for you all, but stay tuned. Big Shilling, Channel 7, the Ting.
Joe Marie. So early, very raw and sketchy numbers or sketchy reports from Mesop is that Lee Mark stands a chance to win. It's too close to call, but I need some more numbers to triangulate it. But we know that in Collett, Faber is down and not likely to get up. And we know also, and then we have Jenny Martinez from Cayo, and we know that Albert, another box is now reporting Tracy up. So that is going to be within a few dozen votes. Hi Jenny from Cayo.
Hi, good night for
Jen.
Channel 7. Reporting from the Cayo West Division, Benqueviejo del Carmen. This is where the counting will take place in Mount Carmel Primary School. And we've got the data reconciled by the returning officer. Mr. Bola has given us the final data. And we had a total of 5,115 votes cast out of a total of 7,674, which gave us a total of 66.7%. Polling station number 83 and 84, respectively 2,709 and 577 for Benqueviejo. Those are the 2 polling stations for Benqueviejo. And we have Arenal, we got 381 votes. That was polling station 126. Socots, we had a little setback because they had not, they had some small issues with San Jose Socots, and they finally gathered the final figure. That was the setback. Socots did 1,278 votes of approximately 1,500 voters. And Arenal had 250 more or less registered voters, and they got 170 cast votes. So that made the total figure of 5,115 out of 7,674 registered voters, which gave us a 66.7% at the end of the tally. That is for the Cayo West constituency.
Okay, excellent. We know that in the last election, Cayo West had, you said it's 66.9. In the last election, it was 82%.
82, yes,
Right.
82%. That was in 2020. That was the final number at tally in 2020, 82%. 82.6% more or less.
So now, and that you know, you had a well-known UDP candidate there, Guerra. So who did the voters not come out and support? Is it that the voters didn't come out and support Jorge Millen, or is it that they didn't come out and support Mike Guerra?
It's kind of difficult to speculate. The UDP had a very heavy machinery out there. The people were coming out by numbers, and it's going to be a tight race.
Interesting.
I'm suspecting it's going to be a very tight race.
Great, great. Keep us posted. We know that Mike is well known and well loved there. Jorge Millen and
then
go ahead.
Yeah, he's a very popular person in the area, and then, well, we had the PUP machinery behind Millen and Spot.
Right.
It's going to be a very tight race. That is everything that I can perceive from all this people and all the commotion that was happening. The UDP had a very heavy machinery, just like the PUP, but it's a very tight race.
And we know that Sokots had turned against Millen, right? The chairlady had resigned.
There were many ill feelings, but well, we'll see what happens at the end of the day.
And we know that Julius, the senior man in the West, I think might be the regional leader, is not friendly with Millen and Spot. They are not allies. So it'll be interesting. Thanks so much, Ms. Martinez. And we have, we'll switch over now to Cayo South. Do we have a report from Cayo South? Belize Rural North, Groove Master.
First of all, I want to say thank you very much to my able camera person, Hannah. Been with me all day. What I'm getting from some of my people here is that apparently in one of the boxes, Marconi Leal Jr. Got almost all of the votes except for 39 for Shaw. He already, I heard, and this isn't confirmed yet, but I heard he already won Lucky Strike in Moscow. So that's how it's going. All these are unconfirmed. But you know how we do it. We're trying to get you information before it gets out there. So once more for Big Shilling, we did a thing. Steve Anthony, we'll be back shortly.
All right, so LJ Wade, Cayo South, I finally caught up with Mr. Jose. I've been looking everywhere for Mr. Jose. I am glad I caught you. How was your day? What was the experience like on the ground?
Oh, it was a great and a busy day. As you see, we are very, very busy, moving around like you guys doing. And I'm proud of you guys that you're doing the hard work for the people of Belize, because you are the media, you bring the voice to the people. And I am proud of you guys, doing the hard work. And I am excited. I know this is not the end. This is the beginning.
So the polls close. Are you nervous to hear the final result?
There's no way. Oh man, like you see, I am smiling. I'm not nervous. I'm happy because I'm watching and I'm seeing people around there excited. It doesn't matter what color you are, but your heart feel it. And this is like a party time.
Yeah, and a lot of people are here. I guess they're waiting to party as well. Let's talk machinery. Did you manage to bring out the crowd like you wanted to? Because in my search for you, I stopped at Kettle Unitedville here. I didn't see a lot of your apparel. I didn't see a lot of people supporting you. What was the machinery like? Was it underwhelming?
Well, like I was saying, that I don't want to be in crowded areas like that. Like people are saying, where you come from? You just come out just like that. It's not where I come, right? But why I'm here is because putting my face. I'm a new one.
Yeah.
So this is my first time I'm doing this, and I'm doing this for my people. Doesn't matter what culture you are, if you're Mestizo, Garifuna, Mayas, you name it.
Yeah.
And this is like I say, I've been moving around. You don't see a lot of flags because I don't like this, like flags, because there's so much flags around.
Yeah.
And why don't we spend on the people that really need it?
Yeah.
This is why you see, like, okay, just watching. But, you know, this is just the beginning.
So
doesn't matter if I lose or I win, but the road just starts.
So I was just going to ask, is that you announcing, no matter what happened tonight, 4 or 5 years from now, you'll see my face again?
Yes, definitely. I'm here, like I say, I am a mestizo. I'm for the people, you know. I just watch it. This is just like you guys doing hard work. So you the media, everybody will start to knowing. Let's not be just the last time.
Yeah.
Let's continue doing it. I keep going.
And then he said you want.
That is an optimistic man.
Oh, that interesting.
I would like him at a board meeting that.
He's a unique guy. He's straight from the multiverse.
He's straight from the multiverse.
That's a souvenir interview right there.
Definitely.
He might not broke 100, you know.
But it's a classic energy.
I want to read some shocking results from Orange Walk. There are more spoiled ballots in Orange Walk Central than there are for Shyne Barrow's candidate, Yarakal. The initial numbers from Orange Walk Central show John Briceño with 75% of the vote, 3,232. I think that's the wrong number. There's an updated one that shows 3,232. Grijalva, 817, 19%. Spoiled ballots, 137. 137 spoiled ballots, 3.2%. Yarakal, 77 ballots, 1.8%. So she's running for the UDP, for Shyne Barrow's UDP. There it is. There are more spoiled ballots. Yeah, of course, that's a lot of spoiled ballots. And this is the situation that elections and boundaries created. I hope they're all protest ballots. I would hope. But it doesn't, it's spoiled nonetheless. And it could be spoiled because there are two UDPs. We have to see what happens in Port Loyola,
yeah,
right?
that's why I pointed out that that's an unusual number of spoiled ballots.
Yeah, usually it's in the tens.
Yeah.
It's, you know, it'll be, so that's 137 is a lot, but Yarakal only got 77 votes. I am really, it's politics, man. You win or you die.
What would be the major issue that having two candidates on a ballot creates?
Oh, no. There's poor vision.
Right.
There is voter confusion. They know red the UDP.
Right.
So if that's the red, then just put X. And if there's 2X, 2 red, there is. You have to understand voter education, voter literacy is not high. Right? We have to judge by the least of us. Right? Those who are poor of vision and those who just look for the color may not have high literacy. And the elections and boundaries failed those people. And they willfully did it with the consent, acquiescence, and support of Tracy, of UDP member allegiant to Tracy Panton, because we want the red too. We have somebody on the live, guys. I think we're working on it. Mr. Gongora from Cayo North. Okay, that one is hot. What's up in Cayo North, Mr. Gongora?
Okay, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Crystal.
Yeah, so just to let you guys know about the voter turnout, the registered electors, and the ballots that have been
I want to know what the mood is like, Gongora. What's the mood like out there? Because we know that that's a very hot constituency.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. It's a very hot constituency right now, but we still haven't received any information from the returning officers to give us an update on what is the or who is leading at this moment.
Of course, yeah. But what's the mood like? Are the two camps riled up? Are they chilling out? What's the feeling like?
Yeah, earlier they were riled up. Both of the parties. Both the UDP and the People's United Party, they have been chanting their candidate's name back and forth, telling each other stuff. So, earlier in the evening, right before the poll closed, they had it got a little bit hectic where the two parties basically, or the supporters, basically just starting throwing phrases at each other. and it was quite a big. It was quite hectic today, I could say the least.
Okay, great. So now the turnout in Cayo North.
The turnout for Cayo North. So basically, voters turnout will be 71.14%. So basically, that's the amount of people, or the percentage of people that came out.
71.4. So, and in the last election in 2020, it was 82.8. Right?
I'm seeing on my end it says 81.86.
Okay, good. That's fine. But I'm saying it went down from 80 plus to 70 plus, right?
Yes, it had a dramatic drop. Basically, the reason I got to ask a couple of citizens from Cayo North why didn't they cast their vote is because they stated that they are both basically tired of the both parties. They basically want something fresh.
Great. Awesome. Great insights. I couldn't agree with them more. People are so tired of the PUDP dance, even in Cayo North, but still, it's a relatively strong turnout when you look at the national average, which is 65%. Again, I'm going to stress, the lowest since independence. This is a democracy in crisis. This is the PUDP reaching the logical conclusion of years of voter registration fraud and voter abuse. People just say, we're done with UNO, man. We're done with UNO. So, but of course the political parties don't care. They just want 3-man vote, 3-man or 3-woman. But I thank you so much. Keep us up to date on the mood out there. That's the thing we're most interested in, and the numbers out in Cayo North.
Yeah, so basically both parties, the supporters are still behind me. I moved farther from them because they were making quite a bit of noise, so I had to move farther from them to get a little bit of quiet space so I can do my report.
Okay, great. Well, keep an eye on things, Mr. Gongora, and we will stay in touch with you.
Sure, no problem. This is Kieran once again reporting from Cayo North. Big Shilling, do Ting.
All right, Kieran, thank you. We just want to give a note. Julius Espat is up 10. The votes are coming in 10-1. 10-1. This is going to be a massacre in Cayo South. It is already. Just receiving from Mesop, Lee Mark is going to win. He's going to become, to my knowledge, only the second Chinese to win a general election. We've had Chinese elected in municipal elections. We know Eric Chang and Edmond Kwan. But I think not since 1957 have we had a Chinese Belizean win. And preliminary reports, I think a gentleman, Chin, I would have to check the history books.
Okay.
But preliminary reports have that Lee Mark is going to win Mesopotamia. Preliminary. We will have to wait and see, but that's preliminary. I just want to go over something quick. Dolores Balderramos Garcia beating Beverly Williams by almost a margin of 2-1. David Almendarez, brother, you might not make it to over 100. I tell you, I said it this morning. Some man broke 50. David Almendarez to get like 5 votes and thing. Right? It's rough. Like Gales Point, Dolores 91, Bev 32. We are talking also about, I said Dolores 117, another box, Bev 92, David 7, another box, David got 5. And she also won 2 boxes in Hattieville, Dolores, by total blowout in Hattieville. So Dolores Balderramos, and again another Shyne Barrow UDP candidate, David Almendarez, will not break 100 votes. This is serious stuff. Thea Garcia is okay. So Thea Garcia, she's up significantly. We have Thea 133, Elvi Vega 57, Hernan 13. UDP running 3rd in Corozal Bay. Right? So Thea 132, and then the next box, Thea 75, LV 20, UDP 14. UDP, Hernan is running 3rd. And that is he was a Shyne Barrow UDP that gone to Tracy Panton UDP. We have another box there, 25, Elvis 17, Hernan 3. So we're going to have an independent candidate, total independent, beat out a UDP candidate, a mass party candidate. UDP in a crisis that will take more than 5 years to fix. So Hernan is running third right now. Thea is comfortably leading. In the Xavier box in Corozal Bay, Thea is winning big. I have some results from Albert. This is polling area 10, A to K, 177 for Tracy Panton, 163 for Kaya Katus, 4 rejected, right? Which are in dispute, and every ballot is going to count. But 177 to 163 is not comfortable for Tracy Panton. This Albert race is the closest we have seen in decades or in memory or probably ever. It was close last time, but not this close.
You have any numbers for Jose Spot? The kind of numbers he's...
No, man. Them on the 30.
Okay.
I think I saw Jose Spot outturn somewhere, but single digits. Right. Single digits.
If the result, because we have the general election results, which we have said we have these 2 concurrent events taking place, one for taking control and being the government, and one being a convention to settle some serious charges within the UDP. If it is that what your source is telling you that Lee Mark looks to be the winner in Mess-Up, does that end Shyne Barrow, and does that finish off the difference if, say, Tracy is able to prevail in Albert?
If Tracy holds on, theoretically, it will end Shyne Barrow. But I don't say it to be rude. Shyne Barrow is a UDP's thermonuclear cockroach. After the nuclear meltdown of the UDP, Shyne will come out and say, I'm still there, you know. I take 9 years in at the hole. I'm still there. There are levels of existence that Shyne Barrow is able to tolerate that normal people cannot. However, I'm telling you, I don't see how we could come back from this, but the Shyne we talk about. Hold on, 5 for Oak, if you want to know. Tracy won, I'll get polling area 10, A to K complete. The complete, I gave you preliminary. 187 for Tracy, 162 for Kaya. That's significant in a close race. Jose Oak, 5. Galvez, 1. Rejected, 7. Okay. So we're watching that very closely. Jose Chin for PUP in Corozal, won in 1954. I said the 50s, I said Chin. Okay. I'm not too dusty. I'm rusty, but not dusty. All right, so, so Tracy is clinging. And if she holds on and Shyne loses, by all accounts, especially how his candidates are performing shamefully, Shyne Barrow should go. And that should be the end of him. We have Cayo Central with Louis Wade.
Good evening. It's a little bit after 8 o'clock, and we've spent most of our day here at polling station number 78, which is the largest polling station for Cayo Central. We are now at the point where all of the ballots and ballot boxes from the various polling stations have come to the Santa Elena Elementary School for counting, and that counting has begun. And as you know, every now and then, someone from the inside sends information to their respective party, the PUP and the UDP, which are the major parties here this evening, and you get that shout of jubilation. Now, I need to explain, at least from how the day has progressed, what the scene looks like in the constituency. So, we traveled to Cristo Rey, San Antonio, and Georgeville. And then, of course, we spent most of our day right here at Santa Elena Primary School. And the United Democratic Party believes that they have this polling station, which is the largest polling station, that they have the majority votes here. They believe as much as 600 votes that they will gain over Alex Ballona for the United Democratic Party's Mark Usher. And so, as the counting is taking place, the lead is clearly for the United Democratic Party at this time. The shouts of jubilation are there. But if you take a look at the POP side, they are still present, they are still energized, and they are still hopeful. And the reason is because for the People's United Party, all they need to do is to close the gap here at the polling station 78, because they believe that they have a sizable lead at the polling stations, which represent Cristo Rey, San Antonio, Georgeville, etc. So they are holding on because they believe that the lead that the United Democratic Party has is going to be overcome by the votes that they have on the outside. And so as we take a look at what is happening, you will see that at one time it's the UDP that are rejoicing, and the next time it is the PUP that are rejoicing. And so the police are here because they want to ensure that there is peace. And so far, there is a lot of noise, there is a lot of energy, but it is very peaceful energy. And we hope that that continues through the night. So, as I said, the PUPs have their hope on the convincing lead they believe they have at the in the villages, and the UDP believe that they have a convincing lead at the largest polling station. And so it's going to be close. It's going to be close, and we're just going to see whether the People's United Party or the United Democratic Party take Cayo Central tonight. And we'll be here for the results.
Yeah, good evening. We are here with Tankada with Mr. Shaw. How are you doing, sir? I'm good. I know it's been a long day, and thank you very much for your time. How's the day been like, and do you have any idea of how the counting is going now?
Well, I've been beaten,
okay,
but I congratulate the Soleil and his work. I'm just shocked that the people of Belize are so happy with the state of affairs, the way they are living. I mean, they come, they vote, maybe some of them get apparently $50 a day. If they look at it, that works out to less than 2 cents a day. Are you happy with living at 2 cents a day? Does that feed you? And when they give you $50, obviously these people are not grocery shoppers. Because when I spend $50, I can put that in my pocket and walk for the shop. I don't even need a bag.
So will this won't be the end of your political aspirations? Will you be continuing after that?
This definitely is not. I mean, this just a start. I had a very short time. I had about 2 months to prepare.
And that was the other thing with the split in the party. That added to the confusion of the people.
I believe it does, because some people have mixed feelings about this. Some of them don't want to come up. They feel the party needs to reunite. And I believe eventually we will, and we will come back stronger.
Well, thank you very much for your time, and well, congratulations on a job. You know, I know you put in the work. Short time, and I know you put in the work.
Yes, I did.
All right, then. Take care, Mr. Shaw. We see you again.
You take care.
All right, Steve Anthony for Channel 7 and XTV's Big Shilling. Do thing.
Okay, so concession by Mr. Shaw for Shyne Barrow UDP. We have Tracy Panton, I believe, an interview with Tracy. Are we able to bring that up? We know that, I'll just go over some numbers real quick. Area 11, area 10 was close, polling area 10. Area 11 is larger, and that's expected to go to Tracy, right? So that is to be counted, and 16 is close. But if Tracy can hold on to 11, which is her polling area 11, which is her strong area, which is a larger area, Tracy should be able to hold on. 11, polling area 11 is the key to her race, right? So we have another second box from Wesley, L to Z, Tracy 177 to Kaya 168. So we see Tracy keeping up a continued lead, much as she did on Paul Thompson, right? And remember, she only beat Paul by a few dozen votes. I think it's 40 plus. So, and that time she had massive PUP forces aligned against her, and this time she does again. So we're keeping an eye on it, but Tracy's maintaining a slight edge.
Anything coming out, say, Belmopan with John Saldiva? We've not heard anything.
Right. Chantel, we need to hear from Chantel.
Some reports here that is in one of our chats that John Saldiva might be up, but we haven't gotten anything out of
John Saldiva. You see, that's a schizophrenic division because John Saldiva, I think he can win Central Side still, and that's a traditional Belmopan, but they're gonna hand it to him in San Martin. Those immigrant communities are gonna hand it to him. So.
Then we had the initial report coming out. I call it. Has there been any? I know Frisco says. Frisco has sent me some information here. It says that they're finished with 4 boxes. It says it's pretty close. It says the 5 boxes remaining. He says that Devon is looking confident. He's outside taking photos. That's what he has.
Yeah, as I said, Faber is down for the count and not looking to get up. Areas we want to call. Orange Rock East, gone. Okay. No surprise. Kevin, massive blowout. Elodia Aragon Jr. quit a few weeks before the election. Lance Pelayo stepped in at the last minute, and it's a total blowout. Orange Walk, total blowout. The Prime Minister got 75% of the vote. He's not used to those numbers. The Prime Minister is a man who always wins with high 50s and mid 60s. He he doesn't invest his effort into that kind of blowout. But that's what he got. I think the College constituency has gone to Devon Daily.
We're not getting anything out of Queen Square.
Queen Square is too quiet.
Yeah, very quiet.
And that means it's close. Because if it weren't close, I would have gotten the numbers already. But remember, I think that Godwin Halock should have won, but I tell you, Shane Williams could fare 100 to 200 votes, and that could be consequential in a close race. So we'll take a quick commercial break, they tell us. And we're watching the numbers very closely. We have another box for Tracy. Tracy won 186 to Kaya 110. So we see Tracy continuously pulling away. So early reports are Tracy will hold on, but Shyne Barrow, it looks as if he will not. So that will be very big. Nothing is confirmed in those areas yet, just initial information. Big Shilling?
Big Shilling.
That's it.
Welcome back to the Big Shilling, and it's about getting serious around here. The numbers are coming in. We're getting some confirmations, some unofficial confirmations. And before we introduce our new panel that's on board with us, let's just pay some bills to recognize our sponsors, our corporate sponsors: Cellular World, Oceana, Digi, Smart Belize, Freetown Drug Store, Brothers Habet, Elections and Boundaries Department, Benny's Home Center. We also have the Belize Bank, we have Fulltech, Barefoot Hotel, Caribbean Sprinter, Jamie Price Piling, J&N's Culture Kitchen, Cahalpech Village Resort, Rosado's Hardware, Premier Towing, Ruby Jewelry, CG United, Human Dignity Trust. Richard Dickey Bradley, it's an honor to have you. You know that things get serious when we see you on set. Welcome.
I'm going to take this out of the past. We're not serious.
Usually marching the clowns, right? Okay, so we have some numbers, if I could just jump into that. And we have, I believe, reliable figures from Mesopotamia. And they indicate that Lee Mark Chang has won. Lee Mark Chang has won with 590 and 56. That will be 646. Ellis second with 211 and 288. That adds up to 499. Short of, remember, I tell you how much PUP then got there. 500. He get 499. Shyne Barrow comes in third in Mesop. 113 to 139. These are the preliminary figures. And with that, Shyne Barrow would have a total of 242 votes. So, just played out just as we thought. The UDP can get close to 1,000 cumulative votes. It's just that Lee Mark got a super majority of them. What's the Lee Mark total? 646. So
it was a large margin between Lee Mark. I mean, considering the size of the division, it's quite a margin, being that you're dealing with the incumbent, the leader of the opposition, and even though most pundits were indicating that there was trouble there for Shyne, I don't know that anybody would have figured that Lee Mark would not only win, but essentially just blow him out. I think that's a blowout, Jules.
No, that's a blowout. That's what do you feel that signifies for Shyne, Dickey?
I think that knowing his resilience, this has been his most formidable challenge, because his own aunt clearly went against him. It would seem from all indications that Finnegan also went against him. And it's hard not to draw the conclusion that his father lifted not a finger for him.
That is accurate.
And I think we all saw the footage of him walking by himself in the constituency when the poll was about to close, and that said it all. In fact, that's a credit to him, because normally any other politician would have slinked away.
Right.
But
yeah,
that
we have the footage of Shyne, guys.
That's
walking
indication right there, no?
Yeah, that's why I commented at the time that it's very telling, but telling of his character to do that, but also it says that he has basically he's alone at this moment of decision. He's alone.
So what's going to happen next is Shyne will say, "Oh, when I lead the UDP now, I lose. All right." Cold, dead fingers. That's when you can get leadership of this UDP. Shyne, I believe, will not go quietly into that good night. Shyne has been through hell, and he's going to say, make we go to court. March 31st is the hearing date. Make we go to court, and the court can decide, because he verily believes that there he is walking. One man, he verily believes that they are illegitimate, and that they have been expelled, and that they cannot be leaders of the UDP. So this isn't over because Shyne loses, but it's a devastating loss to come in third. And Lee Mark Chang becomes only the second Chinese Belizean in our nation's history to be elected as an area representative. That's huge. That's really huge, especially when you say, man like Faber, they go down. Tracy's in a dog fight, but I'm told she's holding on. I want to just announce something just to give the scale of UDP disaster. Caribbean Shores, Trinity Methodist, Karim Musa 205, Andrew Bradley 32, Tyrone Oriano 9. Some of them on broke 100B. I tell you, not a good sign.
But you know, Jules,
and I want to say quickly, Omar Figueroa
in trouble.
He has lost by 300 votes. Yeah. Misha took him to the cleaners. I said it this morning. Misha got a list well padded. That list, and I know his attorney is here. So, but that list may don't make, as we say in Creole, it may don't make the list. And Omar faced an uphill battle. I'm sorry, DK, I cut you across.
No, I wanted to say that you have succeeded in Guzo in out Shyne Barrow. But I would want to throw this in the conversation that whatever, because he's kind of young to this thing, you know. He came back from America, you know, he think he know Belize, especially Belize City. Right. But I want to throw this out for your listeners and viewers that Shyne Barrow represented like something we need in our party politics. All the other politicians are the same old, same old. He would have been the man to launch investigation against the corruption by certain politicians, perhaps even Red, but nobody else. So him off the scene is not a good thing. Him not around is not a good thing.
You see him as a good disruptor?
Sorry?
A disruptor, but a good disruptor.
Well, I don't agree with Jules that he's any disruptor. I think he just ended up in a situation where, and we all understand this, in the politics in Belize, the pendulum has swung to the blue. Yeah. And so we are witnessing that swing still yet. But the pendulum will come back. And all we have in this country, the Tweedledum and Tweedledee, 6 of one, half a dozen of another. So all of we just to play out one game we don't say it long time. The political system now a fraud, and you all have been juking it, boring holes into it, and exposing it a bit, but the media in Belize have to step up their game because it's not a big joke, you know. It's about if you don't come out, come vote. You don't got no vice. You would vote in a constituency where that done rig already. You live in there and the vote based on whatever little you see happening, and people who have never lived there are voting you down.
Including the Prime Minister's nominator.
No matter, it's the same game. Whoever is Prime Minister, whichever party is there. So, you know, Moses is correct. This whole system is a fraud. And we need to start talking about that. Because you are saying correctly that in the case of Cayo, that voters from Hattieville dissatisfied with Dolores. A lot of voters left Dolores, but guess what? Dolores replaced them. Where they come from?
Somewhere else.
Make the list.
You know, we need to talk to people very serious. This political thing not work. And before it slips me with the other, listen. This is a name one I can real election moves because we don't know who may win already. It's a real election. We don't know who will win. All we pay attention to what happening in Albert with Tracy and Cayo. We're going on in a mess up. We're going at this. That's all. The rest of the thing then that just we've seen this movie before.
And yes, we're just waiting and seeing how it breaks down. We have an interview with Tracy Panton. Yeah. Okay, and this was a few minutes ago. I want to say quickly that I see another box, polling area 16, which should be Kaya's strength. Indeed, she has won 166 to 131 over Tracy Panton in polling area 16. Remember, it's going to come down to polling area 11. That's a big one. That should be Tracy's strength. Let's see what Tracy was saying a short while ago. Do we have it?
Okay, so you will stay here until the last ballot is counted?
I will stay here, and my campaign team will stay here. Today, we believe is going to be a historic day, not only for the Albert constituency, but for this country, and certainly for the UDP. So we're not going anywhere until the last vote is counted.
Any idea how long that might be?
Here to stay.
How long that might be, more or less, until that last vote, based on previous track record, previous elections?
I think maybe we have another couple hours to go, maybe another 2 hours or an hour and a half, I would believe. We have a relatively small constituency, as you know, 3,100 votes.
And how many came out today?
almost 68% came out today. One of the highest in the country, of course.
That's about 2,000.
I haven't done the math. I'll leave that to you. But certainly, I believe that, you know, we did what we said we were going to come out here to do, to keep our democracy alive, to support our country and to support our constituency. And I can tell you that the work that my team has put in has been well done.
What does the voter turnout tell you? The fact that it's high.
Well, the last the last 2 times we had a high voter turnout. It's normally the case, and it's usually an indication that we have done our work on the ground and that the voters are eager to come out and to cast their votes.
How are you dealing with jitters? I'm not sure if you are. I really want we done that at the end of counting because I cannot wait.
I don't know if it's jitters. I can tell you I'm exhausted. Exhausted and a little excited at the same time, because it does not escape us, I say again, it does not escape us that we're on the precipice of making history in this country, and the people of the Albert constituency need to be applauded for their effort.
And as interim leader of the party, what can you tell us, perhaps if you've got numbers from other divisions where you had a candidate?
Well, I can tell you about mess up.
Mess up.
Mess up.
Mess up.
And I will tell you that our UDP candidate, that is a part of my slate, will deliver mess up tonight. I've also heard from San Pedro, and my UDP candidate in San Pedro will deliver San Pedro. So we are hopeful that this will be a trend that will continue throughout the country.
That's Manuel Herrera, right?
Correct.
And we see that the UDP camp out here tonight. Everybody stay, and that means something.
We are here to stay.
Well, they've put in the work. They have earned their place in the hearts of the constituents of Albert. People keep asking me, what's your secret ingredient? Because we certainly cannot outspend the PUP. They had some serious operatives in here today. From the former foreign minister was here, supporting Ms. Kaya.
But former foreign minister?
Mr. Eamon Courtney.
Oh, wow.
Yes, so there was that. Yes, no, there have been some heavy hitters in here today. But what I can say, what we do have and what we will always have for the people in Albert is love.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck at this hour. That was Miss Tracy Panton here in the Albert Division. I'm just going to pull back a little bit and show you how out here looks right now. This is the UDP section outside of the counting station, and a little piece I missed in the very beginning in terms of audio was that Miss Panton said they have won in a box that she normally does not win. I asked if it's by a large margin, and she stated that she's unsure, but in terms of the numbers being tight or not, right? Yeah, so she says if they are winning in a box that they have not won in the past, then she is hopeful and confident about the results. The PUP. What kaya de? What kaya de? What is it? All right. All right. So, Kaya is not out here, but a few supporters are.
All right. So If we can just jump to Queen Square quickly, Godwin Halock, by all indications, has won comfortably. So I'm seeing some polling sheets here. 357 for Godwin, Matos inconsequential, McKay 133. I'm seeing another one here, 208 for Godwin, McKay 98, sorry, and Shane Williams 9. So the UDP hold on Queen Square continues the direct succession from Dean Barrow to Sister B to Godwin Halock. So UDP will hold that and hold on to that thought. Big news coming in from Cayo West. Mike Guerra is supposedly the winner. Initial reports indicate that Mike Guerra has upset Jorge Melina-Espat, the PUP representative. That is a big win for the UDP. He's Shyne Barrow UDP, might I say. And that's a big win. That was unexpected unless you lived there and you knew that people see Melina-Espat as a hog. He had turned off the people of Sokots. He alienated so many. So preliminarily, Mike Guerra will upset Jorge Melina-Espat. Cayo West Dickey is known for weird outcomes, as you recall, in 1998.
Yeah. So I think Dickey mentioned that what's so kind of awful about tonight is that we so know that the result of who is going to go to Belmopan, like, we're not even talking about that. We're not even taking the count right now about, 16. Normally we'd be here, count down.
No.
We count,
so much we count under 5. If UEP could keep it to 5.
But I think one of the things I think about is that this usually the swinging of the pendulum takes its time, especially coming off the kind of victory that the PUP had in 2020. But what we see around the globe is that inflation has shaken incumbents out of their power seat all over. And to some extent, the fracture of the UDP is an opportunity lost because inflation and the cost of goods is a reality politically because of the fact that the opposition has had to spend today dealing with the convention, as Jules has described it. They have not been able to in any way make a campaign around an issue that has had significant success again around the world, because the voters don't want to know all the different reasons, global, economic, whatever, supply chains, nonsense. They just know when I go to the store, my money is not what it used to be. It is an opportunity lost. It is a squandered opportunity tonight, and you're seeing pockets of success. But imagine what tonight would have been if we had a stronger version of the opposition. Would it not have been I believe a competitive election night?
It would have been. It would have been. Yes, we can't. I mean, what you're looking at is that there's a small amount of extraction of victory out of defeat because nobody expected the opposition to make any kind of inroads at all. You know, I want to use a word, right? 2DP, TWODP. We've never had this in the history of the country. Never. The media could not in any way kind of rise to the occasion. There's nobody, you know, in other democracies, and maybe not even democracies, you have people from previous leaders in a party that act as some kind of elderly advice, some kind of chief of the tribe that has retired but is still looked up to offer some guidance. And so we have all of it. Sit back and watch the only opposition in the country fracture, fall apart, cuss up one another. I could never believe, like say 2 months ago, that they don't get back once they ring the bell for one general elections. This speaks very, very poorly to both Tracy and Shyne.
It does.
And to all the people around both of them. that they don't understand that this is not about you, my boy and my girl. This is not about you.
And when they fought for that red, and Tracy had her supporter on the elections and Bungus Commission say, red, they win 4-1, you know. PUP win 1 and UDP vote to 10. Let's go over some numbers quick. Guys, Mira has won in Belmopan. John Saldiva's career should have been over long ago. It's like they killed him twice. I don't want to say what news item that invokes. Tracy is up big in box 11. That's her strong box. ACC, polling area 11, sorry, not box 11. Tracy is up 825 to 771. A difference of 54 with 2 boxes left at polling area 11. So Tracy is looking like she'll hang on. Yeah. Mira, I have some numbers. Mira won all central, west, and north boxes, leading 2-1 and 3-1 in boxes in the east. Mira 154, Saldivar 88, Fraser 17. Total collapse. For John Saldiva, it was the last stand, but we knew 168 to 59 in another box, N to Z. In another one, in central site, Oscar Mira 119, Saldivar 88. So that's the closest he got. Fraser 8. I'm just telling you, central site is the UDP stronghold. Yeah. So all fall down. I think Shyne has conceded as well. Courtney, I hope you're out there and we can have that soon. But I think Shyne has conceded. But so yeah, it's over for Shyne. So what we're shaping up to see for the UDP right now, DK, is Cayo West, Mesopotamia, Queen Square, Albert, that's 4, and Candy.
He's counting, the new leader of the UDP is counting San Pedro.
Yes, she's counting San Pedro, yes. And I have to wait and see San Pedro, but I know Andre Perez is unpopular, but I didn't see the turnout that would, would indicate like they'll overthrow him, but we have to wait and see. Courtney is live, or Courtney is going to come in live shortly, I think, with Shyne Barrow. With Lee Mark Cham. Okay, Shyne Barrow has left. And so, the
numbers are looking, that have been placed in our chat, seems to indicate Andre Perez holding on.
Right. I believe so.
Yeah.
It's hard to lose to Junior.
For example, you have a box AB to, I can put on my glasses, you already want that. AB to AQ, Andre, 133, Manuel Herrera 102. From RE to RU, it's 170, Andre Perez 96 to Manuel Herrera, WH to Z, 81 for Perez, 45 for Herrera. Another box, 176 for Perez, 75 for Herrera. Another box, 184 to 82, again in favor of Perez. I think that paints a picture that
yes,
Perez
and that was a ridiculous attempt by somebody who's politically dead. Lande has won. Initial reports in Cayo Northeast. Lande has won as expected.
No surprise.
No surprise. So UDP are still holding to Hope in Cayo Central. Hope is lost in San Pedro. So UDP have 4. Preliminarily, have 4. And they're still holding on to Hope in Cayo Central. But in my opinion, it doesn't look great in Cayo Central. So it looks like the Cayo West, they will hold on.
I kind of got the impression towards the last couple, maybe like a week or 2, that the ruling party may have decided to increase their numbers.
To turn it up?
Yes. I got that impression that they went into certain constituencies, because if you look here in the Alberts, your favorite division, Tracy should have really had a walkover.
She should
because she is the incumbent that has won more than one time, and Kaya is completely green, and she's not even from the division. Right. And yet she faced a formidable challenge, remembering that she has a house with 60-odd voters in one building. But she came through. Well, she didn't look very confident and happy in that interview.
No, I think it's too close to call.
But apparently she will pull it off, which is no surprise, of course, but I got the impression that the ruling party decided, you know what, let's get a little history into this thing and let's
all right, and we have Hugo Pat.
And Hugo is not at
no, it's not at risk. Hugo is going to win.
Yeah.
So Hugo is going to win, so I wasn't counting that, so sorry. That brings the UDP to 5.
Right.
If they can steal Cayo Central, and it doesn't appear likely, but Louis will tell us shortly. But the story of the night, and you know, as Dickie said, we are not looking for the overarching theme or the happily ever after. We are, this is a micro study of the collapse of the opposition, and to see which few members can scrape up a piece of a semblance of mass party normalcy.
Yeah, but it's a reflection on all of us that we didn't see. We didn't see the wood because of looking at the trees.
It's their fault, Dickie.
Huh?
It's their fault.
Yes, but it's their fault. But it affects all of us. Party we don't have no opposition.
But these are adults. Yeah, it's a shame.
You know what? I also wanted to mention that big respect to you because you turn out almost as the opposition between you and most the people I believe are deprived of hearing different views. The kind of country we have. Louis Wade was doing some great work, but he's distracted with his religion and his gardening. If you don't turn to Crema XTV and you don't see you and you're basically Monday morning, you know, you have no other views, the kind of country we build.
No, it's very frightening, and we're going close to one-party rule.
Thank you.
Because now the PUP have so many garrison divisions, right? And I use that word loosely, not in the Jamaican sense, but so many super strongholds. We have a message from John Briceño announcing that the great and good PUP is going to return to Belmopan. Could we go with that, guys? Is it... do we have it? All right, let's go with it.
Hello, everybody! Thank you very much. I'm very, very excited, and I'm humbled that the people of Orange Rock Central has once more for the 8th time have decided to give me their confidence and their support to represent them for another 5 years. And I want to make this solemn promise to them that I will never betray them, that I will continue to work for them to the best as I can every single day, because I've always said it's a privilege and an honor to be Prime Minister, but I'm more beholden and grateful to the people of Orange Rock Central, because without them I cannot be where I am. Oh yeah, no, we blow the. I mean, it's. I wonder if I should even feel sorry for those other candidates. It was really embarrassing bad for the UDP. In the north, Munchie has won every box, and I'm hearing the same thing with mine. So we expect to go to have once again 4 representatives from the PUP. I just want to take the opportunity to invite everybody to the park. I'll be there at 10:30. We're going to go live to be able to address the nation as the new Prime Minister of this beautiful, blessed country called. Thanks.
How do you feel about the preliminary results coming out countrywide?
I am elated. I am quite excited. There's one in particular, that we 2 in particular that we felt we could have come through, Albert and Bishop. But we fell short. Our candidates fell short. In Albert, I don't think it's finished yet, but we are a bit behind. So maybe by a miracle we could pull it through, and that would be a great upset. But I mean, Devon Daily, my God, it was hard. He just started campaigning maybe about a month and a half or so ago, and that he could turn around and quickly get the results, the support for the people from Colette. It shows that the former representative was totally out of touch.
Okay, yeah, that ends abruptly. We're going to have something from Lee Mark very shortly. I think they're just charging the device. So we're going to have that very shortly. Patrick Faber has lost. Patrick Faber has lost 1271 to 1108. The Prime Minister said it there as well. So he only won a few boxes. This from one of his campaigners. He lost all the boxes in the area he worked. The only boxes he won was in the area I worked. He lost every single box where he worked. Patrick Faber has lost the touch. Yeah. He was away. He's an old man now. Remember when he was a young man, beating an old...
And running like...
Yes, he was running. But,
marathon, yeah.
But now he's an old man, and the other side of history has cost him. And you have to give respect to Anthony Mala. Anthony Mala went in there with great sound and fury today, with Pickstock supporters and Pickstock machinery, and they delivered a victory for Devon Daily today. This is important in the power matrix of the PUP, because Anthony Mala made what John Briceño just called, the most surprising victory, and it really is, apart from Lee Mark. And Lee Mark, UDP has held that. But PUP has not won that constituency in 2 decades. More than, since 1998. Right. They haven't won, they call it constituency. So that's the biggest upset.
Patrick attacked him twice in different interviews today.
Right, he attacked Mahler.
Yeah.
Yes, he did.
So the strategy, I understand too, was to make sure that they flooded out Collett with a lot of blues, so to have people think that it made no sense.
But it's a garrison constituency.
It's a garrison, and they flipped it.
The optics is one thing, but because they did it here in Alberta as well, there was an attempt to flood the appearance that the actual voters living there were firmly in favor. That's a big victory for Mala. Mala is one of them. As a matter of fact, what I found interesting, Jules and lady and gentlemen, is that Mala's posters, they have the words "more blessings." So the first time I saw it, I said to somebody, Mala, they look like it go like a pastor or something like that, more blessings. But then I realized
change agent.
And then change agent, which is an important terminology. Yeah. Well, nobody they talk about no change, nothing.
It's true.
Exactly.
So no, he's giving out blessings.
He not even gone to election. Okay, we have something, guys. We have Kevin Bernard from Orange Walk East, the winner.
Blow, no?
To the Prime Minister, Orange Walk East was going to deliver big, and we delivered for the Prime Minister today. And I congratulate all my other colleagues who have so far already come in, and I know that we will continue to govern under Plan Release 2.0. We have great things coming for this country and great things for Orange Walk East. So thank you very much.
I know you know how to ask this question. Do you think it made any difference that the United Democratic Party had to split their votes between 2 candidates?
Even if you add both of them together, they would have not gotten the same thing, even if they had one candidate. No matter who they had put, if it was one challenger, I would have still won by a big victory in Orange Walk East. I knew that was coming. The people put in the work, we put in the work, and the people today made that loud and clear that they are with the PUP, they are with Kevin Bernard, and we will come together build Orange Walk East.
Congratulations! Congratulations!
Okay, so Kevin Bernard triumphs. And then we'll have
surprise. No surprise.
Easily.
What? No surprise at all. Yeah, that was foretold. We'll have the Collett constituency shortly. But, we were talking about Anthony Mala, and you see, PUP is going into a next phase. I really think that John Briceño does not want to be leader going into a 3rd election, but maybe I'm wrong. I just don't think he wants to become an old man in the job. But people are positioning themselves for the best cabinet postings. They're also positioning themselves for the future of the PUP, because the PUP will need a leader, and he or she who has the most allies, who has the greatest number of warships, is best suited to go to war in an internal war. So Anthony Mala is picking up allies. He tried to deliver 2. So far, he only delivered 1. But when you make those people, he made Devon Daily win. I believe his input was a differentiating factor.
Agree.
Yeah.
And that's how a party works. But then you are a representative maker, and that gives you a special status. And if Kaya were to have one, and she may still, you know, it's significant.
He has made his mark in the city.
We have a college celebration video from the Devon Daily PUP, first time in over 2 decades.
A most unlikely candidate to win, too, in a Garrison thing. He's so quiet, humble, laid back.
Previous UDP then.
Devon Daily has
David and Goliath, though.
I'm impressed with the Meso voters.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll have some more shortly, but that is how success looks. To put it in context, what are you seeing, Dickie?
I'm seeing that a young, first-time person who you have to go up close to the poster for even share. Some poster you look like I'm drawing. It didn't even look like a person or what. But that is really, you know, it's not David taking down Goliath because Mala was in there.
We have the concession from Shyne Barrow.
Oh, yes. Historic.
Congratulations to Lee Mark Chan. He is now the new area representative for Mesopotamia, and wish him well.
What happens next? You had exumed so much confidence.
That's how it works. When the ballots are counted, then you know how the people feel. And I said that all along, that, you know, we would see what it would be at the end. I was confident. That was the interactions that I was having with the people. But they've made a decision to go in another direction, and I respect that.
So what happens now with your party?
Well, I certainly will resign effective once we have a national convention to elect a new leader. Obviously, you can't be leader of the United Democratic Party if you're not a member of the House. And I would not want to be appointed as senator or anything to hold on to the leadership. I think the people have spoken here in Mesopotamia, and that is the start of everything. And so I wouldn't want to maneuver to hold on to leadership unless colleagues felt otherwise. So maybe I'm getting a bit ahead of myself, but as I speak to you, I will tender my resignation effective once we have a national convention to elect a new leader among those who are qualified to be leader.
Will you remain
in this particular moment, Shyne? What is your feeling?
I just said I congratulate the new era representative for Mesopotamia, and I wish the people well.
Do you believe this? You're being magnanimous, and I respect that. But I'm asking, do you feel disappointed? Are you dejected?
My brother asking me a question more than once will not change the answer. I think I'm being very gracious to not try to go the other way. Love you, Liz. I think I've been very gracious. As I've always been. Right. I always face you guys, right? Yeah. So, no, but then if you ask me a question and I am giving you an answer, then accept it for what it is. I've been through worse in life. Definitely. And in this particular instance, just as I said about my colleagues earlier, and I have mentioned to them, when you put your name up, you put it up for service. this is not about Shyne Barrow winning. This is about Shyne Barrow serving. And if the people feel that I have not done a good enough job serving them, we had a very low voter turnout from what I saw, and they feel that Mr. Chang will do a better job, they have that right. I would not be disappointed or upset with them. I have done my best, and this is democracy, right? You can't be upset with the people if that is the way that they feel. Remember, I had this discussion with you earlier about music, and you know, if the people don't like the song, they don't like the song. You try to convince them, but hold on, man. But remember, this melody or this word, no, it doesn't work like that. Either the people like it or they don't like it, and obviously the people in Mesopotamia want to go a different direction, and I respect that. I pray for them. This is still my home, right? I have a residence there. I was born on Cayo South Street, so I'll still be there for the people of Mesopotamia in another fashion.
Will you be working along with, sir, will you work along with Lee Mark Chang?
We're waiting to hear from you.
What's that?
That very same heartfelt response.
But that's what I was saying.
Sir, will you be working along with Lee Mark Chang, considering that he technically run under the UDP banner? Will you be working along with him in Meso?
That matter is still out for the verdict. You see, your Malay Faber lose too. We'll see how the final results go. I don't know if they've had final results in Albert, or is that still too close to call?
Still too close.
Yeah, still too close. So what I'm saying is I'm not going to get into the intra-party other than to say I here now resign effective once we elect a new leader of the party amongst those who qualify. It is still my position that Tracy's Alliance for Democracy Party and Lee Mark Chang Alliance for Democracy Party, and we'll see what Justice Andorra has to say March 31st. I would not be interested in any move to reintegrate those people into the United Democratic Party.
Just for me.
But that is for the colleagues to decide. Whoever the new leader is amongst those who are legitimate members of the UDP, you know, whatever the colleagues want. It is a democracy, just as people in Mesopotamia have decided today. Whatever my colleagues want, I will support.
Just for me, sir, do you believe that, you know, your defeat was maybe a direct result of what transpired within the United Democratic Party within the last couple of months? And do you have any regrets in terms of not maybe reconciliating or, you know, resolving that matter?
No, I believe strongly in the principles that led to all of the decisions that were made. I have no regrets. If it meant kowtowing to corrupt actors and to these people engaged in fraud and deception, you know, I wasn't, as I mentioned to you earlier, it's not about me winning. People have a right to choose who they want. I was confident that the people of Mesopotamia had a good relationship with me, and that all of the external things did not matter. But they felt otherwise. But I stand by the decisions that we made to oust these corrupt actors, these dinosaurs. You know, and people of color agree with me.
Good. Thank you so much.
That was
Mr. Barrow. Shyne Barrow.
So, as I said, cold, dead fingers. Now, let us be technically specific. He cannot lead the UDP because he's not a member of parliament.
Yeah.
However, is he able to take the matter to court? Does he still have standing? Because he was taking the matter to court in his capacity as leader of the UDP.
He has no standing.
So he would need whoever the whole thing gets thrown into a mix, because then does Hugo Pat become the leader? He don't want it. Does Mike Guerra become the leader? The UDP is still hoping. These are all the SB UDPs that have won. The UDP is hoping right now that O'Brien can win in Cayo Central. So at best, SB UDP will have 3 at best. Right now, they appear to have 2, Corozal North and Cayo West, Mike Guerra and Hugo Pat. Is Hugo willing? He has lost so much, gone through so much with Shyne, just saying, let's bear this out. He's a leader. There's no reason. We're going to lose anyway. Make we just lose with Shyne, which the other side didn't agree with. No, is he willing to step up and say, I will pursue this cause for Shyne as leader of the UDP. You, Tracy, you Godwin Halock, you all have all been expelled, or you all are not members of the UDP. Legitimate, that's the word he used. Yes. He said the UDP will pick a member among those qualified. Qualified means you have to be a member. Tracy has been expelled. John Saldiva has been expelled. I don't think they expelled Godwin Halock, but he's certainly not a Shyne Barrow UDP. My point is, regrettably, lamentably, the future holds nothing else but confrontation for the UDP.
No, because the expeller has been expelled.
The expeller has been expelled?
Yes.
But Mike Perfeet's still there.
He has no standing.
Mike Perfeet's still there. Remember the cases brought in the names of Shyne Barrow, Shari Medina, the Secretary General, Mike Perfeet, and Alberto August.
Not in their personal name. They are functionaries of the party.
Well, then all of those remain, though. Chairman, Deputy Chairman, Secretary General.
No, I think Ms. Spitz is the chairperson of the...
She's the chairperson of TP.
Yeah, that's Patricia.
Yeah, but that has just been flipped.
Well,
you're looking at the flipping of that?
No, it's insane what's happening.
And listen, no court can go tell no party who will be a leader.
Of course not.
So this business are going to court.
But I'm saying the fight will continue. As long as somebody's willing to take it up for Shyne. I would hope that Hugo Pat, in his good judgment, Mike Guerra and all of those will say, man, just make we come together. Yeah, we are a destroyed party.
Done this.
We have been destroyed, done this. But the UDP have a special ability to quarrel. The narcissism of minor differences dominates their conscience.
But you put more on the people.
Constantly.
Make we do things.
Constantly.
Make we do things, break and get the good old brother Bill.
Oh, yes.
Well,
Bill is...
We have Patrick Faber.
Oh, my God. Bill, which one of the factions anyway?
Still, who do we have? We have Patrick Faber coming up. His comments. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Colette.
Whoa.
Serving as your air representative for the past 22 years has been the great honor of my life. Together we have built a strong, united community, overcoming challenges and celebrating victories. Tonight, while the election results were not what we hoped for, I respect the will of the people. Congratulations to the new air rep. I pray that he serves with integrity and put the people of Colette first. To my incredible supporters, thank you from the bottom of my heart. You get the idea. So Faber concedes.
In me have meant everything.
And Shyne has conceded.
And Shyne has conceded. So we would wish we could say it's a new era in the UDP. But
well, it is because you will have a woman leading a mass party for the first time.
Really?
That's significant.
That's huge.
Leading undisputed because she was already leading it.
You know, I mean, the party is going to pick up its status and put things together.
She should emerge as the undisputed leader, Tracy Panton.
Yeah, and have overwhelming support for that.
And
there should be enough reasons if there is a moment to kind of put down some of the people that you need to put down.
Right.
This gives her the opportunity to be able to do that now, right? Because she's not in the lurch anymore, in need of all of that. You can really rebuild.
Remember, Shyne said he's still the party leader until a national convention is held, right?
And the date to be set by him.
The date to be set by him. You don't understand this better, you know.
And on a small note, we can say that the People's United Party has been returned to Belmopan.
Literally.
Yes,
of course, on a small note.
Surprise, 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 surprise.
It's just...
Well, you know, like, for those who are still... And they are in the majority. They are naive and believe that by democracy, we have democracy, and we'll get Bill. Bill is one of those, so we'll get him here shortly. The truth of the matter is, taking off from where Mo's just made a very important observation here, that if UP win the election, big time.
Big.
The thing is that the UDP, shattered and battered as they are, they have performed
Yes.
Fairly creditable.
You have to, in the they did everything to self-destruct publicly.
Right.
They did everything, and the voters still said, boy, we ain't giving a run.
Yeah.
That should give anybody hope, but I want to stress, listen, in 2023, between September 23rd and November 20th, the Ashcroft Alliance of Forces sympathetic to it ran a campaign of 42 commercials that brought the government to its knees over the Port of Belize. It was the Port Accords.
Yeah.
Over the Port of Belize. They spent maximum of $250,000, and Ashcroft got paid more than let's say 120 million. He got paid 120 million for the port. He brought the government to its knees in 3 months. In less than 3 months.
Yeah.
I just want to say, this government is very vulnerable. Don't get high on your own supply. They are full. Yes, we need to take a break right now, but they are full of vulnerabilities. It's just that the UDP was so discombobulated, they did not have an alternative. We have to take a break for the live, or the stream will stop. Folks who are streaming, we'll give you all a new link shortly. It'll be on the YouTube and Facebook pages, but they only allow you to stream for 8 hours at a time. So we'll take a break and we'll issue new streaming links that will be on the YouTube and Facebook.